My crime is not believing someone. What? Yeah. So you lost your job because... What's up? Go ahead.
Do you think it will? Do you think it could be a crime one day? Like, basically, saying anything negative about a Jewish person is virtually a crime now, regardless of how you feel. Like, traps that attention. Just, some states have a criminal act to basically talk to children about flat Earth. Yeah, so that's a criminal act. We can't have this. Filling these people's child's minds with the worst thing of it. Could be another thing.
I can't hear him.
Yeah, it is very probable. Yeah, you're chopping up though.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that will happen. Yeah, that eventually anything truth is going to be considered criminal.
Dudes, the flat Earth concept is going to be subsumed into the new synthesis paradigm to push subjective idealism away from an external creator into a monistic religion. So flat Earth will be completely okay as long as that is the type of flat Earth you believe in. Which, by the way, sadly, many, many flat Earthers and many more flat Earthers will believe that and will fall for the new synthesis paradigm, lock, stock, and barrel.
The new synthesis.
Yeah.
The new old.
Think about it. How many flat Earthers do you know that think along those lines already? Like the flat Earth itself is eternal, or the universe is eternal, or gods are agents within the universe, or humans can ascend, or the truth is within you. All these esoteric kind of new agey concepts.
Yes, that's what I thought too. Like the Earth used to be flat, and now going back to flat, it's not like going back to the old ways, but it's going to be going back to the to one. To one way of one religion, instead of all these.
Think about a lot of the new flat earthers that are being encountered. A lot of them become flat earthers from sideways media or extra silly TikToks and stuff, where they're not really going into the meat of the issue. It's more like a contrarian or fad type person. Like we get them coming here, like they claim to be flat earthers, but they're very surface level. They're basically along for the ride. They're just as much sheep as they were when they believed in the globe. They're just now attached to a different shepherd.
They're just kids, Arden. They're just kids, and the kids you have to learn. You have to get it wrong sometimes.
I think
they wouldn't have thought it through.
I think what I've seen on TikTok, my mom kind of once again coaxed me into getting an account I didn't really want to get. But anyway, what they look at a lot is not necessarily observation and measurement. They point out the coincidences, and this is what I'm thinking. They're kind of evaluating that. Hey, there can't be this many coincidences. It's not a globe, but I don't know how they can directly say that it's flat. And that's why I kind of think it makes sense what AI was saying a moment ago. They trade one belief for another because they can't explain how it's flat. I don't know. That's my thoughts, you guys. Thanks. I mean, the coincidences, does that make sense to anybody else that's kind of what they're doing on TikTok?
Yeah, well, in any good paradigm change, you need the people to abandon their old paradigms and to transition into the new paradigm. So if you give them the flat earth and it shatters their worldview, they're now just fish floating around in the sea looking for a new, group of fish to join.
Got it.
And so the new big fish comes on the scene with what appears to be all the answers to bridge the gap between the two worldviews and explain everything to the kids and make them feel comfortable again, that the leadership is going in the right direction. And so they think that they're part of a revolution. They think that they've come to this truth. They think that they've put in the work, but really they've been manipulated the entire time with an end goal in mind.
Sounds like you're talking about Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's happened many, many times in the past, like when they do these changes. Do you think Jordan
Peterson's part of this same thing? Because he kind of brought me back to Christianity in the same way that he's saying Flat Earth brought people back to Christianity, but like in the pseudo way that you call it, rather than the kind of true Christianity. But I think Peterson did a lot of that as well.
No. Jordan Peterson is not a Christian. He is the exact. He's an Antichrist.
Yeah, that's what he meant, brother. Yeah. What he's saying is that people come to these concepts, and there's truths in them that are contrary to what they've been doing, right? And they seem new and fresh, and they appeal to something within the psyche, right? And so a lot of people start to talk about these truths in the sense of an esoteric truth, like they're not really true, but they're like subliminally or subtextually true in the fabric of reality itself. So rather than, like we said earlier, there being any external objects or objective truth, there's just like this thread of truth that everyone can tap into and join in, and it's within you. And, it's essentially, like we said, just synthesizing all the synthesizing all the different paradigms into one new age gobbledygook.
Wow.
Hello all, I'm kind of new to the server, but I kind of feel like this is a good time to chime in because I am coming from this whole new age spiritual woo stuff to be interested in Flat Earth. So for me, I find that it is especially the potential of allowing thinking about Flat Earth that opens you up to esoteric thinking, that opens you up to out there theories, that opens your mind. That is the greatest benefit of it. So I don't see a lot of utility in deciding for myself whether the Earth is actually round or it is actually flat. This is the answer to that question is kind of meaningless to me, because one of the great things about this whole array of proof for Flat Earth is that a lot of the math, a lot of the physical phenomena that you encounter are explainable by both models in kind of the same way. They lead to the same results. So for me, the answer is kind of not necessary. But being able to ask a question that ensues such a fundamental doubt as to say, okay, I will doubt something so seemingly unshakable as the face of the form of the planet that I'm living in. So kind of the center of my known universe, I will commit heresy against it in a very brutal way. This, if you allow that thinking to really permeate you, it cracks something in your mind. It opens up. It opens you up to start filtering out a lot of less information. So you become more permeable for potential truths. So when it comes to people coming from tangential topics to Flat Earth, I think this is actually a sign for the validity of thinking about a Flat Earth framework, right? Because if you divorce yourself from this idea that it needs to result in a certain way of thinking, so I discard the old paradigm and I adopt a specific new one, and instead just value the process, then I think it's okay. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Which is why it's valuable to the people that want to usher in a new paradigm, because some people will go through that process and maintain skepticism and critical thinking through it. Other people will have a void in their heart and in their life for the worldview and the home that they had before, and they want a new one. And so they're waiting for someone to come along and give them that new sense of belonging to their new home. Mm-hmm. And when they find one that's substantial enough, which is the one that the quote-unquote powers that be are planning for us, they will latch onto it and be like, oh, yeah, I found this new truth.
Mm-hmm. But I think the damage is already done when you have abandoned one truth that you were completely certain in and accepted a new one. So you tread an arena of such high degree of subjectivity.
That's the key.
It doesn't matter which paradigm you accept as your second one, even if it's a completely fabricated one. Again,
right.
You can compare two things that you accepted for completely true, and now you have the mental capability to get rid of the concept of truth, for example.
Yep.
And see where does that lead you.
Right. So when you do this en masse, right? So you know that people have different views even now, right? But they tend to have certain congruent views about things that matter in the logistical sphere, like politics and stuff. So what they really want is they want a system where everyone has a myriad of beliefs, but they're all under the umbrella of one allegiance to essentially the state. Because a lot of these people who become free, okay, they're free from, let's just call it the slave plantation. When you leave the slave plantation, you all of a sudden have a problem, which is, wait a minute, I got to feed myself. I got to clothe myself. I got to be industrious. And that's too much of a burden for a lot of people. They need a system. And so when they're hungry and starving for whatever, metaphorically, right, a new system's going to come along and be like, hey, we have all the food you need right here, brother, and we'll accept you. We'll accept your position, and we'll provide for you. All we need is your allegiance to these core tenets, which don't infract upon your other beliefs that you've come to. So we can all be brothers and kumbaya.
I mean, why is that something so negative? Like, I assume that you are appalled by this vision of the future. But why is it so negative to find a set of beliefs, a set of core values that we can forge a global society around? So a common value like a tribal community has a very high threshold to engage in civil conflict. So like a civil war among people who have very high homogeny usually doesn't happen. It takes a very high threshold. So isn't it actually a good thing to take something that has completely nothing to do with reality, that has no bearing on how true it has to be, and make that the signpost of something that we get around? Because this has the least amount of conflict with other beliefs, which is its trait, which is its boon. Like, everybody can, without any conflict, accept the set of beliefs to partake in global society with less conflict. But apart from that, you have still completely free reign in your forming of beliefs. So you can have contradiction and unity at the same time. Isn't that a great vision for the future?
Oh, look, don't get me wrong. It sounds good. Right? Which is why people strive for it and why people go along with it. But it always ends up the same way, which is the people that are in charge abuse the people that aren't in charge, and they manipulate them for their own ends. And there always is this loss of freedom in that, because ultimately the problem is, no matter how structured of a society you create, you can't solve human nature with that logistical structure.
True.
People are still permutatively evil and selfish, and all the other vices that are, inherent to the human condition.
Mm-hmm. So I like to think of the digital space, cyberspace, as becoming more real over time, so approaching reality, to be a solution for human vice. So, for example, sexual deviancy, so sexual perversion, will at some point find 99.99% of its use, of its acting out in high quality porn, like in VR porn, in even porn that is like injected into your brain via some sort of neural link. And this will make people, for example, less sexually violent. We can argue that violent video games or like simulations of violence or any sort of suffering that you can go through will at some point allocate our tendency for sadistic destruction to the cyberspace. And in the same way as we don't put people in prison anymore directly when they are heretics, when they are going against the mainstream opinion. We just cut off their digital platform. We don't need to damage their actual physical being. We can limit ourselves to do that in cyberspace. And I think it's a great vision to say that a lot of the problems when it comes to like how do we form an ethics society, how do we limit human vices, and so on, will be solved by let's just call it ironically the AI overlord, right? So when we have a intelligent cyberspace in which we can enact our human condition to more or less its fullest, whatever surrounds that thing would only need to sustain that. And I think that's progress.
You know how people in power want to stay in power? Right, like the president of the United States. When I was younger, I used to think any random person can be the president. But that's not true, because people are not going to relinquish their power. And if they do, it's going to be, keep it in the family. You know what I mean? So when you think about it, power, it's always been in the hands, of few family, a handful of families, whole world. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why is that?
It takes the. I think it takes a certain kind of mindset to be focused in the way that families are focused to build that kind of power. I think most people aren't concerned with that. It's not that you can't be one of those families. It's just you have to begin that initial step. You, us. It doesn't just magically happen.
Right. There is a dynastic aspiration to it. It's about carrying the heritage of striving towards power throughout your bloodline, throughout countless and countless generations. And the families that do that kind of qualify themselves to be stable repositories of that power. Like, for sure, those families become corrupt over time. Power corrupts, obviously. But in some sense, we want to have stable repositories for power, because the worst thing that can happen is that power falls into the hand of somebody who has absolutely no idea what to do with it, and he will do something completely stupid with it. Better that if there is a controlled malice going on, like a underlying evil, than if there are random acts of chaotic stupidity, because these tend to be the really destructive ones.
Yeah, but Machiavelli, you know who Machiavelli is, right? Nikolai Machiavelli.
Yeah,
he wrote The Prince. Yeah. And when you look at the way corporations and banks and these ruling elites, the families, that's their Bible. That's those are their core beliefs: deception, blackmail, power, corruption. These are their principles. And the better you are at that, and at deceiving people and making it look like you're a good guy, because that's the Machiavellian lifestyle, is to screw people over and get into power to be feared rather than be loved. These are the way of thinking and looking at and devaluing people. And then they so this is the normal. And if you're if you step in there thinking you're going to use your power, if you have any, anyways, to make a change for the better, like you're like a little guppy in a pond in an ocean full of sharks. Like, they're all looking at you. You know, like, who's this guy? You know, like, so I think it's even worse than that. But that's power. You know, nobody sits on the throne. The throne sits on you. Even if you had ideal conditions, that's the case anyways. You got to keep your key people happy, which means money, you know, land, position, whatever, you know. And you are not running things; things are running you. You know, the king or whatever.
Mm-hmm. So there's this take by Plato on the philosopher king. I don't know if you're familiar with that. That's basically a thought experiment where he says, okay, the best possible king would be a philosopher. By philosopher, he means somebody who is perfected in all virtues. So he is the good guy. He's like honest and just and wise and so on and so on. The problem is that the philosopher will always lose against the guy who also has all those virtues, plus the tools of evil.
Yeah.
So if you stretch it around time, you come to the conclusion that the philosopher king can never be a reality. Power is something that seems to have a natural propensity to gather in the hands of people who, amongst virtues, also are wielding the tools of evil. And this seems to be a problem that is not resolvable, except if you somehow manage to circumvent power altogether.
I'm not so sure about that. I just think evil is amplified because they're the ones that want to be loud about it. Well, AI, what do you think about kingdom? And like, you know, from the biblical sense, like, do you think
Kings?
Kingdom, like a kingdom, like this is like, well, the kingdom of God has been extended to this place.
Perfect.
Like, what do you think about that?
So, if you're asking from a biblical perspective, a lot of people point to the Bible in the sense that Israel had kings and thinking the assumption that God instituted the kingship of Israel as a good thing for their benefit. But it's actually the opposite. God wanted them to have a representative republic. And the reason why is because God knows that the heart of man is evil. And if you give one man consolidated power, then you're resting the outcome of the people based on that man's permutative chance to be evil. Where rather, you spread that responsibility around among many people, and you have multiple counsel, and people can bounce ideas off each other, and power isn't so consolidated. Now, the Israelites didn't want to have the representative republic-style government that God basically said they should have. They wanted a king because they wanted to be like the other nations. And God finally gave in to their demands and said, okay, listen, I will let you have kings, but I'm telling you right now, it's going to suck ass.
Yeah. But God was their king because God told Samuel.
He wasn't their king.
They didn't reject you. They rejected me as their ruler. So so it was
yeah, you're correct.
That wanted it. Yeah,
they wanted to bring the kingship, which rightly belongs to the Creator, down to man and have man take the place of the Creator on earth, right?
Yeah.
Which answers the previous question, which is how do you solve all this with power? Well, the only way to solve it is to have a perfect person in power who's absolutely just, absolutely moral, able to judge and adjudicate fairly, not subject to being persuaded or subject to vice. All of these things is what you need for a utopian society. In other words, you need perfection, right? And there's only one king capable of being perfect, and that would be the Creator himself.
Jesus.
I mean, the Bible gives another answer to that. There is King Solomon. Solomon proved himself in the eyes of the Lord.
Solomon was a failure, bro. Like, no, Solomon.
In the end, yes. But in the beginning, he proves himself in the eyes of God that God asks him, "What do you wish? Like, I can give you anything." And Solomon gives the correct answer.
I would say David, right? But people are gonna say, "Well, David killed that dude and stole his wife."
It was like, look, God forgave him, and if God says David, send David's throne. There's David, King David.
Yeah, but
even David and Solomon too wished for wisdom, and that was a perfect king.
Fair.
Because he got
check this out.
Wisdom. But the thing is,
check this out. Go ahead. Wrap it up.
In the end, corruption still gets to him, and he still falls down. So basically, the lecture that God gives is kingship can be something that can be perfected, but it is not something that is eternal. So the solution to human kingship is something like have a king and know that it will need to be replaced again. And the ongoing process of ever finding the new perfect king is kind of the burden, the punishment for humanity to
that's the punishment. Hold on, friend. That's the punishment for not doing what God said in the first place. In that story lineage, they refused to accept the government God wanted to give them, and they wanted an earthly government king. And he basically said that's the cycle you're going to suffer through, where sometimes you'll have a good king and sometimes you'll have an evil king. Now, the thing about Solomon, having had the greatest wisdom, right? He still fell for the oldest trick in the book, which is this. He married multiple women, and he let the women influence his concepts and ideas. So the more women he took on to him, the more stupid ideas he took on. Yeah, and he went from a wise man to an absolute stone cold retard.
That is a very good symbol, because in the biblical sense, the male is the agent of order, women are the agents of chaos. So somebody who is married to one woman is having a balance between those two things, right? And him marrying more and more women kind of is a symbol for him giving himself to chaos.
Absolutely, brother. Let me stop you right there, because I want to give you something contemporaneous, right, happening within the Flat Earth movement. There are people within the Flat Earth movement who think that going back to the old ways is good, and they think that polygamy and multiple marriages is a good thing and part of what God wants from humanity. They think that they're learning that from the scriptures, that polygamy is the answer.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
And by the way, guys, check this out. Some of them use the argument that the kings of Israel had multiple wives, therefore it's okay to have multiple wives. But they didn't read the previous chapters in the Bible where God specifically says that the king of Israel shall not multiply wives unto himself.
Yeah.
Why? Why, though? Why? Why's the reason? He gives a specific reason. Because they will take your heart away from me. Because when you have multiple women, right, women have a way of pulling on your heartstrings, do they not? And convincing you to do things that you otherwise wouldn't do with your rational mind. And the more women you have pulling you this way and that way, you're unable to control it. You basically just give in to what they want. Yeah. You're unable to be the leader. They become the leader. And the more of them there are, the less of a leader you are to them. And see, these men these days think, oh, I'm such an alpha male. I'm going to have 7 wives, and I'm going to tell them what to do, and I'm going to be the man, and I'm going to Chad, and I got big balls. And then the women come along and manipulate the crap out of him, and he falls for it.
Get your pimp game up.
Dude, if Solomon, the man who was gifted divine wisdom, couldn't get his pimp game up, then you today, who don't have that benefit, definitely ain't getting your pimp game up. This is the problem with man, is they're so proud and self-absorbed that they think they read a few chapters in the Bible and they found out that the earth is flat, and now they're the Magna Carta, gift from God to all women and humanity. And it's their views and their points that are going to change the world. When really they're just falling for the same old crap that everybody fell for in the past. which is self-righteous indignation and pride. Right? And looking at humanity for the answers rather than looking to the source for the answers.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Look, that's the key. That's the key to the synthesis paradigm, by the way, which we were talking earlier, is they are going to tell humanity, like I'm talking about the powers that be, the scientific establishment, the intelligentsia, blah, blah, blah. They're going to tell humanity, guess what? We figured it out. With the scientific pursuit and intelligence and knowledge and all of this, we've discovered the truth. And the truth is that God most certainly exists, and we have scientific verifiable proof that that's true. However, it's not the God that you think of. It's actually we humans. Humanity is God in total. We're God together, and we can solve our own problems. We can pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. We can evolve. We can ascend. We can give ourselves salvation in a future and eternity. That's what we can do to ourselves. Right? And a lot of people are going to fall for that crap. Globe earthers and flat earthers included.
Yeah, that's literally the Satanistic approach, right? Like the Homo divinus is perverted by Satanism. But I think there is the notion that divinity is within the individual. So in a sort, in its totality. So your access to source is an unlimited access. So source is being through you, like you are a expression of the totality of source. This doesn't mean that your limited human body, like your limited human mind, is containing the totality of God, but in a way, the totality of God is expressing itself through that limitness. And acknowledging that and building this future common religion around this idea, which is like one of the central tenets of like the New Age movement, like modern takes on Buddhism and so on, is something that leads to awakening, that leads to enlightenment. Like the realization that the source of love is within me, that the source of meaning is within me, and all of that stuff. This is literally the movement towards awakening.
Right, so that's where they stake their claim, and there's a fork in the road right there. And this is exactly, by the way, parallel with what's going on in modern physics, modern evolutionary theory, all of these things that, gave us the heliocentric model we all know and love. You know what I'm saying? These people, right, they come to this fork in the road with this realization, and rather than attribute what you just said to a specific, objective, divine entity that is personal, right, and sentient in itself, they attribute that source to a force or an aggregation of humanity in total in a monistic sense, which all is one, one is all. So rather than God being an external agent, right, the creator, the uncreated creator, they make the creator and the creation integral to each other, and they separate the objectivity and they move it into the realm of subjectivity. And that is where they commit their greatest crime, because they are basically removing people, right, from the creator himself. Whatever view that is, you could still talk about this in general terms, depending on which way people go. But the Eastern philosophies of monism and idealism, in that, God isn't a specific agent, right? That is in a direct clash. Those are two entirely different worldviews. And the mainstream consensus will adopt the one that doesn't give any homage or honor to a specific external agent. They will make the agent internal to the universe, or part of humanity, or an expression of humanity.
I know Yogi Berra said, when you come to a fork in the road, take it.
So
right, and that's what you got it, brother. When it come to a fork of road, take it. And that's the point I was trying to make with the synthesis paradigm. Is a lot of people think that they're arriving on the truth of humanity, and the truth of how we got here, and the truth of where we're going, and the truth of what is or isn't the creator. And the flat earth is the dish upon which the powers that be are serving it up to a lot of the masses.
Was it bad when you compare the forked road to the maze that we are currently collectively stumbling through? Like the religious beliefs of modern day, like they're completely all over the place. Scientism, complete ideal nihilism. These are all complete dead ends. Wouldn't it be a collective improvement to at least lead us to a fork in the road where we can make a right or a wrong decision? Isn't that?
Well, it depends. You got to define right or wrong. That's the thing. What's the standard for right or wrong?
Well,
do you realize truth, or do you bar yourself from realizing truth?
It begins with, thinking logically, I'm sure, because, you can tell people in the flat earth movement, hey, isn't that argument in affirming the consequent or isn't what you're proposing begging the question? And they've abandoned worrying about that for the sake of filling in the blanks in whatever truth they're pursuing. They want to know what this place is, where we are, if we can get out, what more can we know, when everything we need to be prosperous is already right here. So they use these forms of illogic to push forward, which is exactly why we have the heliocentric paradigm right now.
It's true. Like, I definitely see that the problem is that we're not making sense. Like, so what does making sense mean? It means taking what is offered as input to you and making it sensible. So you look up the sky and you see a light emitting ball. This is what is making sense. Your interpretation about it, like, is it the center of our solar system? Is it a part of a fixed star system in the sky? This is all nonsense in the sense that you are not sensing it. You're only sensing a light source in the sky. This is where your wisdom as a human ends. The moment you make any interpretation beyond that, you're already committing a fallacy. But then the redeeming thing is that some fallacies tend to make you fall in the direction of truth, and some fallacies make you fall into the direction away from truth. Both make you fall and you land on your face and land in the dirt. But at least you're falling towards truth, and when you get up, you're looking in the right direction. So in that sense, it might very well be that a flat Earth view, a flat Earth cosmology might make you stumble into the direction of truth, but you're still stumbling.
Yeah. Dude, I could give you just a concrete example of that. So we all know that the heliocentric model, came about from certain philosophical ideas, right? So people had the idea that if God created, he would create a sphere because that's the perfect shape. Or if God created, he would create an egg because eggs are the source of life and divine, right? So the universe that we inhabit or the earth we're on should take these shapes, blah, 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 whatever. The point is that they started building this paradigm upon that. Then we know that the heliocentric Big Bang expansion idea came from the Catholic Church and all these other things in the past, right? But we do know simultaneously that the secular materialists and atheists latched on to these things to create a matrix of a universe in which they have an explanation that's not based on external creation, right? So they ran with it and they adopted it and they created this allure that science is secular and dispassionate and just focused on the material and presentable world, and rather than any mumbo jumbo philosophy. Now, we all know that throughout that paradigm, they made choices that were based on philosophy because they didn't want the implications of anything supernatural to get in the way of their, perfect science, right? But having set out to be secular, materialistic, dispassionate, they've arrived now in the present day where the aggregate body of science throughout history has led them to the inevitable conclusion, when they learn more and more about the smallest units of reality, whether it be matter, time, or energy, that when they get down into the brass tacks of how it starts to work and functions, they don't find that everything is caused by a materialistic particle. They find that the fundamental unit of present reality is consciousness itself. They've arrived at this through all kinds of roads of inquiry, and it's inescapable, and they can't get around it. They now have to figure out a way to adopt the fact that consciousness exists before matter and the material world. Now, anybody who's a specific theist or a creationist or any type of viewpoint that follows that type of thing already knew that sentient conscious agent came first and then subsequent reality came second. They already know that. They didn't need science to tell them that. However, science has now reached, quote unquote science, you know what I mean, has reached this brick wall where the consciousness is staring them in the face and they have to account for it in their worldview. And they're not going to just say, oh, well, obviously it's a sentient, singular agent creator, quote unquote, which would, obviously be considered to be a god by most people. Like that category is usually reserved for a god tier being. But they won't do that. They will bring that consciousness into the universe somehow, meld it with the universe, make it a mechanism of the universe rather than an agent that's external to the universe. And then we're back where we started, but we're in a new era of quote unquote truth. So they're going to, essentially pull a fast one on the masses. And check this out. If everybody is aggregately God and the creator in itself, then the permutations of human behavior aren't really evil. They aren't really bad or good. They're just experiences and expressions of the divine learning about itself, because that will be the ultimate purpose of life, is just an experience of learning and cyclical knowledge and re-knowledge, right, until everyone comes together with the one true knowledge, whatever that is. But along the way, you can then absorb everybody else's religion, because there is no ultimate truth. Truth is malleable because it's whatever the subjective entity in total agrees to allow. Not agrees is true, agrees to allow.
And
So
curiously,
if you believe... Go ahead.
how would that be different than what we're currently existing in?
What do you mean? Like the current paradigm we're in?
I mean, yeah, right. The current paradigm with the state of man being confused without knowledge of truth. The majority of people are without that knowledge. There are small pockets of individuals that are searching this out, so how would monism make it different than the current paradigm that we're living in now, generally speaking?
Oh, because it will be, so you hear the globe model is science, right? It's proven, it's scientific, right? Most people believe that that's the world in which they live, and they generally construct their ideas about other things based on that first. Even religious people who have scriptural texts that they adhere to will always side with science over their scriptural texts in the end.
That's the one thing that I can't stand about the 5%ers, is that they're fully engrossed in mathematics, the supreme mathematics, and us being gods. And there you go.
Absolutely. So they accept these truths, right, even over their scriptural text. So if their scriptural text says A, and quote unquote science has established that B is true, right, they will pick B because science said so, and then they will reinterpret their scriptural text based on what science said, right? You see it all the time with the Globers, especially. Like, their religious text could say the earth is flat, and they'll say, oh, no, that's not true. Science has established the earth is a globe. Therefore, this must be allegory or hyperbole or just ancient sheep herders who didn't know anything, and so they were being spoken to by God or the source or whatever you want to call it in a way which those idiots could understand. But now that we're so evolved, we know the truth, you see. So here's the deal. Up until now, on the table of proof, right, what most people believe is that only scientific things can be proven, right? If science can't prove it, then it can't possibly be true. So at the other end of this, they're going to come out with this matrix of interpretation of the world, which proves this proposition, that an external agent creator God is scientifically invalidated. and they have scientifically validated that you are essentially God or part of God. So they're going to make a new world in which the idea of a single agent that's eternal creating the earth and us and etc. is absolutely false, which of course would negate all of the main specific monotheistic religions, right? Those would be categorically false in that worldview. So so they're going to say everything's true, right, in a subjective idealistic sense, except those religions. Those are definitely not true. But all truth is true except your truth.
And also, let me point out, because it'd be crazy, because I just had a dream about my pops. For some reason, he had Busta Rhymes coming to the crib. He had all types of... Anyway, but Christians are just as bad, because again, matter of fact, let me say it like this: what religion on earth hasn't fallen victim to the solar system and what we think about it today?
Yeah, you'd be hard pressed to find one that officially disavows it. You know what I mean? Or doesn't have it so you could go to religions right now, varying religions, and you can find, let's say, scriptural studies or sermons or whatever you want to say, and they will literally have globe earth rhetoric built into their studies and sermons. Something goes like this: when you think about the size and vastness of the universe and how there are stars forming and dying thousands of light years away from our home, you think about the vastness and the glory of the Creator, right? You see, they have all this language built in where they praise the solar system, the universe, the heliocentric expanding ideas. Right? Now, don't get me wrong, some of these religions give credit to their version of the Creator through the system. But it's like, why is it so saturated? Because rest assured, I don't know of any scripture from a religion, minus maybe Scientology and Mormonism, I think, which have space as part of their text. Like the ideas of space that NASA gives us and stuff just isn't in their sacred text. It's not there. Now, it does mention stars. Don't get me wrong. It says the stars. It says the heavens. It says things along those nature. But it never gives you any indication that stars are giant gas balls that are nuclear furnaces that create the matter which makes us. It never says anything like that. It just says they're stars or lights, or sometimes it refers to them as even sentient agents. But it never says that they're, millions of light years away or whatever, and that they're, the light from them takes, 10 years to get here, and then the star's already dead by the time we see it, and all of this. It never talks about any of that.
Okay, so with the explanation of monism, right, I believe that, it's still science that's going to, be the current paradigm and, forcing people away from their religions as it is today, right? So, the same way, even though the text may, indicate that it's a flat world, they reject that in lieu of science. And in monism, you're saying that they'll find out scientifically that, we're all created and we're all God. And, and so again, it'll be the rejection of the text going in favor of science. So that's the only correlation that I was trying to make.
Yeah, it's going to be very similar to what we have now, yeah. But each stage, they kind of make a new validation claim. Like in the past, when they created the Big Bang, and I'm not talking about Lamette, who made it originally, because obviously he was Catholic, but the people that took it and ran with it. So there are renowned atheists who were on the high level that said, because of this theory, it's now intellectually fulfilling to be an atheist, because now we have our creation story. We know our origins, right? Whereas before, as an atheist, you're just there in the middle of life, looking at everybody else and saying to yourself, well, how did we all get here? How do we explain any problems of first causation or where things came from and all of this. And then when they had the Big Bang, they said, oh, well, that's obvious. I can latch onto that. I don't need an external agent or any type of God or anything to create the world. It can just happen. Right. And there's obviously problems with that they argued with. But the point is that they latched onto it and thought of it as a materialistic explanation for the world.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at what these guys are quoted saying, I mean, I can't believe how many journals you can read where they completely reject the idea that this is a special place created for humans, and that they don't want any of that. They're like, well, that's horrific. No thanks.
So with monism, right, that you believe that they're going to create, right? Could it just be that they're restructuring their story so that they can have a control mechanism in place? Because that's what it seems they do. It seems that when people start punching holes in the current story that they have, then they go on to a new story to keep people in control, keep the fear mechanisms going, so that's how it seems.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem much of a change.
Well, here's the main thing. So in the prior paradigm, they had what's known as the hard problem of consciousness. They have no idea how consciousness could even in principle arise from a materialistic universe. It's just not possible. There's no logical segue. There's no logical chain of events. There's no order of operations. There's nothing they could do to figure out how consciousness came to be. Because remember, in their previous paradigm, everything was dead. Right? Then then everything was dead and motionless, essentially, then became in motion. And then that motion led to complex structures based on forces that were inherent within the whatever, because who knows where that came from. But anyway, let's just give it to them for now. All this stuff coalesced into giant floating orbs of planets, right? And then these planets were spinning around, and then they got struck by lightning and cosmic asteroid bombardments, which caused a bunch of goop, right, on the surface to spontaneously form itself into complex protein structures, which then for some reason banged other complex protein structures and made a baby. And then somehow that baby survived, even though it's a harsh environment, right? And then, you know the thing, then through tons of chance and infinite permutability, we ended up with fish monkeys, and then cow dogs, and then eventually humans, right? But along that line, where does any of those things give account for where consciousness came from? Well, it doesn't, and they know this, and that's why they call it the hard problem. But now they've arrived where science, quote unquote science, and especially experimentally validated science like quantum mechanics and stuff, and certain things that happen at that level, have given rise to the ideas of things like non-locality or unrealism, which are basically force them to say there are things in existence that don't take on the form of time, space, matter, or energy. There's something else, right? And since we know consciousness exists and will can cause things to happen, and I'm giving you a very short version, obviously, they basically reached the conclusion that conscious agency is the fundamental beginning of tangible spatial, time, energy, reality. And so now before they didn't have that, now they have that. So now they have a scientifically validated paradigm, quote unquote, where they have time, matter, space, and energy, and consciousness, which they're basically just now validating and saying, okay, consciousness is eternal. Yes, the universe we inhabit on a material sense is spatial and temporal, but consciousness itself is eternal. Now we know that the idea of an eternal consciousness was the realm of religion in the past. Now it's going to become the realm of allegedly validated, verified, scientifically experimented on and produced, officially stamped science. Now, if consciousness is eternal, right, and you are conscious, Ergo, you are then eternal, correct? Well, then, obviously, if you don't have a causation for your consciousness, then it must have existed throughout eternity. So they're giving the benefits and the categorical status that were previously given to, most people would say, was a God type being. They're giving those qualities to mankind, and if we're eternal and the physical world is a subsisting on consciousness, and we possess eternal consciousness, then that makes us somehow, some way, the creator of this realm in one big self-caused loop. So they're basically scientifically validating that the agents that exist within the universe are actually the creator of the universe itself. So they're just deifying the creation, basically.
Fortunately, I don't trust science, right? Because I'm not sure of the verification process that they would claim to use to verify consciousness, right? So I'm not even sure how science would make that claim and what mechanism they're using to divine this information. So, right there, I'm already skeptical of any scientist saying that, okay, so yeah, now we believe in consciousness, we believe in souls, we've developed some sort of test to verify that information, right? You are the same medical people that don't know what tonsils were for and don't know what the appendix was for.
Yeah.
Well,
so yeah, do you remember?
If they knew what conscious was scientifically, then they'd be able to cause it.
Right. So check this out. You remember in the past where people had pantheons of gods, like where there was always this idea where, oh, you don't know how thunder happens scientifically, quote unquote, so you just make up a thunder god, right? And then, transversely, you don't know how the rain comes and the water cycle, so you make up a water cycle god, and yada, 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 on it goes, right? So that was the old way, and we obviously grew out of that as a species, quote unquote, with the paradigm of science explaining all of these things. But now you notice how they're going back to conscious agents are the source of these things. So think about it. Before, they laughed at the idea of gods like Zeus and different gods that were representing of different parts of reality. But now they're telling you that the sentient agents are the cause of these subsequent things. However, different agents obviously aren't as powerful as others. Like humanity isn't as powerful as we think we should be, because we can't do certain things with our pure intention alone. Even though some people will tell you, like, the secret and the power of the will and materializing it through intent, all of these things. So what they do is, if you have this world where these agents exist, right? And agents, you always have this idea that agents are able to rank themselves up or better themselves in some way, like become greater than they were previously, right? So who I'm talking about when I say they is modern physicists, modern scientists, modern evolutionary psychologists, and all of these people that work together in these fields, right? Who are studying all this stuff and trying to find the answers to, quote unquote, the big questions. So they, right, posit the idea that if it's the case that we live in a monistic, subjectively idealistic universe, which consciousness is the prime mover, right? Then that means, since we know severable consciousness exists, which means, for example, Elijah is a separate consciousness than me. We are connected in a certain way, but we're also severable in another way, and he has different developmental structures than I do, right?
This is kind of the point where you have a misunderstanding. So the hard problem of consciousness that you previously described, it's not about us not being able to find out what sort of systems give rise to consciousness. The hard problem of consciousness is that you cannot determine whether something is conscious or not. You can determine your own first-hand experience to be an experience of consciousness. I'm pretty sure it is.
No, it isn't.
If it's not, I'm really gravely mistaken. That would be really bad.
The hard problem of consciousness is that there's no accounting for consciousness in a materialistic paradigm. That's the hard problem. What you're talking about is the problem of, divining solipsism versus whether external agents exist. So, like, I just gave credit to Elijah for being another sentient agent. However, I don't have validatable proof of that because I can't experience his mind. So I know for certain that I have
validatable proof, but only from a degree removed. That is the hard problem of consciousness. You can gather a lot of evidence that another
right, but that is not what it's referred to in the mainstream when they talk about the hard problem of consciousness. They're not referring to what you just said.
Okay,
but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because we're just arguing over titles. Okay, both could be hard problems, which they are, by the way. It's hard to create a matrix of validatability of another person being an actual sentient agent and not just an NPC automaton. You only know that in an intuitive sense based on certain cues.
Right. You know that for your first-hand experience. Like, you know that your
absolutely.
I am is the only clue that you have for consciousness. And because you cannot find that outside of yourself, this is the hard problem of consciousness. Outside of this first-person perspective, you cannot find any sufficient evidence that is as strong as the evidence that you have for locating it within yourself.
Sure, and I will agree that is a hard problem when it comes to consciousness, but that's not the title, the one we're speaking about. So I'm going to go back to my point now. So, being that once you accept, let's just say you accept it, it doesn't matter whether you validate it or not, that other sentient agents exist and you're not the only one, right? In this new paradigm that these guys are talking about, different agents will have different abilities, different ranks, different experiences, different ways that they came about and interacted with the universe, and basically, for lack of a better term, acquired powers within the universe greater than our powers. So, like, humans have power to affect the universe. Like, we have intelligence, we have our hands, we have ingenuity, we have different things. And some could say we even have willpower of intention when it comes to things like love and influencing people and charisma and all of these types of things. That's fine. But these guys are then giving credit to other entities who have evolved greater than us in an energetic state rather than a biological state. And so these other entities will have powers to affect electromagnetic fields, time-space continuums, all of these types of manipulative powers of the substrate of reality. Because remember, the substrate of reality here is based in a conscious world. And if you think about it, it makes perfect sense that if that's true, that a conscious mind, since conscious minds are the source of reality, can affect reality. Similar to the way in the Matrix movies, where once you believe that you can affect reality, like Neo was taught, he was able to do kung fu, block bullets, even fly. And so when you go out into the universe in this new paradigm, you're going to encounter these agents who are greater than us and are almost like demigods, right? And so they're going to rebirth the idea of a pantheon of gods of power and entities of power and agents of power that humans can interact with and communicate with, and then those agents of power can then lend us some of their power or knowledge, right? So is it not that they're just going back to the old ways of a pantheon of gods and demigods, but this time it's scientifically validated? It's rather quite ironic.
No, they're actually not. The relationship of the old ancient pantheistic religions towards their gods are not really towards conscious beings. That is, what Zeus is an interface with the archetypal father figure, with the archetypal godfather. What, like, Poseidon is a face through which you communicate with the sea. You don't, like, the Greeks didn't actually believe that on Mount Olympus there were the Olympians, who are the most important gods, who represent certain forces of nature and control them. It's more like, if you think about the cycle of seasons, for example, the cycle of crops, as a embodied figure, then you can enter into a relationship with it. So sowing seed becomes a sort of like sacrifice, a sacrifice of work. Keeping track of weather movements becomes a keeping up a connection. So what you want to do is, if you get all that knowledge about how do the seasons work, how do the crop cycles work, you want to make sure that this knowledge is being kept true.
Yep.
So what you could do is you could write it down and just make like complicated text to describe it in detail. Or what you could do is you could come up with a mythological sense of how people are supposed to engage with certain forces of nature to derive meaning from them. So put your eyes to the sky, and if you put your eyes to the sky, you might find information that will give you advice on how to behave to have a good yield, right? How to avoid a bad
So where's
yield.
the evidence? Where's the evidence that the Greeks didn't believe these were specific agents and actually created like an astrotheological or astro-agricultural interpretation rather than just a textbook of how to do things?
It's because there is no monolithic entity of a Greek pantheon. There are certain gods which have very wide circles, which have very great cults. But most of them, for example, were mystery schools. Like one of the greatest Greek cults was the cult of Dionysus, where it is not about him being like the god of wine, the god of pleasure. It was about initiating people into a knowledge of into esoteric knowledge through ecstatic means, and to kind of pass on this secret, to kind of make sure that the gateway through ecstasy to divinity is being passed on through generations. They give like ritual significance to
Sure. Let's say that's all true.
Gods, right?
Let's say that's all true, and nobody. Let's say that's all true, and nobody believed that the gods were actually sentient agents. Okay, and that the world is just a materialistic structure, and all these interpretations of gods are just ways of understanding the world. That's all well and good. It doesn't change the nature of what they're doing now, which is they're expressly saying that all of these things we experience are directly caused by specific sentient agency. And they're going to attribute that to varying different agents. Now, of course, they'll never attribute to a singular creator God agent, right? Unless they're forced to by a greater power. However, they are going to start saying, you know, and by the way, I got to caveat this real quick. Along the way of the heliocentric scientific paradigm that enslaved mankind, there are men who've been involved in technology who, in their own words, have said that they are attempting to access these agents, these entities, these spiritual or energetic beings that exist in different dimensional planes, right? Through technology, they wanted to access them through technology. So like the radio, the D-Wave, all these other types of things. Some of the people involved said that they're trying, even with CERN, there's some whistleblowers, whether you believe them or not, it's fine, that have said that they're trying to break the veil between the physical and the spiritual. So they're coming to that. They're not just going to be saying that the Earth is a static, materialistic, caused by forces alone realm or object that exists within free space. They're going to posit the idea that it is specific sentient agency that's the cause of everything. And whether you trace it back to demigods or gods or an overarching monistic god or a specific god, that's the way they're going to go.
I like mythology, but I do have a question for Corey, who explained the Greek mythology or the Norse mythology. Does he believe that holds true for all of the mythologies, whether it's Indian or North American or Asian, or where they have polytheistic ideologies?
There are certain parallels. For example, in every single pantheon, you find a preference for fertility gods and for gods of the crop cycle, which is always tied to like the gods of the crop cycle are always tied to astronomy in some way, to observing the seasons. So this is a parallel that you find in almost every pantheon. There are other things, for example, like the relationship with alcohol. So alcohol being the numbing drug is not always the numbing drug. So within the cult of Dionysus, the wine that they consumed was a sort of lightly psychedelic wine, which is more like enhancing your perceptual capabilities to a certain degree. Wherein when you look at the relationship of Norse people towards alcohol, there it was the farther north you go, the more reliance on lower percentage alcohol it becomes. Like the more you come into wine, the more you're able to make spirits, the more you stick to like very rudimentary, what is it called? Fermentation processes. You're stuck with a lower level of alcohol. So within the Nordic pantheon, alcohol had the role of kind of just being one of the sustaining food sources. So mead is just another drink. It's just something that you drink. Wherein the nectar that the Greek gods drink is the source of pleasure. So there are subtle differences that are kind of important, right? And there are differences in when it comes to the afterlife, where, for example, the Norse mythology is a cyclical journey of ascension. So their worldview is a tree of life, which on which branches more or less in levels certain realms exist. And the lower you go, the more you go into suffering, and the higher you go, the more you go into the transcendent and like the God states. And the way to ascend through that is you go through suffering willingly. So you, in the best case, you become a warrior, and then you will ascend through the realms, and it will all culminate in this big fight. Wherein, for example, the Vedic mythology sets this whole thing up as a wheel. Like this is about this whole thing is cycling through, and there is no real supremacy of the gods to human beings. Like even in the realm of the gods, at some point the god notices body odor, and he becomes unsatisfied with his experience. So his travel back all the way through the realms back to the hell realm begins. So there are definitely differences in how they constructed their cosmologies, their metaphysics. But the closer you come to observing the natural world, the more resemblances you find. So, for example, in almost every religion, the sun worship is a central aspect. Because why? If you look around you and ask yourself which seems to be the most important thing about here, it tends to be the burning ball in the sky that makes things warm, that makes things light, that gives life, and so on and so on. And without it, it's freezing, dark, and dying. So you tend to have a cult of sun worship. So basically, yeah, the answer is the closer you come to observing natural reality, the more religions tend to converse, and the more you go into metaphysical regards, the more they diverge.
So I was more talking about the personification of the gods and whether or not that people believe that they were a separate consciousness.
They kind of follow the metaphysic approach. So, for example, in the Nordic mythologies, the gods are not immortal. They can die, and they die a lot. Some of them can resurrect them, whatever, but they are mortal. In, for example, Japanese Shintoism, there is two immortal gods, like the creator gods, who are kind of representing order and chaos, something along those lines, and everybody else is subject to a permanent up and down between, like, they can go,
yeah, but you're not answering the question.
They can die. So, and in that sense, their personas are different. So, for example, you can compare Loki and Hermes.
Dude. That's not what he's asking.
I'm getting to it. So you can compare Loki to Hermes, for example. Both are the gods of like trickery, messagery, words, traders, and so on and so on. Hermes is primarily a god of wisdom, a god that gives on information. and flies freely through the sky. Which is
yes or no? How about yes or no? How about that?
No, the answer is no, which is completely different from Loki, which is a trickster and a shapeshifter, and he needs to conceal himself.
The answer to what is no?
That the personifications of gods that correspond to each other, whether they overlap. Like
that's not what he asked, dude. Dude, you must have a one-track mind, dude. I'm going to put it simply for you. He's asking you, are the gods in their worldviews actual sentient agents, or are they just interpretive matrix of physical phenomena? Which are they?
That again depends. So the Hindu gods are kind of beyond the thing, where in Norse mythology, they are actually, like, even to some degree, human beings. They are conscious agents that can do stuff, that can die, that interact on a level-to-level niveau with other beings, right? So
some polytheistic cultures did think that the gods were personifications and had sentient thought and were separate, right? And you're saying that others did not. Okay.
Yes. It kind of depends on the metaphysical setup of the whole thing. Like if it's very human-like, then they tend to be conscious human-like agents. If it tends to be something that is superimposed upon the world, like
oh yeah, brother, yeah,
then they tend to be disembodied, abstract.
Okay, hold on for a second, because this helps us explain what we were asking each other earlier. So, if you go to a secular materialist or a quote unquote, zealot, science only type person, right? And you talk to them about ancient religions, they will all agree that none of the agents in any of those religions were real. They were always the humans interpreting the world through a matrix of understanding that they could hold dear, or something. Yeah. So they would look back on, and even now, these same people would say that the main religions of the world are just humans interpreting the world in which we inhabit in a way that's palatable to them, right? That's meaningful to them. And none of these things are actually true. None of these agents actually are real. They're all just matrices of interpretation, right? And so this, to answer our friend that was asking earlier, what would change in the new paradigm? So the people who say that all these were matrices of interpretation and that none of these supernatural or underlying causes or agents or gods or demigods were real are now going to enter into a worldview where they can claim that agents like that are real. So you'd see how that would be a complete 180-degree flip.
That is definitely something different in kind, yes. How would, in that new paradigm, the relationship be between me as a conscious agent and one of those demigods? Like, is there a story of ascension? Can I become a demigod? Am I a demigod in a certain degree? Am I a god?
Oh, dude, yeah. Some of these guys think, and don't get me wrong, I'm sure everyone knows this. Some of these guys think that we're going to, enhance our bodies with cybernetics, right? Merge with the machine. But then we're going to go beyond the physical structures being attached to us and interfacing with our minds to merging our minds with the software directly, and even elevating our consciousness from requiring a physical body that's a human body to being able to take our consciousness and place it entirely in a synthetic body, whether that synthetic body be ambulatory like an android or whether it be like fixed in a room. So for example, if you got an android body, you could go around and drive a car, you say hi to your friends, you could go play baseball. But if you went into a simulated body, so your consciousness is just downloaded into like a server structure of some type, which is more advanced than what we have now, you would be able to do those things, but in a simulated reality rather than manipulating a physical structure of an android body. Then after you merge with this machine, eventually you'll reach an energetic state where you don't need either the android body or the server structure or supercomputer, whatever you want to call it, and you will just move out of it and be able to float away as an energy cloud. And you could even then transport yourself to other spaces and times where other beings that have already done this in the past exist. And this is like I'm almost quoting verbatim from some of these like astrophysicists and people that, you know, have credentials and have worked at CERN and all this stuff. Like, they believe that we're going to merge with machine, eventually merge with software in a sense, or information, and become independent from the need for physical bodies and just become energy clouds of consciousness. And they actually said this, check this out, friends, that some of these star systems that we see when we look out in our telescopes and these clouds that we see out in the universe, they could actually be our ancestors that have already evolved. And when we're looking out and thinking, oh, wow, that's a great cloud of energy, we're actually looking at like Bob Jones from like, you know, millions of years ago, who is actually now an energy cloud and floating up there waiting for us to ascend like him. And by the way, here's another thing. Those energy beings can help us. They can give us information. They could tell us how to go down that path, et cetera, et cetera.
And you think this is like a new paradigm?
Straight out of a comic book. I love it.
This is something completely novel to this new revolution.
It's novel in the sense. Don't check this out. People believe this in the past. Don't get me wrong. How it will be novel is that the mainstream establishment will establish that this type of structure of the universe is scientific fact.
Okay, but the proof of the scientific fact will be that I am actually able to experience that, right? So I am, in that sense, the credibility of that scientific certainty will come down to my ability to go through the ascension process and actually get into relationship like these higher energy beings, raising my consciousness myself and like developing superpowers, whatever. Like,
well, sure, yeah, I could do that for you very easily. I could do that for you so easily. Here's how it works. So I have you come to my facility after I convince you and the masses that all this stuff is possible. I create like a quantum super influx electrometrical computer, right? And I put a bunch of names on it to make it sound fancy. And then I'm famous, like, you know, let's just use Elon Musk as a foil for this example. You know, people believe Elon Musk is like a new savior type icon, and he's gonna, you know, implant chips in your brain and send people to space and, you know, make it so that you can run a 2-minute mile and all this crap, right? So someone like him is going to, you know, figurehead this structure and say, oh, I've tapped into these beings and they've given me the answer, or I've reached a way in which we could reach them, and what we have to do is download our consciousnesses into this machine that I've made. And he's going to have some volunteers that will do it, right? So they'll strap themselves to the machine. The lights will go, the sounds will go, right? And then the body, you know, the eyes will close on the body. And then the machine will turn on. And the machine will begin to speak and talk about the experience it's having. Mm-hmm. Now, many, many people will believe that that person who just went dark actually transferred his consciousness into the machine. And now it's not quite there yet, but AI and stuff will be good enough to fool the masses to where, you know, they have a profile of who you are and stuff. And so let's just say it's Grandpa Joe. So Grandpa Joe will come on the screen inside the computer world, simulated world, and he will start talking to his family and be like, dude, it's so great in here. I don't have arthritis. Oh man, everything tastes good. Oh man, it's like heaven in here. And they're going to believe, because they're retarded, that that's actually Grandpa Joe. That Grandpa Joe actually downloaded his consciousness into the machine. Right? And so, yes.
Oh, okay.
For the average person, Grandpa Joe will be dead.
Just right? Kind of to interject, you're afraid of a very convincing lie, not of the possibility that they actually deliver the scientific proof in a way that, like, an ascension process is possible. So you state from the beginning that this whole thing, most of it will be. Yes, most of it will be a fabrication. However, in my worldview, I do believe in external sentient agents that can give humans powers and stuff. So I don't think it's beyond the realms. They're really legit traditions that propose that. Like Vajrayana Buddhism does exactly that, saying by certain techniques you can transcend to godhood. Like you can develop a meditational god.
Right.
and then identify with it more and more, and at some point you transcend your physical body. Yeah. So the thing that that comes to my mind is when it would become mainstream, the idea that there is a possible ascension process, even though the main way to do that would be a false one. So through the machine, through the mimicry of consciousness that continues as just representing that conscious agent to the other people who are still living. At least that would bring the idea that that the actual ascension process is something that is possible very much closer to humanity. And I think that even if that is a sinister plan by like the elites or like the scientific community, whoever might perpetrate that, what they're actually doing in the end is doing a great service to humanity. Because like every lie, it will not sustain itself. People will see through, like not all people, it's never all people, but more and more people will see through the fact that the ascension by sacrificing yourself for a synthetic copy of yourself is not the way to go. But they will at least have a framework in which they then can say, okay, there are other systems that proposing the same thing. Let's maybe try that. Like let's try devotional God form practice, for example. Let's try invoking a deity inside of me and changing my consciousness by ritualistic, like ceremonial magic techniques, whatever. Do you think that's a possibility? That like this expansion is actually in the service of collective humanity?
Well, in my worldview, God is essentially teaching humanity a lesson, right? An overarching lesson that takes the entirety of the time which humans have available to them to learn, right? And the ultimate answer is that the lesson is basically who God is, what he is, and what we are in relationship to him, right? And we have to learn that through all of these expressions, and each person has their individual journey on that lesson, and then humanity as a whole and all of the other things that are beyond humanity that experience humanity as viewers or as, you know, interlopers, like, you know, you might call them angels or demons or whatever, you know, the good entities and the bad entities. All of these people are learning about the one true source, the one true agent. And so in that view, all of these things will ultimately serve that purpose. So the way that humans do bad things will teach us, the way humans do good things will teach us. So yes, it's all serving God's ultimate plan. Now, on an individual level, there are like, especially if you go to the biblical accounts of describing these agents, right, that exist and interfere with humanity. You know, obviously you have the idea of the devil, who ultimately his goal is to usurp God, right? In the story. Now, whether you believe it's true or not isn't obviously I believe it's true, but whether anyone believes it's true, the story is still palpable. And that is this, that the greatest enemy of God wants to usurp God, right? And so he wants to declare himself to be God. So he doesn't want necessarily humanity to not believe in a single God, because he then would never have the ability to take that role. So in this view, the agents that are superpowered beings or extra dimensional or have extraordinate powers than humans who are trying to interfere with humans also have to compete with humans' natural desires, because these agents don't have perfect control over us, right? We have our own wills, we have our own abilities, we have our own desires and designs. And so there's like this competing interest, right? So, you know, let's just say, for lack of a better phraseology, Satan has his goals and humans have their goals. And sometimes they're lined up and sometimes they're not lined up. But ultimately, God is like a higher puppet master that's able to interpret where everyone's goals are headed and ultimately steer it towards a conclusion, which is his desire. Now, yes, it's not going to go perfect in a sense that there will never be nothing bad happening, but this is the point. A lot of people criticize the idea of a single agent creator, because they point to evil in the world. They say, if evil exists, how could God exist? Why would he allow evil? And of course, in my view, all of this is a lesson, and you can't learn without contrast. Like, you can't appreciate beauty, right, without ugliness. You can't appreciate goodness without knowing what badness is. And
can I just say something? Because like when I'm listening to like conversation, it's always been the lust of man to have this. Because like we can blame it on an external agent, like the devil saying like, come and do this and coercing somebody. I think it's the lust of man to always, like, since the beginning in the biblical account, it was Adam and Eve was tempted to this ideology of like being like God. So being like gods or God was the temptation that took them away from the idea that they could be like the creator. And this temptation, like some people say, well, if I was back then in those days, I would not be convinced to do that. I would stay true to God. And the thing about today is the same as it was back then. If the temptation for the offer was there for you, well, you couldn't be like a God, transcending to this new paradigm synthesis, then you can also transcend and be, superpower Magellanic Cloud or whatever. Like, this is the same temptation given in the very beginning. So it's innate in our nature.
Even before Adam and Eve, the same thing was expressed in the biblical literature.
Right. So this temptation has been always to transcend and be like the creator. So it's not far from the idea to kind of say like, well, that's just a weird kooky woo-woo idea. It's innate in all of us. Don't we want to be like Superman, transcend to have superpowers and become like where physical constraints aren't the norm anymore? Like, we don't have to worry about, all these things. And the creator talks about this. This is the folly of man. We're allured by this idea of becoming, transcending our physical form. So I think I'm listening to the conversation, but it's always been innate in all of us. In every person that's ever been born, they have this idea that if they could just reach to the next level, or they can figure out the puzzle in order to transcend that, if we solve that problem, to where we understand how to do it, they would do it.
Have you ever wondered if dogs think those same thoughts? Like, if only I could transcend, then I would be walking the human, not the human walking me. Now, I said that tongue in cheek. Because I wanted to say this. There is something, at least, in my worldview and in many people's worldview, there is something about humanity that is divine-like. For example, in the Judeo-Christian paradigm, mankind was created in God's image. So there's something about us, right, that's plausibly, when we think about it, I am like God in some way, but I'm also not like him in other ways. And the blurring of those lines is where mankind, and like I said, before Adam and Eve in the biblical literature, Satan had the same thought. He's like, wait a minute, I've got glory, I'm powerful, I'm good looking, I could take over. I could kick God's ass. I could be the dude. And part of this experience here, in my opinion, is learning our place. Removing that sense of usurping pride where I'm God, because like you said, you described it as a hard problem of consciousness, which it is, that you can't really know another sentient agent intimately in the same way that you know the contents of your own mind. And so it is very easily alluring to look upon yourself and say, I'm a sentient agent. Sentient agent is the source of reality. Therefore, in some way, I am God. Rather than the previous where I said you're like God in a way, now it's I am God. And this is where a lot of the appeal of these new paradigms fall on, is it appeals to that sense, that intuition that you're something more than just a hunk of meat. All right, because obviously materialism is false. I think we'd all agree, right? It's false, and it's almost retarded on its face, the idea that only material things exist. If you're a sentient agent, which most of you listening to my voice are, then by reflecting upon your own mind that materialism is false. All right, that's all I wanted to say. Go ahead.
It's funny, you said most of us
you guys want to get a globalist in here, like a real hard-headed one, like so hard-headed the other globalists like will kick him out of the channel and stuff.
Are we gonna let him in here if he doesn't have a sentient mind?
Yeah, that's the best part. I think this conversation might help him a lot because I'm talking to him in DMs for like on and off for like 2 hours, and
Brother,
he's been wanting to talk. Oh, go ahead.
I've got an updated question to the "Are you 99% sure?" So you ask them, "Are you 99% sure that you're thinking about being 99% sure right now?" It's like, no, I'm not sure that I'm actually thinking about it at the moment. I could not be thinking about it.
Like the last 15 minutes, I've been telling him, I can get you unblocked. You can get unblocked. You just have to ask for it. Tell me what you want. Do you want to be unblocked from the channel? Yes or no?
Oh my goodness, dude. He can't even make up his mind? First, he has to make up his mind whether he has a mind so that he can make it up to make the decision to tell you whether he wants something or not.
He's 99% sure that he wants back in.
Oh my goodness. We could let him 90. Look, friends, we could solve this problem. We could let him in 99%.
Yeah.
We'll just block one channel for him and let him have the other 99.
Yeah, that's a good conversation, by the way. That's my favourite conversation. I understand that most people are, ugh, not my cup of tea. But to me, there's no better conversation than one that was just had. Well,
hey, listen, if you
free will's a thing.
Absolutely, and if people are bored by those types of conversations in this server, then the solution is when there's dead air or segues in a conversation, to rather than complaining later how you don't get to talk about flat earth and you're constantly overtalked, take the lead, bring up a topic, bring an article, critique somebody's video, do something, right? And then you'll fill the content with flat earth, and then you won't have to listen to me talk about philosophical matters.
That's my favorite bit. So. But no, that's a brilliant idea. But yeah, I was thinking along the lines of hubris, or whatever the opposite of humbleness. That's what it really comes down to, is being humble and realizing, no, there's something outside. There's something bigger.
Interestingly enough, the humility before the creator actually leads to those like superpowers and transcendence. Like Moses gets superpowers, Noah gets superpowers. They all get magical abilities by aligning to the call of God. Job actually then transcends and walks with God. Like he stops his bodily existence without dying, and transcends to kind of a presence. Wasn't it Job?
No, not Job.
Which one was it? That he was no more.
Elijah was either Elijah and Enoch, maybe.
Maybe
not
Job. Maybe it's Enoch. Yeah, whatever. One of the prophets was no more and walked with God because he kind of perfectly fulfilled whatever he was supposed to do, something along those lines. So it's interesting that the thing that Satan promises by give in to your pride and realize that this is the prize that you will get in the end, like claim it now. If you reject the prize and humble yourself before the Creator, your reward is the same prize, right? Like that's Satan's biggest trick. He promises you immortality, and the cost for it is to become ignorant of the fact that you have been immortal in unity with God all along, right?
Well, to me, I see it not as immortal, but mortal glory. That's the thing, and that's why it's retarded.
Yeah, like a substratum would be I am ignorant of my of the eternity within me, so the only place where I can seek glory is the mortal realm. And
oh yeah, so that's another elucidating point about this whole paradigm thing. So if your access to any of these types of things exists within the universe alone, then it's subject to the laws of the universe, the energetic states of the universe, the potentialities within the universe, right? So it's governed by the universe within the universe. So the only thing agents can do is access that and work with what they have. So for example, if I want to walk to this grocery store, I have my 2 legs, I can get up and walk. Or with my power, right, and my mind, I can create a vehicle that can take me to the grocery store. Now, the other idea is that, okay, so with your legs and your mind and your arms, you built a bicycle, let's say, and that bicycle takes you to the grocery store. So the bicycle didn't exist, in a sense, before you utilized what was within the universe to create the bicycle and take yourself to the store. In the same way, these ascensionists who believe that only the universe exists think that you can access things that are beyond like tools in your hands and make a bicycle, but you could actually access mental tools or energetic tools that you can then create a vehicle for yourself that is energetic in nature, in a sense of an almost supernatural energy. So for example, levitation, and then you float your way to the store. But notice how all of that is through accessing what's accessible within the rules of the universe. And if you use the Matrix movies as an analogy, when Morpheus was talking to Neo, he said, look, the universe that we're in, which is the simulation is in the Matrix movie, is controlled and influenced through the mind conduit. So when you alter your mind state, you alter the way in which reality responds to you. And so in the same way, these people who believe this think that they can alter the universe through intent and will, which obviously you have to rank up in some manner, shape or form, through practice or through being gifted it from a higher being. Okay, so when you're offered immortality by an agent that exists within the universe, he's only offering you a structure that's subject to the laws of the universe. What if the structure of the laws of the universe, like entropy, make it so immortality within the universe is impossible in principle? Then his offer to you, while seemingly well-intended and possible, is actually impossible, because he can't break the laws to which he's subject to. He can only access the greatest state that he can with the powers that he currently possesses. So in that paradigm, everybody is subordinate to the ultimate structure of the universe, versus the other paradigm where there's an entity that has none of these limits, that the universe and reality that we experience is subject to it. And so if an entity within the universe offers you anything, the entity outside of the universe, which sustains the universe, is the one who decides ultimately whether you get it or not. And that sense of accountability to that entity is what is skirted by all of these other worldviews. They remove, let's just call it the sovereignty of that agent creator who is the source of the game. And they promise you things within the game, not telling you that at any time the game designer can just turn the game off, and then all of their promises are worth a pile of dog crap.
Yeah, that goes along the lines of this truth thing I've been thinking about for a week, and it needs a lot of work. But I'll go along these lines of all the bullshit just gets washed away, and all that's left is truth. Even something seemingly everlasting like pyramids, the Great Pyramids of Giza, they eventually just get blown away. Everything just gets. But to me, like, I just think of it as like karmic law. You know what I mean? Like, I'm never going to try and define God. I enjoy doing it. Don't get me wrong, but I realize how silly I sound quite quickly. So I just don't bother. I just go, oh, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I feel a connection to it, but beyond that, I don't know. But yeah, this idea of truth is it's fun just to sort of, and to get aligned with it as well. That's the thing. All the bullshit just goes away. I don't know. Like I say, it needs work.
Is he good, AI? It was 3.5 years ago that he was banned.
All right, let me see what you wrote there. Oh yeah, all right. So that is a so that's a hard ban. So so I'll go away for a minute and I'll find him and take care of it.
Okay, I'll tell him to go get a cup of coffee, drink of water, pet his dog, so it comes in nice and calm.
Yeah, but if he's just gonna lurch, if he's not gonna speak and he's just gonna lurch, then he can just lurch the YouTube chat.
Oh no, he's ready to talk. He's a big talker. He doesn't text very often. That's kind of why he got mad at me, because he was texting, but he texts really bad. Like he misspells a lot of things and skips words and all kinds of stuff. So I know he's on the phone, so it's kind of difficult, to use the phone. And sometimes auto repeat or auto fill will put some weird word in there. So
dude, you want to know what's the worst part about that crap? So autofill will display what it's going to write to you, and you get all the way to the end of your paragraph. And as it was displaying it, you saw it with your eyeballs, and it was correct. And then once you get to the end and it puts the period, it goes back and rethinks what it's going to write, and it changes it to total garbage. It's like, dude, you had it right the first time. What the heck? Yes. So you can't even get an auto correct voice typing to type correctly, yet they want you to believe that you can download your consciousness into a computer. Freaking absolute retards.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, like how many times have you updated your device and it screwed your device over? And they want you to believe that you're going to update your mind into a separate body, and you're still going to be the same person. It's like, get real. We're 99% sure that we're not going to turn you into a vegetable.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking about when you were talking earlier. That I think he says in the Bible, doesn't it? Something like, "My will, my will be done, not thy will, my will." And that goes along the lines of that truth thing that I'm still trying to work out. Not to put into it.
I was listening to you when you said, you don't like to describe God because it's not your place. I think you're correct. God describes God.
Yeah.
That's who. So if we see something where it looks like he's describing himself, then that's okay. Then we get into the whole idea, well, who wrote down what God was describing? Well, that's the thing, though. We have to understand that the interpretations come from, a fallible human about who he is. So his characteristics, his divine nature, gets translated over into physical, known, tangible reality, which is the physical, natural world, right? So all of creation speaks for itself as to who the creator is.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, therefore leaving words out of it and also just admiring the awesomeness of the creator. Thank you.
Yes. Miggy, oh, dude. Miggy gets it.
So I don't like the discrediting of words. I do think that language is a very close proximity to divinity. Like in the Bible, like in I think in John, the creation story, it starts with in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. This is kind of alluding to the fact, in combination with the fact that the name of God is Yahweh, which is I am that I am. That our closest picture of God that we can make is the thing that constitutes in us the sense of I am. And the first movement in the world that God does is the movement of language. So the movement of making concepts out of
yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah,
that's a huge problem. So in that verse, when it's talking about the word, it's not speaking about words or language. It's an idiomatic title for an agent, which is expressed in the Old Testament. And you know this by cross-referencing not only with things within the text itself, but with the Samaritan Targums and the contemporaneous expositionary literature from the time. This was an idiomatic phrase, a title for an agent. It wasn't speaking about words or language itself. It was referring to a recurring character that was throughout the Old Testament, and that was a person. So when it says the Word was with God, it's talking about that person, which those people who understood the nature of, like, the cultural context in which it was being spoken would identify, okay, they're talking about this guy from the old scripture. And so then he's then connecting that guy from the old scripture, that he became flesh, and that flesh body was called Jesus. So it's saying that the character from the Old Testament, known as the Word, became flesh, and then we know him as Jesus. So it's directly connecting those two agents together. It's not speaking in a sense of, oh, the words or the language or the tokens
but Jesus is God, right? Like Jesus is like Jesus, the Son, the Father, and the Holy Spirit, like the Catholic Trinity, something along those lines. Jesus says, "Who knows me knows the Father." So,
right,
Jesus is God. So to say that if the Word is the first agent, and this is supposed to be Jesus, then again, if Jesus is God, then in the beginning, the Word, God, is being then God again. So isn't this kind of circular? Like, why would you need to bring the agent into the equation? Like, I don't quite understand that.
Because it's describing...
He's the Son of God, so him being the Son is also a part of the entity of the deity. So if we're talking about him being sent down here, there was a part to play within creation. So the Father himself couldn't come down to creation because of him being holy and good. And so he resides in heaven at all times. The one that was sent here was a part of the Creator. He was the Son of God, which was also to be sent here into this world and also talk to you and me in the flesh. So in this teachings that we were receiving from him, he was letting us know that he was from God because he came from heaven. And so there was an understanding of like the boundary between who his character is and who he is within the Godhead of the deity. So him being a part of God, he is God himself. So, but you're taking a look at a hard stance like the God, meaning the Creator who's still in heaven, who never descended down to earth, is the same.
We got a problem there. Because in that verse, it makes the unequivocal statement through logical negation that Jesus is excluded from created things, because it says right there that he created all things, that all things were made by him, which means he's uncreated, which means by definition, he's the creator. So if you say the Creator sent Jesus, in that same verse, it says that Jesus is the Creator, and it also says that in other places in the Bible. Mm-hmm. Which, by the way, is one of the reasons why the Godhead concept, either binary or trinary, depending on which view you take, and by the way, the Jews had a binary concept before the advent of Jesus where they rejected it. The Jews will tell you that they're monotheists up and down and Unitarian monotheists, but they actually held in their history to a binary Godhead. There's a book about it called Two Powers in Heaven. There's lectures about it. But anyway, the point is, it's always not as simple as reducing God to being needing elements within the creation in order to create. So, for example, words or vibrations or energetic states. It's like he's the source of all of these things. You know, God, like people will say God spoke things into existence, right? Speaking, vibrations. It's like, wait a minute, vibrating what? Air?
Words. That's the thing.
Like, no, not words. Look, words are token meaning pairs. They're just meanings associated with conveyances. They're information exchange.
But words, when it comes to like divine speech, is not so trivial. Like if you take the Genesis creation story, then at every single day, God says, "Let there be light." God says, "Let there be whatever."
Right, so but he doesn't say
the first act of creation is a speaking.
Yes, but not with vocal cords. not manipulating air.
Right. It's not about him being
phonetics.
That's not what I'm about. Like you can have a ontological word, like if you want to look at it that way. So the bringing into existence, the ontological description of something as opposed to nothing, is the first act of creation. So before there is heaven and earth, there needs to be the calling for more or less the need of the creation of those two things. So the divine speech creates the space in which then creation actually creates. Is being created. Like this happens at the same time, but still the first act is an act of definition, is an act of recognizing, of like conceptualizing that something exists in opposition to nothing. This is why also you, to all people, to all the prophets and so on, God is always speaking. Like God, to a true prophet, God does not send signs. He speaks to them. Even if sometimes there are like mediums for it, different pictures, like he's speaking through the burning bush, he is the whisper in the wind, as opposed to the storm, stuff like that. But it is always a referring back to speaking, right? And again, if you take spirit, the word spirit, Holy Spirit, of course that's a Greek thing. That's not about the initial Hebrew language. But the Holy Spirit, spirit means breath. So breath is then again very closely related to words. Adam gets his life by the breath of God. So the breath is then just kind of, it is a similar symbol to the word. So I'm really kind of hung up on this divinity of speech in a certain way.
Yeah, there are people that attribute divinity so much to speech in the sense of words being vibrations within air, but they also attribute it to the ether being vibrations which give rise to reality. And so they basically think that God is an agent within the universe that uses the ether to manifest reality, rather than reality being manifest by him. Now, don't get me wrong, these people believe in the Bible, and the Bible says that all things are held up by the word of his power, and that they are referring specifically in that verse to Jesus as the agent that does this. So it specifically says that Jesus is the agent that sustains reality by the word of his power, but they think it's the ether that's doing it, even so much that they attribute the ether to being the Holy Spirit. So again, they're taking the tangible reality and deifying it. Which is why I said
it is probably mistaken to say that creation itself is containing the divine. But then again, how I understand it, like, I don't know how wrong this is. I know that it is wrong to a certain degree because a lot of scholars will disagree with that. God Father is not a thing that has existence. Like, it is beyond the state of existence or non-existence. So the state of being created, or having been always created, or having been always there, all of those things do not apply to God Father. He just is. Like, God is God is God is God.
Yeah, which is why the title, the statement "I am" can truly only be said by that being. So, for example, when we say "I am," we say it in our sense, but we aren't truly independent. We're contingent, and that's why we're existent. So things that are non-contingent, like God, don't exist, because existing means to come out of. They are pure being. Now, of course, that's a little philosophical language, and some people don't like it. But when you parse the definitions of these words out, like in their original sense, not in their modern contemporaneous sense.
So there are two interesting implications to that. The first is, if God is, among other things, the I am, so the a priori, prior to creation and so on, state of non-state of whatever. And then it says that we are created in the image of God, and this God, our name for God is I am. Then the question is, how much is our I am related to God's I am? So how much of it is it actually Holy Spirit? So being endowed with sentience, with consciousness, is the state of being inspired by divine breath. So receiving the Holy Spirit is what opens your eyes, makes you see, makes you speak the truth, and so on and so on. So our ability for conscious experience, and by virtue of that, our ability of naming things and formulating concepts and words, is also a completely in itself defined aspect of divinity. Not even an aspect of divinity, because like the thing about the Trinity is God Father is only God Father, God Spirit, Holy Spirit is only Holy Spirit, Son is only Son, but all of those three things are God, and none of them require the other things to be God. But then again, God is all three things. So if we are truly inspired by divine breath, if we are truly inspired by Holy Spirit, then we do carry the entirety of the divine in ourselves by virtue of experiencing the I am. And this is again where what I call the hard problem of consciousness comes in, because there is always a difference between your first-hand experience of I am and every single other thing that you can pose. You realize I am is a singular thing. It's a unitary thing. It might express itself in other people. What do I know? But for whatever I can derive from the world, I am seems to be singular. So then this a lot of this new age religious belief doesn't become so wrong, right? So God can be in the heaven, God can be the created Son, and God can be the divinity within us.
Right. So in order to understand the context of that, rather than just being self-aware in itself, you have to have contextual experiences that sense of self goes through to learn about itself. And like I said earlier, my view is that that's what this realm is. It's a learning experience to the self. Now, the monist would say that God is experiencing himself, learning about himself through your I am experience. Whereas a specific theist would say, no, you are created in the image of God, and you're learning of that God exists, and the I am is not you. You are like him, but you are not him himself. And so those two different views are like, what's the lessons you're learning?
Yeah, right. Like the I am within me but it is the thing that is actually me. So the I that I call just like my ego, my limited human experience, is not really what I am. Like I am the thing that is created in the image of God and inspired by divine breath. So the true nature of what I am is actually divine, and it contains the whole of divinity within it, because Holy Spirit is part of the Trinity and contains the whole Trinity within it again. So yeah, in a certain sense, it is God learning about God through creation. And in a certain sense, you could even say God is learning about God through God, because Jesus, as the creator, as the Son, who is not created because he is God, but then also created because he is incarnate, is synonymous with creation in some way. So Jesus holding up creation by the might of his word is also kind of code for saying this whole thing can be summarized in Jesus. So what is creation? In a certain sense, creation is the Son.
Yeah, so check this out. So the Bible, now let's just caveat this with anybody who's offended about Bible talk. We'll wrap it up here, but shortly. But remember, we're speaking about this in general philosophies and categorical, entries. So we're not telling you that we're not preaching to you to believe the Bible. So if understanding these concepts, by the way, which are synonymous with the human condition across all archetypes and worldviews, right? It's okay to talk about them, so don't get too butthurt about it. All right. So anyway, what I'm about to say is in line with that, which is this. So we're obviously in a creation now, but the Bible speaks about a new creation, and the new creation is through Jesus, or through Christ, it says, and through Him, it says that eventually we will be glorified and take part in the divine nature. So, in a categorical sense, if you are the ontological source, right, of all things, you cannot create another one of you. Can't be done. It's a logical impossibility, because then you wouldn't be the source of all things, because the other thing would also be the source of all things, and you'd have a logic error. So you can only create something close to you, right? As close as possible, but not quite there. And there's certain context of knowledge about the self that comes with being the source of all things, the source of all knowledge, the source of all love, the source of all joy, the source of all beauty, the source of everything good, right? This knowledge cannot be given to an entity that is not your equal, because you possess it in a way that is intimate to your nature, which nature you cannot duplicate, because I already described why you can't. So, in that view, what we are experiencing here is a necessary step in the creation of what God wants, which is His family, right? He can't procreate in a certain sense like we can. We can create entities that are the same as us, right? Through a procreative method. God, and now I'm playing fast and loose, don't get me wrong, God must do it in a different way. And this realm is that way. In this realm, we learn the context. We understand the difference between good and evil. We learn to appreciate joy and beauty and goodness. And in some sense, you learn to appreciate God, or you learn to hate God. Those are the paths that humans can take: hatred for God, or appreciation for God and the beauty and the joy and all of these things. But either way, on God's end, from the biblical paradigm, His goal for humanity is to let them, in a sense, experience all of these things so they gain context of who He is and what He knows and how He experiences reality and intimacy and love and all of these types of things. And then through that process, which, by the way, requires His own effort and sacrifice through the work of Jesus to bring us to Him and basically enter into a final creation where all of that creative process is complete, and we now get to enjoy an eternal existence, whereas before we couldn't truly appreciate it or enjoy it.
Yeah, He's creating.
Go ahead.
He's creating a family. Essentially, that's what He's doing. It's It's His family. He's creating it. So He's made a family now that is appreciative and knows who He is. And when you're in this world, you can value that, so that when you do cross over, there's a welcoming home kind of party, because you already know that there's a table been set ever since the foundations of the earth, that since the beginning it was already pre-planned that you were going to be there at that point. So these people appreciate the fact that the Creator is waiting for them on the other side. And so it's a family. It's a family gathering. We're getting together with our loved ones, and people don't see that here on earth. I know they only look at the struggle and the temporary, but that's what it is. He created a family, and that's what He's doing now.
And so, if you focus on that struggle and you come to hate God for it, and this is, by the way, part of the human condition where you're experiencing these things, there's a certain sense of anger that you naturally have, but there's also a sense of humbleness that you can learn through it and appreciate, once you realize that this is necessary. And I'll give you 2 points from the biblical scripture where it says that this momentary light affliction, which is referring to our lives, what we suffer here, will pale in comparison to the eternal weight of glory that will be revealed in us and that what it is making for us in our inheritance. So what it's saying is that our experiences here are priceless. They're invaluable. They mean something that will make us appreciate what's coming next in a way that we could not appreciate any other way. And God, being all wise and all knowing and all loving, knows that the loosing of evil for the understanding of his creation is necessary for the ultimate joy that comes for eternity. And so when people like hard atheists accuse God of being evil for allowing evil, well, if God is all good and he allows evil, then that must mean that evil has a purpose, which the end of it is ultimately good. And to spare us that evil, right, would be to deprive us of the end good. And so in the weight balance of God's justice, he would say, well, for you to truly experience the divinity that I have and that I share within myself, you must go through this process. Same when we do with our children. Like, we know that they're going to suffer through certain things, but we know that in the end, it's better for them and their future. Like going to bed on time, brushing your teeth, not having instant gratification with certain satisfactions. We watch our kids cry, we watch them suffer through it. And we tell ourselves, you know what, it sucks to watch my kid suffer for not having the things that he desires and he thinks is fair to him. But I know better than him because I've seen the future for him and he needs to be prepared for it. And a loving father will allow his children to go through what's needed, even though it's painful, for the joy that's on the other side.
So, from my view of the Bible, I have a problem with one of those points. This is being this whole learning process. So there is this passage that says, first of all, creation is finished. So it is not an ongoing process. There seems to be nothing really being added to it. Creation is finished. It's already perfect. That's the first thing. The other thing is Jesus has defeated death and defeated evil and forgiven all of our sins since the beginning of time. So he never kind of died at the cross at a certain point, but Jesus' death and resurrection is something that has happened from the beginning of time. So from that perspective, but it actually has. Like,
no, it hasn't.
Doesn't it say that Jesus has defeated death from the beginning of time? What
says? One book. One book. Not entire history, one book.
Really far away from flat Earth, guys.
Oh yeah, we're just wrapping it up. AI said that he had one more thing to say or whatever, and then we're good.
Yeah, keep in mind that Homeboy prefaced this with, "This is my view of the Bible," right? So to come in hostile with almost an antagonistic tone is the reason why we quickly go away from these discussions, because people quickly get antagonistic. And so with that,
what antagonistic tone?
Hey,
anything that is said against is taken as antagonistic, not a challenge or anything else. It's just antagonistic and wrong, which is incorrect.
Hey, Shane,
if you can't take a challenge to an idea, then your idea is flawed.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't think there was much like hostile antagony in this discussion. Or is it like a more general statement?
Well, I think there's a big. The big problem is something we call death. So there's a beginning and there's an end, right? And anything outside of that, well, that's a mistake. You know what I mean? Like, we know we live and we know we die, right? But then to think about like eternal life and all those other things beyond, like, we don't even know, stuff in the ocean.
We don't even know that they die. Like, we know that other people seem to die, but you don't have
we don't even know what's having died. We don't even know
our physical body ceases to function in the conglomerated world in which we inhabit. That's what we know. But anyway,
there's so many things in this.
Look, we got to move
There's so
on.
many
We
things-
got to wrap this up.
Yeah, there are so many things in this world that we don't know. Like we have no, like you think you know something about the world, but you don't. You thought the Earth was a ball, but it's not a ball. Think about it. When you thought the Earth was a ball, you thought the Earth was a ball. You thought we knew everything about everything. See, even that is a big mistake. Right? Let's say you discovered something, right? Oh, the Earth is not a ball. Now you think you should know everything about everything. Like you were born knowing nothing, right? And as you grew, let me finish what I'm saying. As you grew older, right, you acquired knowledge. You appreciated it. You liked it. You acquired more knowledge. And then all of a sudden, at a certain point, you start thinking you know better than whoever made this world. You got it all figured out because you learned this knowledge from those guys, right? Not from the creator himself, but from that guy and this guy and that guy's idea over there. Then all of a sudden, God owes you something, right? Whoever made this world owes you something, right? He owes nothing.
Stop making ridiculous claims. Stop making ridiculous claims on one book against all the other books in the world. All the other books.
What
Let me tell you something about those books. Let me tell you something about all those other books. All those other books say things like the Earth is a ball. Say things like there are aliens that made us. That's what all those other books say. Are those books any better?
You are blind to the changes of different roads and different ways of the world. You just take yours that you've been told as correct.
Hey, that's my right. That's my right as a human being that's experiencing this life. If I see something is not a ball and it looks flat and I say it's flat, then it is flat. If I read something and I agree with it, then I agree with it. And if you think that I'm wrong because I agree with this book and I think you're wrong because you agree with another book, then we're both wrong.
Hour.
Holy smokes, guys. We're just going to get the mutes out. Holy smokes. Sorry, Bong. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, you got to let the conversation breathe a little, you know?
It's flat. Then it's wrong.
Hold on, General.
Okay, well, I can introduce Shady, General Shady. Me and him go back a long way. There's kind of been a touch and go. We've gone, I'd say we're like a roller coaster. You go through all the loops.
I like you, though. We go up and down.
Hold on, friends. Fair, but the problem is that if you talk through each other, we only have so much bandwidth and gates. So when General Shady tries to talk through Bong, all we hear is womp, 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 womp. So one of you has to yield to the other. Otherwise, nobody's going to hear anything. We're not hearing what General Shady's saying. We're really not hearing what Bong's saying. We're hearing nothing but blah, blah, blah.
Let me say what I have to say, and then you can respond.
20-second chat, and then let someone have a go, and 20 whatever, bounce back. Not just keep rambling.
I'm not rambling. I've been sitting here listening to the conversation, and I've decided to say something. And as soon as I say something, you wonk me, and then now we're just wonking each other. Like,
yeah, no, because we're trying to get away from the bottom stuff.
I forget what I'm trying to say. Like, damn it! We don't even look. We thought the Earth was a ball. Okay, we just figured out that it's not a ball. Okay, so there's your perception. Right there. Like, and now you think you can question all these other things. We're still trying to figure out the basics here.
No, right? We're not trying to figure out the basics. This is the thing. This is a backward-forward conversation, right? We're not trying to figure out the basics. The Earth is a ball. We have satellites in space. We send probes out. We have astronomy.
There's no fucking curvature. There's absolutely no fucking evidence for curvature. You can't just say shit because people told you shit because you saw it on Star Wars.
I regret unmuting you, Bong. I'm sorry. But General, is there something that we can start with instead of just scattergunning 15 things at once? Can we start with one thing that we could potentially confirm that is true? Why don't we start with one thing in particular instead of spamming 15 things?
The globe.
Yeah,
all right, so the globe. Hold on.
The ocean is flat and level. It's very obvious.
All right.
No, flat and level are two different things, and this is where you misinterpret.
Hold on. All right, Bong. I'm sorry, buddy. But General, so the globe is the claim. So let's drill into that claim. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
Flat and level, two different things.
Okay, well,
Can you
let's talk about the
define
globe.
that,
So the
please?
globe.
The difference between flat and level. What's the difference between flat and level then?
Flat is a straight line in a direction, whereas level
I wouldn't agree with that.
level on the planet is sea level, right? That's
Okay.
a certain distance
So-
from the radius, not the center.
So curved water.
Okay.
Yep.
Where is that?
You can deny it all you want, mate. You can deny it all you want. You've been
No, I'm
given
not denying. I'm just asking. Just asking. Where is this curved water?
No one's denying anything. No one's denying
It's been
anything.
given
We just
to
need.
you endlessly. All right.
Sorry, where?
Why are we muting each other, man? I was talking and I didn't even know I was muted until I checked. Why are we doing this? Am I not welcome here into this? Is that it?
No, I'm being challenged. They're trying to push me and question me. So sorry if that takes away from. I'll
it's
give
like-
some time.
It's like speed dating. You two weren't. Y'all's date wasn't working out. Put it that way. But anyway, you said there was curved water. So, General, where is this curved water?
It's actually a very good comparison. I like that one. That was good.
So you said there was curved water. Sea level is curved water. So where is this curved water?
Across the surface of the ocean, and
So the ocean. Okay, the ocean. So is this happening in lakes also, or just oceans?
Everything's curved.
So also like swimming pool, like a cup of water, a sink, bathtub. Those are all curved as well.
Yep.
Okay. So how do you determine that? How can we verify that that's really happening?
So there's one test that it was with tow tanks, all right, that do ship hull testing, and they have to be extremely accurate, right? Because if they're running it over a long,
explain for people who don't know, what is a tow tank and how does that verify the water in my swimming pool is curved like a hill?
It's a ship hull testing tank that runs down the length of maybe a kilometre or two, and they run the ship hull on a jig on rails above the tank to test the efficiency of the hull and everything else, how it performs in water. Now, when they build a tow tank, I think there's one in England. There's many around the world, like a few hundred or more. But some of the longest ones, I think 1.8 or 2 point something kilometers. The rails on the tank are actually curved to follow the curve of the Earth, so that the
Wait.
Yeah,
This isn't verifying the water in my swimming pool or my bathtub is curved like a hill.
Laugh all you want and deny.
General, I'm not laughing. I'm asking you a question. So
I laughed.
The construction.
I laughed, CB. He was pointing out that I laughed, mate.
Well, the engineers actually stated as they built the tank. So if you want to argue with the engineers that built it, then go ahead and laugh.
I have no issue with that. They can construct things however they want, but this doesn't verify the physics of water.
Yes, it does, because the
No, it doesn't. I'm just curious how that tow tank is verifying the water in my swimming pool or a bathtub or a cup of water is curved in a hill.
Can I finish?
You told us about the tow tanks, but you haven't addressed the water part, General.
Can you let me finish, or you just want to keep talking?
I'm just trying to clarify so you understand what we're asking for, because you're not providing it. Holy smokes. Just trying to ask you to clarify, because you're not really providing what we're asking for here.
You're really being disrespectful and not being very nice. I've been asked to do this correctly, and
I feel like I'm being as respectful as I can be.
All right. Now, if you want to argue with the engineers that produce these tow tanks, then go for it. But the geodetic surveying of the tow tanks and the curvature put into the rails that tow the ships is fact. It has a curve in it. that matches the curve.
Awesome. So sorry, CB, before you go on. So that would be in every single bridge and dam as well then. Anything that contains water, there will be a curvature in the engineering.
You didn't want to be interrupted, General, so let's chill out. Let's not have double standards.
No, that's straw manning. That's straw manning.
It's not straw man. Hold on. It's not straw man. I'm building upon your premise. You said that this piece of engineering requires curvature of the Earth because it's got water in it. So I'm trying to point out everything else that's engineered, like a dam. Because if you say it is here, then it must be there too.
No, because it's not required in the level of a dam over that distance. The technical
what distance? I'm giving you a distance, mate.
The technical specifications to run a ship hull in water at the scale they're doing means it has to follow the curve of the Earth because the water is curved. I didn't say a dam has to be curved to follow this or that. I'm saying a tow tank, when they're doing model testing of ships over a long distance.
I get your point now. I get your point now. So thank you for sharing your point. The one that I'm trying to elucidate is if you say it's this piece of engineering, then it must be other pieces of engineering to do with water too and dams. But we can move away from this if you want. CB isn't asking you for this. He's asking you for the water that is curving, not engineering around it.
Right. Well, you basically just told us the claim, like you just repeated the claim. Well, the water is curved; it follows the curve of the Earth. Well, we haven't verified that to be the case.
I told you that.
You just told us about the tow tanks and constructing materials and buildings. We're asking you about the water. You said the water in a cup of water, a sink of water, a bathtub, swimming pool. These are all also curved up into a convex, call it a hill, if you will. You talking about things going on with a tow tank doesn't verify that. So you would need to either measure that somehow, not just infer. All right, General, I'm sorry, buddy. You don't want to be interrupted, but I prefer not to be interrupted as well. So if you can't control yourself, we'll control you for you. So we're looking for how the water in your home is curved. How are you determining that? Not just by inference.
How am I determining what?
Oh, holy smokes, the thing I've been asking you for, maybe for the last 5 minutes.
How am I determining what?
The thing we've been asking you for the last 5 minutes.
State it.
What did you just go on and tell us about tow tanks for then?
State it. Stop playing games and state it.
You just told us about tow tanks and you don't remember why.
Yeah, the curvature of the water, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what we're asking you about.
The engineers actually incorporate it and state that they incorporate it.
But you're just incorporating the claim. You haven't verified that the claim is true. So,
you're going to talk with me again like a bitch instead of stopping.
Oh, hold on. We'll just stop you because we're asking about the water.
Let me try to rephrase that question a little bit more, like in good faith.
He knows the question. He's just not answering it.
No, but I think there's a different way to ask the question.
Hang on, Corey.
Hear it. Please shut up. You asked me for a fucking answer, and I'm trying to give it to you, and
you're not answering.
The geodetic surveyors that incorporate the curvature of the Earth for the...
Sorry, you just keep repeating this over and over. They're incorporating the claim. You haven't verified the claim to be true, General. You're just stating that they use the claim, so the claim has to be true. Sorry, it doesn't work that way.
Right, so you're just denying, and talking over me to deny.
Denying, you're just stating a claim.
Let's go to another one, son. Right, let's go to a fucking physically proven item. Let's go to a physically proven item that uses curvature of the Earth in its engineering. The channel.
Okay.
The channel tunnel.
Oh, sorry. The channel tunnel did not have curvature in. Did you want to speak to an Englishman about this? Hold on. Do you want to speak to an Englishman about this? Lived in Kansas family that were involved in it? You're going to be walking up the wrong hill, mate.
And the geodetic surveying for it, and understand that they allowed for curvature.
But there's nothing to deny. I'm sorry, General. There's nothing. You haven't presented anything to deny. You're simply stating that they've incorporated my claim. Therefore, my claim is true. You haven't verified any claim to be true yet. You haven't showed any curved water. You're just saying, well, the engineers incorporated my claim, so therefore my claim is now true. Let us know when you actually have evidence for the. You can put it on the table. We can all discuss it.
Drawings of the channel tunnel and ask the engineers if they allowed for fucking curvature of the Earth, and they did.
You're not able to present this curved water. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. You're not able to present any of this curved water. It doesn't exist.
Go and look it up.
Yeah, don't need to look it up.
About the radius.
It's just simple. Let's just finish this. Water doesn't do what you're saying. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. Water doesn't curve in a cup like you said it does. Doesn't curve in a sink, in a bathtub. You've never seen this. You never will. You're never going to measure it. It doesn't do this in natural bodies of water either. Lakes, oceans, ponds. You're just... you haven't believed, my friend. You don't see hills of water in reality. Go ahead, guys.
Engineering doesn't help because we're just going to point out lots of other things, like I said, dams earlier, where engineers, we can go and fucking ask them and actually look at the structure itself. Hasn't got any curvature in it. So we can fucking bat this one around all day. You say these ones have got curvature in it. We say those ones haven't got curvature in it. It's not going to help. We're looking for direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, not engineers presupposing that they've got an R value to fucking build around.
Go ahead, Bong. Before I unmute him. No? All right.
Look it up.
Yeah,
we did. Sorry, 2 seconds. Sorry, 2 seconds. I will just give you a damn. Go look it up. Another piece of engineering. Go look it up. It's not curvature. Why are you still talking? Why are you still talking?
It's okay.
Why are you still talking?
You don't have to be mad, Shady.
You won't go and look it up yourself.
We did. We've been doing it for longer than you.
I live in Kent. I watched the channel tunnel. Hold on. I watched the channel tunnel be built. But ultimately, we can do this all day. I can point to a dam, go ask the engineers, no R value in the construction. So your point is disputed by my point. Hold on, my friends. Why are you now talking? I'm just going to get to the crescendo of my point. I'm just going to push it in really hard.
All right, in general.
All right, so shut up. Shut up. We're looking for direct measurement of the surface of the water. Do you know what a triangle is?
What, 100 meters across? I'm not even going to look at it. Now go and look at the fucking engineering.
Yeah. Do you know what a triangle is?
And it actually accounts for the curvature of the Earth. Go and look at it.
Awesome.
Oh, bro, there is no curve of the Earth, so...
You won't even research it yourself.
We already have, Ding Dong.
I have.
He's asking you a question about triangles now. Focus.
Do you know what a triangle is?
Oh no, mate! It's got 8 sides, doesn't it?
I don't know, mate. I don't know what you know, so I just want to get a clarification. You understand what a triangle is? 3 straight lines, meaning 3 vertices, where you can read 180 degrees within the interior of the triangle. Yes. This is why you're not the last one.
Holy smokes!
Yeah.
You think the Earth's one? So obviously, I'm smarter than you.
General, you're just coping at this point.
You know what a triangle is, don't you, mate? Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. 3 straight lines meeting at 3 vertices where you can read 180 degrees within the interior angles. Yes.
Not specifically, no.
No. Do you know a different type of triangle?
Yeah, 365 degrees.
If it's a spherical triangle, no.
A spherical triangle. There's no such thing as a spherical triangle. I can draw a circle and put 3 points on it.
Spherical surface, dude. A triangle placed on a spherical surface.
That's brilliant. I don't care about spherical triangles because they're not even involved in celestial navigation.
You don't care because it fucking destroys you. It destroys
There is no spherical surface in reality in general. It's not destroying anything.
Geodetic surveyors use spherical triangles, right?
Oh, they don't use curved water. So
yes, I do.
Point number 1, you got.
I do, and you lose again.
No curved water. You can't. There's nothing to deny. You haven't shown anything. You're just saying that people incorporate.
No. Excuse me. Let's talk about hundreds of thousands, if not millions.
You can't show curved water. Period. General. You said it's in a cup, a bathtub, a swimming pool. You can't show that. You can't show that. It doesn't exist. There's nothing to deny.
Stop being cowards. And let me talk.
I'm not a coward.
Oh,
Stop being.
You're just wrong.
You're just a stubborn old fart.
I'm wrong.
Okay? Like,
I'm wrong. Right.
Yes, you're wrong. Water in a cup does not curve into a hill.
I want you immediately to go to geodetic surveying. Right?
Yeah, no problem. We'll do. What we'll do is we'll watch them measure the Earth to be flat and then assert that R value in afterwards because the Earth's a ball, right? But what they'll do is they'll measure the Earth to be flat and then put the R value in. That's what they do.
You can't deal with spherical excess.
There is no sphere.
There's no sphere, mate.
Spherical excess. You can't deal with it.
Do you know what a triangle is? Right, my Aussie friend, do you know what a triangle is? Yes, you do, right? Not a spherical triangle. Dudes, come on. Just a normal triangle, mate. Just a normal triangle.
What spherical excess is? I can outdo you. Yes, a triangle is flat. Do you know what spherical excess is, mate?
No, triangle's flat. This guy.
Do you know what spherical excess is?
There's no sphere. Doesn't matter.
Yes,
You'd have to prove there's a sphere first, ding dong. You don't just jump to other things.
You're a rude fuckwit who can't deal with reality, and it's sad. It's sad.
You think there's hills of water in a cup in a pool? Chill, relax.
This is fun. Ask him what a woman is.
No, he's just, he's just here to yell at us.
This is about the educational level of the United States.
You shouldn't be talking about education. You think hills of water exist, my friend.
The level is so low, it's...
Just let us know when you can find any hills of water. So.
Things, but you don't. You think you're educated, but you're not.
No, we're educating you at this point, General, so...
You're not educating anyone, dear.
Yeah, we're teaching you that the hills of water don't exist.
Why are you
General, why don't you
you're
try,
educated, but you're not? What kind of comments?
Don't you try the skeptical approach?
Where does that come from?
Why don't you try the skeptical approach? Like, let's go back to the toe tanks.
Hang on. I know, Corey. Yeah, you're very new to this platform. I don't know if you know how we do things here, but new people interjecting into a conversation we're having with people who think the Earth is a globe is not something that we do here. So just you might want to hang tight because we have information.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries, dude. No, just what I'm mean to say is just hang tight. You'll listen to how we do things, but it's an open forum, let's say. But in certain conversations, not in this one. In this one, we let the people who have been doing this a while kind of have the conversation with the new people, like this Corey fellow. But I know you might have your ideas and that's okay. But you can just listen to when we're talking, and you'll get an idea of like where we're coming from. Like this forum. It's not like every other forum. That's why I'm kind of telling you this now. So, but just, let us handle it. We'll show you what's going on, and then you can see like, oh, that's the reason why he said that. But anyway, we do have people that are taking control of the conversation, which right now I think, by assessing this older gentleman who's been in here, General E. Shady, it sounds like, he's a bit tipsy. He's a few sheets to the wind, let's say. So it's very hard for him to follow the conversation that we're talking with him. So he's over talking other people, other moderators and such. So I don't know if you guys want to continue to have the conversation with him, although it's good content, but it's going to be a drunken person versus coherent information. So I don't know, guys. You're going to have to weigh that one out, like whether or not you want to unmute him.
That is him to a T. He's always like it. That's what he sounds like. He's sober.
Exactly.
I think we should talk about water not being curvature. I mean level not being curved. Yeah, I think that has to be straightened out because this guy is just no doubt misinformation here.
Yeah, no doubt, Bong. I agree with you. But the thing is, the level that we're dealing with right now is somebody who's not in their coherent, sober mindset. We're going to be dealing with somebody who's all over the place, stepping all over our conversation and getting us frustrated. And we already know he's coming from that place. So do we want to unmute him and continue the conversation knowing that is what I'm asking.
Because then we're gonna be like, oh, he's not listening to us, and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, let's do that until it reaches its limit, and then we can mute him. I mean, I think
that's fine with me, man. But yeah, I'm just letting you guys know for the audience's sake, because they're going to be hearing a blur. That's what happened to you in the beginning, Bong. He was blurring over what you were saying. You were blurring over what he was saying because he doesn't know how to control his.
Yeah, I think it's because he was drinking. Yeah, probably why. Yeah, it's all right.
No, that's right. Yeah, but now that we know, it's what I'm saying. Moving forward.
In his defense, if I may, look, he's an Aussie larrikin and he likes to get his point across. Look, there's many of us here in Australia that are very similar to him. I get where he's coming from. It is quite amusing to listen to the Americans try and decipher the craziness that goes on in the Australian round. But it's quite entertaining. And look, he's not that bad. He's being very polite compared to what he normally is at Gems. He is very rude over there, so that's all I can say to you. Like, honestly, guys, look, put up with whatever you can, but he's pretty. Look, he's alright. He's a Queenslander. I'm a Queenslander. He's a Queenslander, so we're doing all right.
Well, yeah, thanks for weighing in, One Big Pun. But yeah, we could see that now. But like I said, we can unmute him, CB, if you want to move forward, knowing that it's going to be hard for him to kind of keep his temperament when you're talking too, because he was just over talking you, so. Saying how dumb you are, and
well, if me and him are on if our speed date isn't working out, someone else can slide in. But I'll just finish with a point that I posted in the chat. I have a basket of just a bunch of cables, right? A bunch of loose cables, wires, cords. Basically, what people on the globe have to do is just try and connect these random cords to each other. Spherical access to geodetic surveys and blah 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 blah. But the problem is, none of these are connected into the wall. Nothing's getting any power. So there's absolutely no foundation to any of these claims. So what we're trying to do is get you guys to build upon a foundation. Is the water really curved? Can you prove that? If so, then we can move forward. But you don't just get to just randomly connect points that don't connect to anything. So you need a foundation to build upon.
That'd be great. I can ask him some questions and see what happens. What becomes of it anyway. Let me see here. See if he's still talking with us. General Tipsy, are you there?
A number one, right? I hear it. I do. Right. Hang on, let me talk. I'm a bit grumpy here and there, and I am a bit forward here and there. That's agreed. Please. I have a speech impediment from a jaw problem I have. Right? Yes, I've had about 3 bourbons. I'm not fucking wasted. Everyone thinks I'm drunk because of my slurred speech, and I can't help it. Okay? My attitude is generally me.
General, we understand that there's been a miscommunication, right? So I'm just saying, I'm clearing the air right now so that we can have what you're doing right now, talking over me. That's what you've been doing to the other moderators, and I won't put up with it. So you need to stop talking. You need to stop talking when I'm talking. You're not going to do it again. So you're reaching the limit of this server. You're not going to overtalk the moderator. So you will wait until we're done, and then you can speak. That's how this works. If you can't do that, then anybody else that talks to you, it doesn't matter if it's a moderator or not, you're not going to be able to hold a conversation. Okay, that being said, I'd like to get back to the topic. Somebody's mic is open and it's scratching. Guys, check.
All right.
All right.
I didn't mean to overstep you. What I was saying is, I do have a speech impediment, and it fucking annoys me.
You said that. You said that. We understand now that you said it. You've said it once. We understand. Let's move forward, okay? But that doesn't give you the right to then interject somebody. So that's all I'm saying.
I want my name returned, please.
What was it?
Generally Shady.
Okay. Somebody really, please return this guy's name back.
I do understand how it comes across. I do. Okay.
Let's go. Yeah, thank you, One Big Pun. Let's go back from the beginning. As you entered the server, you already know what we were talking about here, so we got that out of the way. But let's kind of go from the place of where you think you have, your information about the Earth being a globe, right? So you know it's a globe, or do you think it's a globe, General?
No, I pretty much 99.99999, but it's a globe. I grew up with a science background and understanding astronomy. Who's laughing?
Okay.
Who the fuck wants to laugh?
Why
in the world would you 100% sure?
I'm done now. Who wants to laugh?
Oh my
Who wants to
God,
laugh
dude! Who cares about what the audience is doing? Stay focused to what we're talking about, because people are going to say things, they're going to do things that shouldn't distract you from the point, General. Stay focused.
And I say things and do things that shouldn't distract you from the point either. Okay?
Yeah, interjecting me
we're
well.
still on point.
Interjecting me well, so don't do that. All right, so I'm going to ask you. That's fine. Let me ask you some questions then. All right, because you do have a knowledge right now that the Earth is a globe. So we're going to be going on the premise that, okay, if the Earth is a globe, I'm going to ask you 3 questions, and they're fairly easy, right, to answer if you know the Earth's globe. So the very first question I want you to think about is, who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth, directly measured it, right, with drop over distance as the measurement? Who has measured the curvature of the Earth with drop over distance? Go ahead, General.
You mean drop over, like the curve of from the horizon or something?
That's correct. Well, you pretty much get the idea from what you just said.
Something like that,
Right.
That cool?
Yeah, drop over distance.
All right. Geodetic surveyors would be number 1.
Okay, can we dig into that? Let's just dig into that for a second. What is your knowledge? What is your knowledge on geodetic surveying? Like, as in pertaining to the drop over distance, in regards to drop over distance for the Earth being a globe. So, expound on that, please.
The entire Americas at one point were surveyed by geodetic surveyors from the East Coast to the West Coast, I believe, and it's where a lot of I'm Australian, so I don't understand America entirely, right? Please forgive me.
Okay, no, go ahead.
When you get out into the West, I believe Idaho and areas like that, there are a lot of straight roads. They put in just dead straight roads through the area, correct?
I'm not going to state anything. I want you to finish your foundational information. So I won't answer you yes or no on your answers. This isn't. Let me just state real quick. When I'm asking you this question, it's for your baseline knowledge of what you know, how the method by which they've understood that drop over distance is a reality.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So when they've done the grid system on the northern US states, and the grid system was actually incorporated into the road network. Now, every so often, they had to actually do a step-over road where it didn't line up correctly, because the roads were dead straight. So the roads step over here and there. And that's one of the things that they actually did on the northern flat plains of America, I believe.
What is your idea of step over? What does that mean? Step over.
Where the road is not square. Like if we're on a flat surface, the road would be like a chessboard kind of thing. But because we're on a curved surface, it's the same as our longitudinal lines. They get tighter towards the poles. So as you go further north in the States, all your east and west lines run dead straight. All the roads east and west are virtually dead straight. But all the connecting roads running north-south actually every so often have a step over in them to adjust to go north. And that's fact.
Okay, so is that the end of your statement? Because I want you to finish. Is this the answer to my question? When I asked you the question, I'll restate it just so you can bring back the understanding. Right. So the question was, who has measured the curvature of the Earth directly, as in drop over distance. So what we're trying to ascertain right here in this question is the drop over the distance of, let's say, point. Let me just finish, General. Let's say point A and point B over the distance of an arc. So if I'm standing at point A and you move away from me, you become point B. So how do they know point B has an arc over that distance? And we need to know how the method by which they've gathered that the Earth is curving at the set rate that they claim it to be. So the claim right now is that the Earth is curving. But we want to find out direct measurement over drop over distance.
Right. So when they're doing the east and west lines are virtually straight. They actually curve, but they're a straight line. When they go north, I have to step to get back in to step. Geodetic surveyors have spherical excess. When you do triangulation across land, you end up with a spherical excess.
Sir,
and do
you know the difference between presenting claims and presenting the evidence? Because you're just presenting the claim back to us. We're looking for the evidence. Because when Miggy asked you, what do you know? When he asked you, what is your knowledge about drop over distance? You just said, well, I know. Sir, put the bourbon down for a second. He asked you, oh, well, I can make you do that. I wouldn't be so quick. All right, well, holy smokes, dude. He asked you for your knowledge, and you just stated, well, this is a fact. So you're just pointing out the claims. We're asking you for evidence or what you know to be true. How do you know it? We're not looking for just you to repeat the claims back to us. Thank you very much.
I don't have to provide you with every fucking single thing. You can go and look it up yourself.
Yeah, but hang on, General. This is the issue. Right? This is the issue right now. When you are asked for the question that I asked you and CB clarified, it's not about the claim. It's about how you verified that claim is true. So this is what we're talking about right now. So that's what CB's saying. That's what I'm on board with. We're of the same mind when it comes to, it's not about the claim. That's what you've heard. That's probably what most people hear, right? When they listen to people talk about spherical axis. We don't care. We want to know how that has been verified to be the measurement of directly the Earth's curvature, right? So I know we want to unmute him. Let me see.
Yeah. Well, when he's asking you, you don't just say like, well, it's a fact. Dude, you're just stating a claim. We need the evidence.
Talking on me again. I'm just being unmuted. Shut the fuck up.
All right, go back. General, focus. I need you to focus if you're going to have this conversation with us, or we're not going to have it. How about that? I'm going to unmute you. If you lose your focus, we're not going to have it, and it's just going to demonstrate to everybody that you don't know. I'd rather not that be the case. Rather, you tell us how you know that spherical axis is a demonstration of how we know drop over distance is a way we've been directly measuring the surface curvature. So, you stated a claim, right? Spherical axis. Now I need you to tell me how you know spherical axis is a great way to measure the curvature of the Earth. Because, I'm going to just say this.
You just shut up.
All right. So
I don't have to lose a debate if I get banned.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're in here telling people who can shut you up. Why are you telling them to shut up, dude? You've been here. You've had the floor to speak. You've had the floor to speak. You're just not. You're not even trying to answer the questions. We asked you, how do you know this? How is it true? You said, well, it's a fact. Cool. We know that's what you believe. We're not asking for your beliefs here, buddy. We're looking to either prove what you're saying to be true, or we're going to debunk it. So.
So what do you have to say about the question?
Stop, please. I keep getting unmuted, and then everyone else keeps talking over me when I stop talking.
We need the evidence. We need the evidence, General.
I posted a link in the live stream voice text. General,
not gonna look at that. He can barely hold a conversation. He's not gonna look at.
Yeah.
He can barely put the bourbon.
I just want you to go to this. Yeah, I just want you to go to this page, all right, and then go down to the formula. There's an R. There's an R there. Okay, that R is radius. Okay, that's what we've been asking you about since you came in here, right? Is what? How do we know the radius, and how do we verify the radius so we can do this spherical math? See, yeah, that exists. That math exists. But where's this curvature? Where's this radius? How was it measured? Who did it?
Yeah.
Why hasn't NASA done it? Yeah, that's what we're asking.
He gets. Listen, the guy gets the plot. He knows. So anything other than him responding to the question that I asked him is going to result in probably cognitive dissonance. You're going to sit in cognitive dissonance. It's up to you. You don't have to. You can stay here. If you just, I'm going to unmute you now. If anybody's server mutes you again, I'm just going to throw you in cog dis. There's no reason why we have you here anymore. You become useless. You don't know. So please focus. Okay. And this is the last time. I personally, if somebody red mutes you, I'm going to throw you in cog dis and you'll just sit there. I'm not going to deal with this. So going back to the question, right? We're going to try to find out if you know how this has been ascertained to be the evidence for drop over distance, which you mentioned spherical axis, right? I'm going to allow you to tell us how spherical axis relates to us measuring drop over distance. Go ahead.
Really?
General?
So, spherical axis is done by geodetic surveyors. Over long distances, there is a discrepancy in triangulation, where triangles don't actually meet 180 degrees. This means the surface we're measuring it on isn't flat, it curves.
All right, so that is the claim as it was stated to you before. That's the claim that you have heard yourself. Everybody's heard this, right? How did you verify that that is true? My thing to you is like, yeah, that's great. You're just a person who believes it. You just believe it. How did you know that that's exact? How do you know that's true? How did you verify it? No, go ahead.
By talking to geodetic surveyors and navigators.
Daddy told me.
Okay.
You are not listening, and you.
That's not verification. That's not
you just finished saying you talked to a geodetic surveyor, right? You talked to a geodetic surveyor. I'm just restating what you said. You listen, dude. I'm just restating what you said. I'm saying that you're saying that you saying. Hang on, General. Hang on. You're just saying. If you get the red mic, you're gone, bro. I'm serious. I'm not gonna deal with this. Listen. So you're basically fucking hell, dude. You're gonna let me talk, or else I'm gonna just kick you.
No, don't kick me. I'm gonna give him another funny surname.
Basically. No, this motherfucker's gone. Like, yeah, if you're not letting me talk, I'm gonna remove you. So check this out. Listen. You finished saying that geodetic surveying is something that spherical axis, and we heard the claim already. This is the second time that I've heard you restate it. Now that you've restated that, and you said the only thing that I can do is listen to the geodetic surveyor tell me this information. That's how I know that there's spherical axis. What I'm asking, though, is how did you verify what he is saying about spherical axis? How do you know that's true? Are you just going based on his word that is true? Or did you check it out?
Can I talk now?
Please.
Well, please let me finish what I start, and without jumping.
Hearing you.
Go.
Geodetic surveyors are well known around the world for making fucking long distance items, like the Channel, like fucking tunnels through the Alps, like subterranean, like the subway tunnels and all that.
Just name stuff.
You're not answering the question.
Hang on. I was talking. Can someone?
Yeah, you're not answering. We hear you waffling. Yes, we hear you talking.
Look, you're trying to pitch the competence of geodetic surveyors. Who gives a shit? Let me ask you a question. How do you verify what you are being told is true? That's the question.
Because it works.
Oh, okay. So he just believes. He hasn't verified anything. He's a believer. He has a strong faith.
What do you mean by it works?
Can I ask a question back, please?
What's that fallacy? I'm trying to think of it right now.
It's called appeal to pragmatism fallacy.
Appeal to pragmatism. That's what this is.
Can I ask a question back? What is your
No, don't turn this around. This isn't you're not going to ask us a question.
I can ask a question back.
No,
I can't ask
because you didn't state how you know. Listen,
no, you can't.
You didn't state how you know and verify that what the geodetic surveyors are doing with spherical excess to measure the drop over distance are any way, shape, or form verified by you. You didn't do that.
I did. I said because they built.
You just said you believe.
They built the Channel Tunnel and some other things, and many other engineering items, like even the great what is it, the gorgeous dam in China.
Hey, awesome! And they built these things,
and they took spherical.
Okay, so that's the claim. How did you verify that is true?
That's the third time.
How did you verify it's not?
Because I read the documents. You should too.
Oh my god.
Reverse the question.
Look, see,
if you make a positive claim and someone denies or challenges your positive assertion, you can't shift the burden to the party denying or challenging your positive assertion.
Little Witless is here. He ran away from me 100 times.
I'm talking about other things and address what's been talked about.
You're sprinting away from that knowledge claim again. So. It's okay, buddy. We know you have a strong
crush on Witchit. Cut it out, man. Gay.
Well, someone needs to shut the fuck up.
Okay, you can. Yeah, you can. How about that?
What's funny is that they do this thing where they like accuse us of running away, but we come back every day and debate them. So that doesn't make any sense. Like if we're running away, why are we here every day?
So, Crypto, I have a question. Does appeal to pragmatism something as considered like what he said? Because that was the basis of his knowledge. It's like it works.
Yeah, I mean, you can use an appeal to pragmatism to justify all manner of immoral things. Like you could say, well, I don't know, the reason that someone hits their wife is because it works, right? Does that mean you should? I mean, it's...
Right. That's it. Does it work?
Well, that's the point, right? You can justify any level of immoral or illogical shit with an appeal to pragmatism.
So that's the basis of his knowledge of the curvature of the Earth directly measured based on appealing to these characters, right? These geodetic surveyors. And then, because they're doing this great work with the Earth, then he's going to say, because it works, therefore we know that there's curvature measured directly.
Right. We spent about 5 minutes on the debate. I was debating him, and literally his entire point against me was that he was just calling me stupid. That was like for 5 minutes.
It only works because they make spherical transforms, right? They literally use the R value. They use spherical coordinate systems, astronomical spherical coordinate systems. They use a least squares method with weighted means based on the spherical models. So like spherical transforms, taking the actual data and then forcing it in to try to transform it over to your presupposed globe. Does it in any way prove the Earth's a globe?
Hell no.
Yeah, we know that. We were trying to lead him there, but he doesn't know that. So
no, but I'm just
what he knows is a surveyor told me XYZ, therefore XYZ is true because geodetic surveyors make bridges and I can drive across the bridge. So all that, the entire story must be true because I've been across a bridge.
Yeah, shameless plug here. Shameless plug. I'm going to plug my Rumble. I'm live streaming right now because we did so well yesterday. Had 1,000 unique views on yesterday's live stream. Had up to 56 people watching the live stream. So Rumble, it seems to be where it's at. So that's why I'm live streaming now. I think it's kind of cool. So.
Well, that's one of the more pragmatism they make, isn't it? Is like, well, you have computers, and because computers work, the Earth must be a globe.
They do that. They're like,
the rank has been reduced to private.
You can't use your phone if you don't believe in gravity because there's an accelerometer in it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude! If I hear that, I don't think that conversation has been brought up lately.
Like you can call your friend, therefore the floor's a ball. Like, come on.
And we use plane survey for bridges, by the way. So what are you even talking about?
We use plane surveying for everything, every single thing he talked about. So he's got an idea in his head. He's been, I don't know, making out with MC Tune or something. I don't know what his issue is.
Yeah, but you never know. But yeah, just drilling down drilling down right into the first question and just having them admit what his logical stance is. Well, it works. That's all it was. So anything farther than that was just us indulging in his like fantasy, repeating the claim, belief. Yeah, it's just really not going to be productive.
If it worked so well, then you would just use it from the beginning, and you would actually build the bridges with the 8 inches per mile squared formula. You wouldn't have to use plane survey and then make a presumptive calculative assumption after the fact.
Some of you guys just came in here, but he was talking about the toe tank argument. So that's what McToon. Who actually started that? Either FTFE or somebody in that group.
That was who's the bald guy? Or
Mr. Sensible.
Sensible? Is he the one?
The psycho. Yeah.
Well, he championed that argument. Well, he came. That's what General.
He's 100% sure of the tank, but he's only 99% sure of his chair.
But it's funny though. He actually led with that, General. He led that. He's like, I'm only 99.999, and then some Bong laughed, and then he got triggered. Who the fuck laughed? I was like, don't worry about that, But yeah, he led with that. So
yeah, the toe tank argument's just dumb. It's they made it flat and level. They didn't curve it. It's just nonsense.
It's stupid. He tried to.
Who is this character? Some people know him. General, like, has he been in this arena?
Yeah, he's well, no, he only comes around when he's cocked off his ass. He needs his urge.
Yeah, I guess that you could blame me. I was this morning. I was talking to him for about 2 hours.
It's your fault.
Yeah. Well, I did ask. I asked everybody, "Do you guys want the real hard-headed globalist in here?" And they're like, "Yeah, sure. Let's finish the Bible talk, and then we'll get into it."
Was he sober when you started, Crit?
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if he's ever sober. He's like one of those people where he's drunk so much that even small amounts will get him drunk because his liver doesn't function.
Yeah. There's only kind of his regular drunk and then blacked out, and that's it.
Yeah.
You know what this does also? It should trigger the globalist who's out there listening and be like, dude, the fuck, man? They're misrepresenting this. I need to go in there. And yeah, but also in other news, I just want to kind of get to a few things. There's a video that's been out, just released not too long ago, and it's of a guy coming in here making fun of the server. I don't know if you've seen it, Indio. Who was caught in the mix was Timbo, CB, Jedi, and what's her name?
The kid that selectively edited. He's an Australian too, right?
He's from Australia.
Yeah. I left a couple comments on it. Yeah, he selectively edited it and took out his own screeching. Tried to paint the picture like we're freaking out when it was actually him that ended up freaking out, and we're just get out of here.
They were doing that.
You go ahead.
Oh, okay, they were doing that. Be careful on Modern Day Debate. If you go to their server, they got a bunch of trolls who just call you a pedophile over and over and over again, just waiting for you to say it back to them or waiting for you to respond angrily. Then they cut that out and then posted just you freaking out on their server.
Yeah, it's called a hit piece. Yep.
Yeah, they purposely do it. They got all the people. They know which ones. Some of them will be actually the moderator's sock account. Because I busted one of them because he accidentally posted a response on the wrong account. I'm like, wow, dude, you're an idiot.
That's funny as hell, man.
Yeah, it's here. I'm talking to, say if I'm talking to you, Indio, and all of a sudden, some random sock account responds with a question I had asked you.
Yeah,
I'd be like, what the fuck?
I've seen it before on Discord. I've seen, in the old server, I know I saw it once or twice, man.
So I made fun of him. I go, dude, you're so stupid. You can't even pilot sock accounts. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, man. Kosho's giving classes, man.
Oh, Kosho?
Kosho would do the same thing. He'd forget which account he was tabbed in on.
Eli kicked him from no, was it him? Yeah, it was Kosho. Eli kicked him from the chat.
Kosho was like, I got 10 screens. He's got a sock account on each screen.
Yeah, he's
and probably a swivel chair, and he just spins around all day, pretending to be various people.
It's like,
so he's got that world's largest curved monitor.
Oh yeah, that's right. The radiant.
India, do you remember India, do you remember the old 80s drummers that they literally had a swivel chair just to hit all the drums? except Kosho's got a screen in it in the place of every drum. It's like,
Yeah, and like a circular keyboard, right? With like,
yeah. It's just like 180 degrees of just screens, right? Okay, this is flat.
Dude, he got that keyboard that only has like 9 buttons, and you have to do permutative combinations to get all the letters.
I don't know.
Man, he's gonna be doing great when he gets that Apple Vision Pro. Then he can have like 65 screens in his Vision and just use his hands to like manipulate them like Tom
Or like
Cruise.
the Minority Report.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
tapping into the air, just like moving shit around.
Dude, the FBI be showing up at his door. Why is there so much power consumption at this location? He'd be like, "Oh, don't worry about it. I'm just talking to flat earthers online." And they're like, "Oh, okay. We thought it was a nuclear or something."
Say, but you know how he's gonna do it though, right? AI. He's gonna have Cheeto dust all over his shirt. He'd probably be in his underwear. Like, smell it. The house will be stinking up to high heaven. Like Chinese food boxes all over the place. Like,
they tell him what. They ask, "Why are you doing this?" He's like, "Someone's wrong on the internet." They're like, "What the fuck? Okay, get out. Time to move on with your life."
Meanwhile, the person who knows the truth goes to sleep like a baby, gets up, and it's like doesn't worry about that shit.
Yeah, it's gotten to the worst claim they have is that someone's wrong on the internet. I go, well, you're also wrong on the internet, right? And they're like, what?
Hey, did everybody see that article that was posted in the lobby earlier? It was about flat earthers and scientific. I'll post it, dude. This is a train wreck. I might even buy the full article because this is such. Why do people believe the Earth is flat? So it's not just this. There's another one too. He embarrassed himself in that one. It's called SciPost, so it's a psych paper aggregator. So psych and neuroscience. That's where we originally found it. Now we found this interview with this guy. And this is the funny thing. What he said was, so they did a study. They surveyed 1,200 people from their university, and they found a high correlation with flat Earth, people that believe the Earth was flat, and the Dunning-Kruger effect. So people overestimating their scientific knowledge. So here's the funny part, dude. You can't make this shit up. In the first link I posted, he says, "Well, this is kind of a biased sample because it only represents people at this university." The university, and he's a professor at that university, right? So what is he saying? He's saying, "Oh, all you can say about this is that this sample only applies to people at this university, and the people at the university have Dunning-Kruger." And obviously him too, because he didn't even realize what he was saying is that he was slaying himself while he was giving this interview.
Is that the one where it's SciPost, where it says a cognitive bias known as the Dunning-Kruger effect appears to be highly prevalent among people who believe the Earth is flat? Flat earthers, yes. According to the new research published in Public Understanding of Science, this means that flat earthers tend to have lower levels of scientific literacy while also being more overconfident in their own science.
But this. I mean, I have to point this out because I always have to point this out. The Dunning-Kruger effect works both ways. So, so it can apply to people who are less competent and overconfident, and it can apply to people who are more competent and underconfident, right? And so, but not understanding that proves that you are suffering from the lower half anyway, because now you're the guy who's overconfident but not competent enough to realize it goes both ways, right? It's very ironic. But often they'll use this this is an insult, but it's not an insult until you go further into it, because it might actually be a compliment until you add further detail.
The Dunning-Kruger effect.
Yeah,
Right.
listen to this. So what he said in the interview. The sample we took is not representative of Spain. It is a convenient sample, but is of a particular kind. We got little more than 1,200 answers in the survey, and half of that was conducted amongst students in our university, which has 3 big faculties: engineering, business, and social sciences. Many of the and then he goes on to like puff up his university, right? Well, you just said your university has Dunning-Kruger. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Obviously, it has Dunning-Kruger because you don't even realize that you just outed your own. You talked about how great your university is while simultaneously saying that your survey represents your university.
Yeah. So it's like he doesn't realize he's just shat on his own university and therefore his own findings.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Which proves he has Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah.
Dude, how you cannot make this stuff up? How come this happens so often with these people that they do these weird things? So in the abstract, it says, so I've never seen an abstract like this. It says, the article aims to analyze the factors influencing belief in a flat Earth. We focus on Spain, a country that sadly has some of the most relevant figures on the topic in the Spanish-speaking world. Sadly? When have you ever seen sadly in an abstract? That word. Like,
that's odd, yeah.
Yeah, only in hit piece.
Like, why do your emotions matter, buddy? Like, what? Why are you telling us that you're sad that there's flat earthers in Spain? Like, what the hell? They don't even maintain the pretense of bias. And then one of the questions was, so this question kind of irritated me. Or, what did it say? Says, so one of the questions was, there is evidence of the earth is flat. Now, think about the question. There is evidence the earth is flat. Indicate your opinion. 0 meaning strongly disagree. So that means there's some number of people that strongly disagree that there's evidence that the earth is flat. Not that the earth is flat, that there's evidence.
Right.
That was 70.5% of the sample.
But also there's an element of circular reasoning to this, because how are they defining scientific literacy? Is scientific literacy just adherence to the dogmas that lead to the conclusion?
They gave a questionnaire. Well, I think they gave a questionnaire, and I'm thinking of buying this because I want to see that questionnaire. I want to see the types of questions that are in it.
But let me just make my argument, right? So is their definition of scientific literacy adherence to the dogmas that lead to the conclusion that the Earth's a globe? If so, then of course they're not going to have levels of that biased version of scientific literacy if they haven't led to that conclusion. So it's circular anyway.
Yeah. But I think they evaluated the so-called scientific knowledge. Well, they also like kind of conflate scientific culture with scientific knowledge. They conflate those two terms. I don't know why. I don't even know what scientific culture means, quite honestly. But if you read the article, it says that they quizzed people. They had a questionnaire. So they graded people on what their scientific knowledge was. So they gave them the questionnaire about their like flat Earth beliefs, and then they after the fact, graded them about, and then they evaluated their scientific knowledge somehow with some questions. But as we all know, those questions and what they think the correct answer is, that could actually be wrong. They could actually be wrong about what they think the correct answer is.
Yeah, let me read this part out of one of those papers that you posted. It says the number one comment we've had with this paper has been, the people were pulling your leg. People told us it's not possible that there are engineers who believe the earth is flat. Some people could have been, but if they were all just pulling our leg, then their profiles should be kind of random. The fact that it's very strongly geared toward those who show the Dunning-Kruger effect makes us believe that probably this is not just made up. One of us actually knows somebody who is an engineer and is a flat earther who will talk to you for hours on end. There's a subset of flat earth believers who actually are pretty good with their mathematics and even their physics. And they, by definition, do not exhibit the Dunning-Kruger effect. These are probably the people who write the books that give arguments to flat Earth believers. You probably know mathematicians or physicists who like trying to prove absurd things just for the heck of it. Am I good enough that I can show you conclusively that I can prove this or that, no matter what it is? What an argument, bro.
Dude, that's
Flat
dumb
Earth is so
shit.
stupid that some of them are really smart, so they're actually probably just doing it for the heck of it.
Well, yeah, if you have a degree in math or physics, obviously, or engineering, you obviously can't have the Dunning-Kruger effect. That's a dumb statement, and you don't understand the Dunning-Kruger effect. The Dunning-Kruger effect is about overestimating your ability. It's not about what your ability is.
I was just about to say the same exact thing. 100% right.
Except to clarify, he doesn't actually invoke a degree as much as he just says that they have a good understanding of math and physics. Now, obviously, that's an arbitrary determination of what a good understanding of math and physics would be, which would require like the standard in which the proper understanding is, right? So just like you said earlier, basically like assuming that what you think is true regarding physics is true, right? 'Cause you have to have a standard to determine if someone has a good understanding, quote unquote.
Yeah.
So they gave an example question, and one of the example questions is, which is larger, an atom or an electron? Okay, so like,
my gosh.
No way, bro.
They kind of speak for itself, right?
You know, I would think that we need to prove these things first, but whatever. 100 million times smaller. The electron's supposedly 100 million times smaller, but it has no known size or shape. So I could dunk on their questions. That's a stupid question. If it has no size or shape, I don't know.
But what I was saying earlier, this is kind of what I was saying earlier, Indio, is like, if you didn't give the answer, electron, then they would say, oh, this guy isn't scientifically literate. But you could actually be saying, well, neither, because I don't believe that either exists, right?
Right.
But then they would just say, oh, scientifically illiterate, therefore Dunning-Kruger. So,
but the funniest part, though, is the whole idea is that you can't believe in flat Earth unless you're just overly confident in your scientific understanding. And then he proceeds to say, but there's actually a subset of flat earthers that are incredibly good at understanding math and physics.
But even from their paradigm, what flat earther wouldn't know that they think an electron is smaller than an atom? Like, hello?
Exactly.
It's just insane.
Well, imagine just some like goofy university kids like, I'm going to pretend to be a flat earther and answer every question wrong to ha ha ha, I'm so funny. You know.
Yeah, or a bunch of anti-flat earthers on Discord.
That's what I'm saying. Anti-flat earthers are on university campuses too, by the way, because when I travel the United States, you find out very quickly that, 21st century college kids aren't the smartest or the coolest.
100%.
Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? I mean, the idea that they're in the same article, they're saying these guys are dumb, but some of them are so smart they can prove anything, even things that are wrong. I mean,
yeah, bro.
What the fuck?
100% sure.
How do you make those two arguments side by side and not realize that they contradict each other?
It's actually how the article ends.
100% sure.
Article.
Sure.
Like, that would mean that they would have to be so incredibly clever that they can convince you of wrong thing, and you're the person who's meant to not be suffering from Dunning-Kruger, right? What? That doesn't make sense. But they're stupider than you. What?
Even the way he says it, though, right? Like, there's a subset of flat earth believers who are actually pretty good with their mathematics and even their physics. Pretty good with. Wow, bro, you're crushing.
You can tell this is written by, I don't know if you guys saw the Andrew Tate interview with the BBC the other day. Like, you can tell that this is like that Lucy Williamson type person. They kind of just, they already know that they're correct, like in their minds. And so they're going to write this opinion piece and they're not going to read any of the criticism. Like any of the rebuttals, then they're just going to walk off going, oh, didn't I write a wonderful piece? And that's it for them.
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta get Tate on the hit on the right tip about the Earth. Dude, I was listening to a bit of that. Andrew Tate's like, he's like, if they can get you, you have to understand what they're doing. For 3 years, they got everyone to walk around and deny their eyes and deny their own observations and believe what the news and the media and the authority was telling them, even though it was exactly the opposite of what they experienced and what they observed. Once that happens, you're hopeless and they can tell you anything and you're completely brainwashed. I'm like, buddy, you're just describing yeah, you need to. It's like you're just describing the globe Earth perfectly, bro.
Mm-hmm. I was thinking that too.
It's fine.
Yeah, he had a couple clips from that interview I wanted to grab out. I'm glad you just remembered it like that, Witsit. But yeah, he's like halfway there.
That's earlier. That's earlier in the debate. I mean, the interview. I didn't really. What I'm talking about. I guess it's 5 hours long or something. I'm like,
yeah, you're talking about the one with. There's two interviews. You were talking about. You mentioned the one with Lucy, the BBC one. That was only like 12 minutes versus like an hour. And then the other one you're talking about is the one they did with PBD and Valuetainment. That one was like 5 hours. That's the one. Or that's where he dropped some of the bombs there.
Yeah, I guess Crypto was talking about the other one where, of course, the BBC just chopped it all up, and then Andrew Tate published the real thing.
Yeah,
but I can't watch a 5 hour debate. I mean, a 5 hour interview. Like you got me.
I got through most of it.
I'm impressed. I couldn't.
I had to break it into chunks.
Is it 5 hours?
Yeah,
yes,
there's more too.
With the two dudes, it's like over 5 hours long.
Wow. I saw the 38-minute version. And I saw the BBC.
That's the BBC, yeah.
No, the BBC's got an 8-minute version, and there's a 38-minute version as well floating around. But because he also filmed it separately, right? So
yeah,
to show.
There's two interviews, right? Who are the two guys that interview him in the 5 hour one?
Adam from Valuetainment and a guy named Patrick Bet David, PBD.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, that's okay. 5 hours.
5 hours, bro. They're in this house for 5 hours, bro. Oh my goodness.
Mind you, I did manage to get through a 6 hour documentary a while ago. I'm sure some people know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the 10-hour documentary.
Definitely.
I got through that 10-hour documentary, so I may can do it actually.
Yo, Indio. You here? Hey, yo, Indio. He's probably not here. No, I was just gonna let him know that we had cammed up last night on the chill chat. So most of us, you got to see our faces on our last live stream.
Yeah, it was fun. We should do it again soon.
Yeah, I wonder what anybody in here thinks about what I was talking about last night. I was like, sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
I know, I was just going to say Bearded Dora looks exactly like you, Witsit, just so you know.
That's what they were claiming, that he looks like you. I don't know.
Wait, who does?
Witsit doesn't look
like There's a guy there.
He's the bearded Witsit, not the bearded Dora.
Yeah, he's like the Gandalf version of Witsit.
He has a big beard.
The poor man's version of Witsit.
And the long hair.
Yeah.
He just has red. Is it just that he has a red beard? Is that really it? I hear that all the time. Like, this guy looks like you just because he has red hair. But
no, he had the eyes and the nose and the skin complexion.
Check out the last stream that I did last night on my channel, and you'll see because we all got on cam. So
okay, I saw part of it. Yeah, so
I don't think it looks like you though.
Last night I was doing this thing about the wobble. So they say that the Earth is tilted and wobbling because it's oblate. And you can like replicate that with a gyroscope, right? If you tilt a mechanical gyroscope, it'll start to precess, of course, right? So like it'll spin and then it'll spin the other way, perpendicular to that axis, right? It'll spin around. So anyway, it'll precess. So they say, well, the sun moves through the zodiac signs over time.
Or give me a solid reason as to why you don't know.
The reason I'll tell you is this: is that as far as
what I've learned from the education I've been brought up to believe, that as far as I'm concerned, it was a globe, but from the kind of rationale of the flat Earth side, it's kind of making that harder and harder to hold on to, hope for. So now I'm trying to think and wrap my head around the flat Earth paradigm, and I can't really confirm or deny. Like,
well, let's bring it down to practicality, though, to make it simple, because if you feel like it's one way or the other right now, what if you just realize that there never has been another way, only what we understand in practical reality? So let's say, for example, for observation's sake, do we observe a globe anywhere? Like, do we observe it as the way they tell us it is, curving? And can you observe it from a vantage point here on the Earth?
No, you can't observe a globe from a vantage point on the Earth. Even if you climb a tree or a mountain, it's not going to be globe-esque.
Okay.
Flat-like. The theory would be that if and only if, right? Mathematical ifs and only ifs. If you could go to X distance in the sky, right? If you could, then there could be maybe a point at which the ball somehow is visually there. It just seems that it's just out of this world, man. I don't know.
Well, let's see if anything they've given you to establish that idea that you just said. At what altitude do you think they propose you can start to see a slight bit of curvature where it starts becoming pronounced in your visual range?
Well, I've seen a video where they got up to like 300,000 feet from a rocket, and it didn't look ball-like. It looked flat. So I could assert from that video it's flat. But then they're saying that so to parse out the languages, just bear with me. It's like the rocket goes up in the sky and it hits some sort of disturbance, and it can't technically go infinity in the sky. We are limited by whatever is in the sky that stops us from getting all the way up, like some sort of firmament. And the thing is that it's also claimed that NASA is just pure propaganda. So it's kind of like, I don't know.
Okay. So we haven't established a good reason for why you might think it's a globe in any way, to give you kind of a this or that. So the this or that would be either the globe is this thing that they're telling you, or it's not that, right? So if you're saying it's no evidence for it, visually, kind of hard, because even at 300,000 feet, there's no detectable curvature according to what you've seen so far. Now, we're just covering observation right now. Is there any way that you can think about observationally at what altitude the globe starts becoming pronounced, where you can start to tell, oh man, it looks like a globe?
You would have to go, if the propaganda is propaganda, you would have to go like, if you could go infinite feet in the sky, there could be a point at which it exists where there is more of some level of globe-like feature that you'd see as you go to X amount of feet in the air.
But you're not sure where that altitude would be?
Yeah, because it's claimed that if you go so high, it's basically propaganda. So you're limited to a specific level of height that's never been achieved before. So you can't quite tell. If you could push past this limit, then you might be able to see a ball. But so it's basically like it ought to be flat, but to actually have the is claim, it's not. It's not 100% like. It's not 100%. You wouldn't just take that for what it is, would you?
So we're getting from you, because I'm asking you, how is it possible observationally? How can you detect that it's a globe visually? It seems like we're coming up with not really a good answer for at least a reasoning.
It's not globular, but
a reasoning. Yeah, the reasoning behind why you can see it visually, perhaps at a location. It doesn't even sound like we can establish that for the globe.
Right.
Observationally, it doesn't sound like the globe has anything to offer for your perspective to say that
Yeah.
visually
So
you
I
can.
would say it ought to be flat, but so it's more closer, not fence sitting directly in the middle, but more closer to a flat than
Okay.
assert a globe.
Well, what I'm doing is I'm kind of fleshing out a little bit of why.
Hope for the globe, just because it's like, dang, there's billions of people fucking propagandized into this shit. That's a rough ticket, dude.
Yeah, I know, but like usually, just because a whole bunch of people think something is right doesn't necessarily mean it's right. So
it's just like the paradigm shift in reality from globular to flat, like, is such a great awakening that it's literally mind-boggling. It's like,
well,
what the fuck?
it's that you can apply that to many different things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just because people are doing something doesn't mean that something is good or right.
Right.
So that doesn't equal that thing that you think of being like, damn, why are all the people drinking pop? Like I wish they, you know what I mean? Like, if you know that staying healthy doesn't mean that, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a minority of people that are like, hey, you know what, pop is bad, and you're just like, yeah, but millions of people drink pop. Like, why? And what would be all those people are wrong. Like, you get what I'm saying?
What you're saying.
So it doesn't matter.
People think it's true doesn't mean it's the fact. If it's reliable. That's
we're just bringing
it's more on the. It's like if a 50-50 fence would be me earlier, I'm more of like 40% where I'm closer towards probably the flatter.
Well, I got a pickaxe, dude. I got a pickaxe, and I want to chip away at that, make it less. All right, so if we have an observation that can't be verified, at least on your part, to say that the reasoning behind why the globe proponents would think that the altitude at which you could see globe is probably not even anything you can conceive of currently. I mean, maybe you could, or maybe you could think of something later, but right now it doesn't seem like you can. So I'll just move to the next one, which would be measurement. Now, has there been any reasoning established why someone would think that you could measure the Earth as a globe? What do you think that would be?
No, that claim's been kind of debunked too. It's like just yesterday there was people saying there's like this kind of, and I can't even parse out the language because it was such jargon. But it's basically like if you were sitting at the shoreline of a beach and you looked out into the distance, you would see a boat going from the shoreline where you stand all the way to X amount of miles out. You would eventually see that it goes down, but it wouldn't be a water mountain. It would be it's just because like train tracks converge to a point as you go further out. And then there's the things like the visual distortions. But if you had even a clearest day possible with the most minute visual distortion, it still would converge to a point. So your eyes are limited because the cone's in it. But it's like if you had a super fucking telescope, would you see China, like the meme someone put in the chat yesterday? It's like, I don't think you would see China, but
well, I mean,
I don't know.
There's a lot of hypotheticals that are baked into what you just said with your example. So I don't want to really get into dissecting that. What I do want to tell you is that measurements wise, with back to the premise of like the second question that I was giving you, has there been any reasoning why you could think that the Earth has been measured? Because it sounds like you're not really sure either way, but I'm just kind of poking your mind about like maybe this percentage that you had where you were sort of hanging hope for the globe. Maybe we can just like dispel with that in this conversation, and perhaps later on you can do research and really get into it and figure it out. But just for this conversation, I wanted to see if there's anything you can look towards with the measurement side of it.
I'm more of like a 33% towards the, like, being more majority towards the globe side. Maybe, I mean, not the globe side. Whatever. The point is, I'm now kind of 2/3 of the way to the flat side, but I'm not fully convinced that it is. But at the same time, I'm not convinced that it's not.
All right, let me let you say what you think is the thread that you're holding on to.
Well, it seems like if you could be God and you could go infinite into the sky, maybe there's a certain amount of feet where you'd go up and you'd see it is a planet, right?
So you're saying that if you had the ability to astral project, you could see the Earth like the way they're telling you, or get on a fancy rocket ride. Either one.
Yeah. And the curiosity here is, what is it actually? Because I'm not God.
That's great.
How fancy rocket.
That's great. But what has the information left you with? That the Earth is a globe. What has it left you with instead of you being able to verify the thing that they're claiming that it is, but from your vantage point you can't verify that it's what they're telling you it is? What has it left you with, at least right now? And I would say this. Now, listen to what I'm going to say. Now, you can say yes or no to this, but I would surmise that what it's left you with is confusion.
Yeah.
Confusion because your perception is such that you do not see anything of what they're telling you. Your vantage on this Earth is you're seeing the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. But the confusion happens because they're telling you that many people believe that it's this other thing that your perception can't visualize. You can't really see it from this place where you're standing on the Earth. So you got to go somewhere else, right? And so they've caused a bit of confusion in the way you perceive things, because you're saying words that other normal people just wouldn't say. Like, well, if I had God's eye vision, I could probably see what they're talking about. But
possibly.
See, the thing is, right? The thing is, they put this mind whammy on top of your head, right? So it's doing, it's creating this massive confusion. It's like, man, I don't see how the globe can exist. Just hold on a second, but just one second. So what it's done is it's given you kind of an idea to think about because of what they've told you. So in a visual sense, like you can see the Earth around you, you don't detect the Earth looking like a globe. But they've confused you in the sense of saying that it's not what you can see with your senses. It's really outside of your sensory perception. So I'm thinking like this, man. If they've convinced you by only just telling words to you, and there's nothing you can do to verify the thing that they're saying is what it is, then don't you think that just practically there should be a way to measure it or visualize it or practically use it in a way that would be in line with the globe? In anything that I've just told you right now, either visually see it, measure it, or practically use it in the way that they're telling you as a globe, then I would say there would be some reasoning behind why you would justify it being a globe. Now, if it's not any of those three that I just said, visually detected, if it's not measurable, or if it's not practically used, then why would you think that you need a God's eye vision to see something that you already understand is obvious?
That perhaps if you did have this thing, then
it's confusion, sir. This thing that you're telling me, it's confusion. You're thinking that perhaps if I astral project it out to a location where I can look back and see the Earth, aha, there it is. The thing that I couldn't perceive with my own senses on the surface, I see it now.
Sure. What is the nature of the universe from the flat Earth perspective?
Cosmology?
Not cosmology, just the Earth itself. So it's flat, but if you had to give a visual representation, what is the Earth to be?
As overall, you mean? Like over
a representation that I can visualize.
I know. I'm asking you a question. Either just answer straightforward. Overall, you mean the entire Earth?
Yeah.
That is unknown. The whole entire Earth is unknown as its completion. The whole complete thing. It's unknown.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday about this icefall thing. It seems like this.
No. Like I don't. Let's kind of see what we just said right now. So I just gave you an answer. It's unknown. And do you think it's known?
No, I don't know if it's known or not at this point.
Okay, so I'm telling you it's unknown, and anybody that says it's known that the entire Earth has been quantified as a giant, massive object in free space, then I would say they have the burden of proof to provide that evidence that no one can actually detect in any way. So what I'm saying now is, I'm telling you it's an unknown, and I'm challenging you to say, if you think that it's known in any way, let the person who says it's known come forward and be able to explain how it is.
I personally haven't observed all corners of the earth, so I don't know. I don't know what it would even.
Okay, so would you say it's unknown as well?
Yeah, for all I know, it could be a cube, dude. I have no fucking clue. I haven't been to Egypt or.
Right, but we're not. Let's kind of stay void of assumptions, like saying, well, it could be a cube or cone or whatever its shape.
Sure.
But we're just sticking to basic reality, what we can all understand between each other. So I would say it's unknown. Now, what would you say? Is it known or unknown?
It's unknown.
Okay.
I don't know it.
No, I'm not not asking you to. I'm just being like, okay, just be honest whether or not you know or you don't know.
This isn't a lie.
I know. That didn't say it was. So all I'm getting you to realize right now in this conversation is the things that you can know and the things that you cannot know, which is the entire earth. Because that was your question. What do you think the earth is? You're asking me. Yeah. And I told you it's unknown. The entirety of the earth is unknown.
Yeah. I guess just the terminology flat earth is kind of like.
Yeah, flat is the description of a property of a shape.
All right, fair enough.
Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Okay. So if the earth is a giant object in free space, we wouldn't know that. All we can tell is that the surface property that we're on, it measures flat.
Is flat, like, yeah.
It measures flat. So, of course, we're talking about flat being the frame of reference which establishes all of reality, right? Which all of reality is moved after. So you'd say like land topography. So when people are doing their measurements on the surface, right, like planar surveying and such, they're doing this reference to the earth at establishing a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that horizontal plane, they'll be able to establish what is above or below mean sea level, with mean sea level being understood as the rise and fall of tides, the median of that.
Yeah.
And so everything above or below that will be established as the horizontal plane that we reference, and how they establish where topography is on the surface, which of course geologists would need as far as the raw data information to ascertain what type of minerals in specific areas of land, big swaths of land, and the people that build canals and roads and all kinds of good stuff, right? You can think of it. What's that?
Sea level?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, so what we have so far is that the Earth. Go ahead.
So it's flat, like for the visual representation, and someone said yesterday when I was talking, it's there is topography. So it's flat,
yes,
and it contains topography. It's unknown. So
yeah, flat. Okay, so
be able to speculate.
Yeah, so flat is the frame of reference at which the horizontal plane is established. The horizontal plane that we reference in this case is flat, and it has to be. There's no deviation or elevation change from that horizontal plane. What elevation change happens is topographical. That's the land. Yeah. When the land moves away from that plane, that's how we establish what elevation is. Do you understand?
Yeah. Like I just think of it like the visual representation in my mind. It's like fucking flat Earth Minecraft.
Yeah, but okay. So there's one thing to think of the land as flat, and there's another to understand the horizontal plane that we reference is flat, and the land actually has the elevation that changes.
Yeah, and
so the land in and of itself is not flat. The horizontal plane, I'll say it again, this is maybe the second or third I think I'm saying it. The horizontal plane that we reference from mean sea level is the flatness of Earth. That's the flat Earth. It's a plane that we reference to say that something either is going to deviate above or below mean sea level.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I just said? Because I feel like you keep gliding past it. I'm not talking about the dirt. I'm not talking about the dirt that's flat. I'm saying the horizontal plane that is established from mean sea level across the Earth. That's flat.
I get you.
Okay. So the Earth itself can deviate from that horizontal plane. And that's how we know we have elevation.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just like a guy like me is a curious individual. He wants to find out what the best visual representation I could have as far as like.
You don't, yeah.
Else, like,
there's a burden. Yeah, sir. There's a burden that I think you want to carry and you don't need to, which is I need to construct some sort of model, some sort of map. And I think the most obvious thing that people have been doing already is doing surveying over the land. And they've created these topographical models, right, that show elevation change over large swaths of terrain. So you think you have to do the heavy lifting when that has already been done. It's already, professionals already doing this now.
Yeah.
You don't, void of you inserting your own, like, excuse me for saying this, but feeble attempt at trying to do this. The professionals have already done that, and they've measured the Earth as flat. Now, they're getting things like geodetic surveying to actually superimpose the information of the globular Earth over on top of the raw data information, which makes it overall, in the entire kind of conceptual way, look like a globe from geodetic surveying. That's not plane surveying.
Yeah.
So the heavy lifting has been done. There's nothing more you need to do to measure the Earth flat. It's already measured flat. That's how it's practically used.
Yeah. I get
Do you get what I'm saying? Or
yeah, I do. I get what you're saying, dude.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's like sticking somewhere.
It's just frustrating, you know. It's like you're talking to me and I'm just a fucking feeble human being. I'm super curious. I'm trying to figure things out, but you're just
Yeah, well, let's just look at it from a perspective of like, you understanding is the key, right? Once you understand, you realize that people have been traveling over the surface as a planar surface. People have been measuring the surface as a planar surface, and people have been, visualizing, seeing it, right? When they go to the beach, as a planar surface. There's nothing more you need to do to add to the thing that everybody knows is obvious. The only thing you need to do is talk to people about the thing that's obvious. Now, whether or not somebody's convinced that the thing that's obvious is the thing you're presenting, that's not a burden you need to carry. And like, dude, why aren't you getting it? The only thing you need to do is explain in a concise way, as best you can, I guess, that the Earth is obviously used as a flat and stationary plane.
Got it. Okay.
That's it. Like, no heavy lifting. You don't have to construct a model. You don't have to go out of your way to make something happen, videos and all that. Things are already there. All you got to do is present what's already there to the people.
Okay.
That's it.
Fair enough. Do you want to move on to the next guy, or do you want to go into kind of questioning, or?
No, if you're tired of it, man, that's cool. Like, I'll just talk to whoever's here.
Yeah, I don't know what's the deal with the Discords and stuff. Like, are you the leader of the group, or do you run the channel, or what have you?
Yeah, I'm Chief Alpha Veritas. Make sure that you recognize, so when you come in here, you call me Chief Alpha Veritas. I'm just kidding, dude. I'm just a regular guy like you, bro. Like, I learned about this stuff a long time ago.
All right, Chief.
You're funny, P-Mac.
No, you're funny. That was funny. He talks to everybody like that. Alpha.
No, I'm just a regular dude like you, man. But like over time,
everyone tells me, but
over time, that's all right, P-Mac. Over time, what it is just an accumulation of like talking points and data and stuff like that we've gotten over the years, and pretty much talking to the individuals in here, listening to them when they discuss it. You can glean a lot of good information from the people that have been in here. So over time, you just, what I'd say is, I know that you might still be sitting on the fence. It doesn't matter to me. All I'm saying is that it needs to be understood in a very practical way. And so doesn't need to be too much burden that you need to lay on your shoulders when you do this, because things are already done. So
enjoy the fence, bro.
I understand it's not, enjoy your fun. Yeah, I get that. You're kind of just like talking at me. I know you're trying to like hold my hand through this, and it's probably very like annoying for you. But equally,
nah, I don't think so. I don't think so.
No, it's natural for Alpha.
Well, all the frustration.
I don't think so.
Can we beg some questions here? Like, can we just
sure?
Ask, because I was having a conversation with some folks yesterday, and they talked about some ice wall, and it's like there's some international treaty we can't go past Antarctica.
Magic, we don't know magic. We don't know.
What, you're breaking up?
We don't know. Ice wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it? What context was ice wall being used as? Was it used as a ring that surrounds the entire Earth? Was it used as an ice shelf when people travel to Antarctica? What context was ice wall being used?
I think we were just speculating speculation Sunday.
Yeah, that's fine. Once again, how was the context of ice wall being used? Was it used as a ring that surrounds the entire Earth, or a place in Antarctica where somebody has been to and they saw an ice shelf, which they refer to as an ice wall? How was the context of ice wall being used?
It was the second one.
Just like an ice shelf, like where they go to Antarctica and they see like a shelf of ice. Well, that's true. That's what it's regarded as. It's regarded as an ice wall. Yeah. The other context, the first one.
Cold on that.
The first one was the context that I was telling you. What people would say is an ice ring that surrounds the entire Earth. That's an ice wall around the whole Earth. That's the other way.
Yeah. So I'm guessing the question is more or less. So what is it to you?
What do you mean? What is it to me?
What is
it? Never been there, bro.
What is it?
Never been there.
An ice shelf, an ice wall.
What
is that? What you're saying? What is that?
What are these notions?
I don't know what you mean by notions. Like an ice shelf is self-explanatory. Like what it is.
An ice shelf is self-explanatory. It's not that.
Yeah, type it in. Like check this out, bud. Let's do this together, right? Just really quickly, type in ice shelf definition in your Google search. Let's do that. Yeah. Let's walk together in this journey. Why don't we?
Sure. A floating sheet of ice permanently attached to a land.
That's pretty easy, huh? Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So do I.
So it's just a giant iceberg, basically.
Well, I mean, according to what their definition is, and I mean, if you agree with it, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, is there something dramatically wrong with what you read? I don't see anything wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with it being called that, but human mind's trying to wrap its head around what it is that's going on in this.
Yeah, I know. It seems a bit daunting for you to think about.
And natural curiosity takes place, and you're like, so what is this ice shelf? What is the deal?
No, there's no deal. It's cold down in some regions, like in the south or in the north. And where it's cold, ice forms. Mm-hmm. It's really a no-brainer. But I mean, of course,
we can't get past this ice wall because of treaties.
Well, according to the Antarctic Treaty, because you have the Arctic in the north and the Antarctic in the south. Now, the Antarctic has a treaty to where certain countries have signed this treaty that says, free travel is not allowed because it's the land is protected. Now, the land is protected beyond the 60th parallel. Has been put in place, and I think it's enforced too. So you can't just freely go over there and say, "Hey, let's just go and take a peek over there. Let's go take a couple of sleeping bags and some, bologna sandwiches and go see what's beyond the ice wall." I mean, you can't do that. All right. Obviously, places on this earth are not permitted to be traveled to. You should, let's say, a reasonable human being will understand you can't just freely travel the earth as you wish. That doesn't happen. Not on Earth. Not in reality. Am I making any sense? Like you can't travel freely anywhere?
No.
No, I'm not making any sense. Okay.
Well,
so
you can anywhere. Like I could walk to the store and back, but you can't go to Antarctica and back.
You can't travel between countries without a passport, so they know where you are.
Yeah, there's
sure. But like, if you were just a vigilante, you could say "fuck the treaty."
vigilante. Yeah, I get what you're saying. No, I don't think that's possible, man. There's such a thing called radar and navies of the world that are patrolling the waters, and of course,
people too.
say again.
Maybe basics vigilante.
Like
Say again.
theoretically, the president of the U.S. or what have you, or they could work in with international law, or they could just like vigilante, like just up and do it and get a crack team of individuals to get going. And radar.
Yeah, but we're throwing a lot into the.
Guy with a nuke.
Yeah,
We're throwing a lot into it, but so we're not allowed to do that.
why? What's the end game? What's the curiosity?
What it is as opposed to what it ain't, and
All right, let's just take for example. Hypothetically, you're curious, right? You could do a lot of. You could. No, I'm talking about just what can be done realistically. Let's say you got curious right now. You started saying, you know what? I'm pretty curious about what heading south would be like.
Sandwiches, and I'm going to start.
And the sleeping bags. Don't forget those.
No.
You get bologna sandwiches and your sleeping bags, and you got a small boat, and you're gonna go like a vigilante out to the south, and because here's the thing, man, and I'm just gonna break it down to you like this. We're all comfortable right now in our homes. We got air climate control, all that kind of stuff. We're talking about a land that's unforgiving. This land is frigid. It's cold. It's like temperatures that are like freeze your bones. Frostbite can happen within 10 minutes, like even less probably. And so it's not a place that people can just go and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to go explore. So on top of all of that, there's the logistical means of how you get there. Now the South Seas are unforgiving as well. Traveling to this location is not the easiest thing in any way. But so there's a lot of places where people say, just go to Antarctica and see what's beyond the ice wall. It's fun to say. Logistically, it's quite the endeavor, right? So you'd have to muster up some kind of excursion, possibly some funds to, like if you wanted to be a vigilante, you'd have to do it in a way that you'd have enough money and enough resources to actually go and do something that was. Now, I'm saying it this way: don't do it. Okay, please don't try this at home. But go against all of the governments of the world. Go against all the governments of the world, and then travel to a harsh environment to go and see what's just for curiosity's
impossibility. Like
just for curiosity's sake.
There's 1% chance it's possible, right?
Listen, I'm not going to tell you that it's not. It's impossible.
What I can't do.
No. I'm telling you, there's like a high. I would say the highest percentage of risk involved. Like if you could put it at a level where the highest percentage of risk would be, it would be that, because you have to travel to an unforgiving place, right? The South Seas, and then you go to Antarctica, and then you go past the treaty, where you can't be on that land. Because now you can't even. I think you have to take even your poop or something. Like there's a lot of things you can't do over there. So all of these things.
In the north is the south, right?
Well, listen. When you think about doing this thing, and you're like, "Why are you stopping me, bro?" Like that's not what I'm doing. I'm only just showing you the realistic, idea of this whole thing.
It's not that hard to fathom. That it's very hard and difficult. It's cold and it's far.
Yeah. So I would say it like this, man. I'm only gonna say this. Knock yourself out, because I ain't going. If you feel like that's the thing that you want to do, vaya con Dios. Like hopefully you make it there and you put your hand on the ice wall and you're like, dude, it's right here. Like the thing that you
hope that I climb over the ice wall.
Yeah, go for it, man.
And
all the best to you.
Find out what's on the other side of the ice wall.
Yeah, there'll probably be laser penguins over there, or who knows.
Your hope end is the thing.
No, it's not. It's no. Listen, dude. Like nobody in here is like holding on with bated breath. Like, did he make it? Like, no one's gonna think that, dude. Honestly,
I'm holding on. I'm holding
because
on.
Because let's just say. I'm gonna even put it to you this way. Let's say you overcame all the obstacles that were in front of you, and you've made it there.
5 minutes ago.
You made it there, and now you got video cameras and you got everything set up. You got the image of this dome or whatever it is you think that you're gonna find over there. I don't know what you're thinking. But once you get there, you're like, oh, there it is. It's right here, guys. Look, I'm live streaming. Can you see it? It's right here. Now, when you come back, you make your travel back. You got all the recordings. You got all the words you could say possible. What do you think you're going to turn everybody over here into?
Ice wall.
No.
Believer.
Well, yeah. Who said that? You're right. Whoever said that. Yes.
I said it, man.
Now, what do you think the people are going to say? What do you think the people? I'm just. This is all real time, real life. What people would actually say. You came back with all the information. What do you think they're going to say?
It wouldn't really matter.
I'm gonna say I'm a believer.
It wouldn't really matter. But isn't the whole purpose to go over there and to provide the evidence that the thing that you went to go over there for was actually there?
It's more about the journey than it is, the destination.
Only for you or for humanity?
That's life, bro.
For humanity as well. Because if I
okay.
the entire thing, then it would
Okay, let's. Now I'm just talking about the benefit. I'm only talking about the benefit for humanity.
What's the point in doing this? Well, what if you went over
For humanity, not for you. Not for you. The benefit to humanity. What is it going to do for everyone else?
Whatever relic could be found on that side, you could bring it over. If there's anything in
a relic,
you could fucking bring it back.
All right. So you brought a relic back from the unknown place that nobody's ever been to, and you said, "Hey, I found this."
100% documented.
Okay, that's great. Now, without interrupting me, because I just want to finish what I'm going to say.
Mm-hmm.
So you come back, you bring your relic, you have all the information, videos, and all that kind of stuff, and you unload it to the population. Here you go. The mysterious beyond Antarctica. I have all the information, videos, and all that kind of stuff. So what you're going to do to the people here is turn everybody here into believers. Everybody will start believing in the thing that you say. And some people, I'm going to put it to you like this. Some people are going to call you a fraud. Some people are going to say these are fake, CGI. And you want to know why? I'm going to give you an example why. A direct example. As a matter of fact, this only happened a week ago. People traveled to the place that you're talking about. They traveled to the place that you're talking about. And when they landed there and they documented some globe earthers, some allegedly flat earthers, right? They landed there and they were doing the very thing that you were probably not touching ice walls, but they were seeing the 24-hour sun. Now, they came back. What do you think the people, while they were live streaming, were saying about them? Either side, globe and flat. What do you think they were saying? Both sides. I can tell you.
What are this? Yeah, tell me.
Well, the globers were, screaming at the top of their lungs, game over, we won, the earth is globe, whatever. And the flat earthers were saying, CGI, this is bullshit. They didn't actually go there until they come back and we sort it all out. It's fake. So let's just take, for example, this just happened. And they did, let's see, Will Duffy spent about $500,000. Probably more than that by now. Anyway, there's probably more production that he's going to put money into. But so far, 500, right? $500,000. So if you were to think about, let me go and try this out. Well, these guys were live streaming, right? 24-hour sun, whatever, yada, yada. But then they're met with resistance on either side, globe and flat. So it's not like your hypotheticals, even though well-meaning, are still going to, you think that in some way it's going to cause a ripple throughout the truth community and people are going to be like, damn, dude actually did it.
Ripple it technically causes or doesn't cause, what distortion level is there or isn't there. The fun part is the journey. The cool thing is the experience of being the Columbus of the ice wall.
Columbus of the ice wall. That doesn't make any sense. Do you think the people that went to Antarctica?
It makes total sense, bro. This guy's a pioneer, and I can't wait until he goes to
well, okay. So do you think? Yeah. Do you think? Do you think the people? Do you think the people? Yeah. Hold on, guys. Do you think the people that went over there? Do you think the people that went over there were Columbuses as well? Because we had flat earthers and globe earthers go to Antarctica.
Wait, were they trusted flat earthers? Hold on, could I ask this question? Were they trusted flat earthers known to the community?
Well, let's put it this way.
Hold on, then why would the flat earthers?
Can I speak?
Them?
Can I speak? So it was, and I'm going to tell you the names, right? We have, what's his name? We have Jeranism. We have Wits It Gets It. on the flat Earth side. We have some girl named Lisbeth. Lisbeth, I think her name is. And then we have Dave Weiss. So if you look their names up, you'll probably find them out in a quick YouTube search. So these guys, according to, they have a group of followers anyway, and people that look up to them. So this, like you were asking for, are they people that they can say they can trust or whatever? But they have a following. So whether or not I say that's true or not, it's regardless, because they already have a following that people that look up to them, right? So we have that much established. So you have people from the flat Earth, people from the globe Earth, both sides. Now, they both went over there and they did something. Were they all inspired about an ice wall? No. They weren't even talking about that. What they were talking about is the 24-hour sun. Did you get it?
I mean, not fully the 24-hour sun, but yeah.
So they were hold on. They were in Antarctica and they weren't bothered by this guy's idea of an ice wall because they were already in Antarctica. They were there. So why didn't they chase after the mysterious ice wall this guy seems to be conjuring up in a conversation, making it sound like this is the most important thing? Well, wasn't the 24-hour sun the most important thing?
Hold on, I don't think he was conjuring anything. I think he was. I think magic was just. Could I just finish? I think
no, but you can't say he wasn't doing it. He was doing it.
Alpha, you ask other people to wait. Let him finish, please.
No, fuck that, dude. He was saying that he's making it sound like I didn't say he was yeah, he did. He conjured up.
Ice Cold said, but
yeah, dude. Fuck off, dude. He was saying exactly what I said he was saying.
Calm down.
Nah, fuck that, dude. He's not gonna tell me that I said something I didn't say. I know he was conjuring up the whole ice wall conversation. He did that. Why are you saying he didn't do that? Well, why are you siding with him, P-Mac? I don't get that.
I'm not siding with him. I just want to hear what he said. What the fuck's he saying? I'm trying to understand the conversation here.
This is very related. It's kind of like tax.
I'm sorry, Alpha.
No. It's not. It's just like,
you, bro.
I understand that, dude. But like, I mean, you're stepping all over my toes, bro. Like the guy was saying, he conjured up a conversation about the ice wall.
Okay, I'll stop. So David Weiss was there as well. Was David Weiss there?
So yeah, but back to the idea that this whole ice wall conversation had no bearing. Yeah, the whole ice wall conversation had no bearing on the topic of why those individuals went to the south. Their whole Antarctic experience had to deal with the 24-hour sun. They were not concerned with an ice wall.
And that's too bad.
That was not a part of their.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a shame. Why not? Why didn't they?
You see how he's conjuring it up again? And now, how are the people going to tell me that I'm fucking saying that he's not doing it? He's doing it now.
Yeah, he's doing it. He is. I see that.
I see that shit. What is going on?
Fuck magic.
You're making something sound like. Listen, I told you that your whole ice wall hypothetical was nothing about anything that people really wanted to go and find out about in Antarctica. I told you the excursion that they had to go down there for was to see a 24-hour sun. They weren't concerned with an ice wall. Do you think that was top priority?
No.
Did you see the shadow movie?
I don't even know these guys, dude. I don't fucking know what they're.
I'm telling you, they were globe earthers and flat earthers there. The conversation which happens in this room right now was all taking place about this specific topic, whether or not the earth is a globe based on a viewing of a 24-hour sun. Now, they weren't saying this. This is what I'm telling you. They weren't saying, let's go to Antarctica to view an ice wall, to know if that's going to show us that there's a flat earth, which is what you were doing not only 5 minutes ago.
No, that's not what I was doing.
Really? So what was your whole conversation about the ice wall?
It was so that if there is some sort of X amount of feet you could go or distance you could go where there's some sort of limitation, is there somebody who could theoretically go past this said limitation?
Yes. Now that you have identified you were talking about an ice wall. Now that you were saying that, I'm showing you, if it was of any concern to the top people arguing this right now, they would have been more concerned with your question about an ice wall versus the 24-hour sun.
Yeah, okay, you could just go with, okay, they study the sun, cool, they find it's flat, all right, sweet.
What?
Okay.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. What they were concerned with, this is what I am saying. What they're concerned with is the topic of the 24-hour sun. They were not concerned with an ice wall, which is what you seem to be concerned with, which is of no relevance to whether or not they would think that it's disproving flat Earth or it's affirming the globe. Either one of those. It was not one of those. Your ice wall.
Yeah, I'm kind of spent, dude. I'm just fucking spent. I'll talk to someone else about it.
Well, there's other chats that can be had, but definitely not about the ice wall, because according to the flat Earth and globe earthers who got together not but a week ago, they were talking about the topic of the 24-hour sun. So an ice wall had nothing to do with proving or disproving a globe.
No, I'm not even talking about proving or that's irrelevant to what I'm talking about. Sorry, I'm going into something that's off topic. Let's just X me out.
Off topic? No. It's not off topic. I'm showing you the irrelevance of it. It's not a thing that people are discussing whether or not they're going to disprove or affirm something.
And why not?
Because it has no relevance.
No.
It's not. If it was relevant,
why aren't they discussing it?
Yeah, no. The top thing that they were discussing was whether or not the 24-hour sun is actually occurring.
But I'm telling you, who cares about that?
Everybody does in the community. They were saying, listen, there was debates going on about whether or not this was going to happen. There's money being spent. There's trips being taken. There's arguments being had. And you're saying, who cares?
Yeah, I'm saying, who cares?
Yeah, you're just a person on the internet saying who cares. That's great. You have a nice little side critique. But the rest of the people who were actually doing things...
Then they found that it's flat, right? They studied
it.
It's flat. They've studied its globe. Like, whatever they're finding is, it is what it is. It ain't what it ain't.
All right.
I think we were just speaking past each other. Like,
no, we're not. I know exactly what I'm saying.
I understand now. Could I?
Whatever.
Magic.
Say
Magic.
Useful, please, bro.
Yeah, if I could just say what was happening just now,
so that we can actually break this.
No. We don't care what you want to say about what just happened. Just say something useful, please.
Oh,
what is the guy jumping in to say? What are you saying, sir?
I'm jumping in.
Give us a think about what you said.
I'll just restrain. I'll restrain myself. I don't want to step on Alpha's toe here. Go ahead,
I don't know what you wanted to say. I was trying to figure out what you were interjecting for. I don't know. Were you going to say something about
this? We're trying to get past it now. Because I get it.
Your eyes closed.
No.
Say it.
What's your fucking point, bro?
I don't know. He's just jumping in and he's saying absolutely nothing. I don't know.
I was trying to get you guys to speak to each other. You're speaking past each other. I was gonna.
We're not speaking past each other. He's saying that it's a misrepresentation of what's going on. I'm not speaking past him. He's not understanding the relevance of what the ice wall and versus the 24-hour sun. Because his whole topic from the very beginning was of curiosity, right? Curiosity about going to Antarctica and creating a hypothetical. I'm going to tell you what the whole conversation was about if you allow me to. So he was curious about making a hypothetical about going to Antarctica and figuring this whole thing out because he thought it was relevant, right? So when we're talking about it, I was showing him logistically, it's very difficult. Of course, you have the terrain to think about. You have the harsh environment to think about. There's realistic things that people who actually want to go over there would consider. So his hypothetical is just like everybody else on the internet's hypothetical. When they come in here, let's get a few sleeping bags and a couple of bologna sandwiches, go down there and see what's what. Perhaps we'll find something out. And it sounds really ridiculous. Kind of like if you think about like a third grader when they say they want to do something. So when that occurred, I'm going to tell you how this went down. When that occurred, I said, you know what's interesting is that people that are discussing the topic of Antarctica and going over there were not concerned with an ice wall. They were concerned with the 20. Dude, I'm doing this, not you, right? So the 24-hour sun was what they were really concerned with and debating, and this was going on for, I would say, a better part of 6 months. And it got under a guy's skin, which he's got a lot of money, right? His name was Will Duffy. So he went ahead and said, you know what? I'm going to end this topic. I'm going to end this conversation. We're going to make some trips to Antarctica. I'm going to fund this thing, right? Give some people some trip vouchers so they can get on this ship with me, and we're going to go travel over there to find out the importance of the 24-hour sun. Now, he didn't say we're going to go check out the ice wall, guys, because we're going to disprove or provide evidence of the globe or disprove flat Earth. Ice walls were not concerned to them. The 24-hour sun was.
Okay.
You get it? I'm not talking past him. I was speaking to him of the relevance of why he was saying that the ice wall had any relevance was irrelevant.
Sure. And I'm going to say this. I understand what you're saying totally. And I was there for most of that, if not all. Now, what I think the reason why you're talking past him is he wasn't concerned with the sun at all. He's on the fence, and he's talking about the ice wall because he's interested in it. He's being a pioneer. He's like,
no,
you
that's
know what?
bullshit.
I would really like.
That's
Oh my
bullshit.
gosh. Okay,
He's not a listen. He's not a pioneer. He's not. First of all, you're over. You're doing too much.
Magic?
You're doing too
Was
much.
that what you were thinking?
Don't be speaking to Magic. No, don't be speaking to him, dude.
I can't talk to
Don't
him.
you ever fucking speak to me.
No, that's bullshit, dude. Because now you know what you did? You basically greased the skids for propping him up as an honest interlocutor. You just made it sound like he was doing it genuinely as a pioneer. No, he was not. He was doing a hypothetical. Dude, I know exactly what this is. I've done it 1,000 times.
You're the leader. This is stressed out.
It's not about being a leader, dude. It's about understanding conversation. And the conversation that you were having with me.
Conversation.
Bullshit, I don't. You're making it sound like you had an honest endeavor to think about it hypothetically. No, you weren't.
Even he fucking got it.
Dude, honestly, there's nothing you can do sitting in your desk chair if you're not going to actually activate some type of moving forward. Because I don't need this. You know what? Check this out. It's not my fucking claim. I'm not the one in here yapping about going to ice walls. You are.
Yeah, it's from Speculation Sunday that apparently there's an edge of this flat Earth that you can get to, and people have yet to get past this. And there's a curiosity.
You see, you have yet to get past this. So this is you saying that there's a relevance to going to Antarctica and finding out about some ice walls. I was correct. Wasn't you see? Whoever was denying me right now, saying that I wasn't assessing this conversation correctly, listen to him now. Listen to him now. Isn't he saying the exact same thing I was telling you he was saying? Of course he is. How are you going to paint me the villain? How are you going to do that?
Yeah, okay.
It's true. You want to make it sound like you have a point to talk about with coming in here and saying, why did you flat earthers think about the ice wall? We don't need to. It's not a part of the relevant conversation about whether or not the earth is a globe or whether it's flat.
The relevance, the category that we're stuck in is strictly about the flatness or the globularness. And then that is off topic, so don't even fucking dare bring that shit up.
Yeah, it's not up to you. I can address each conversation specifically different. So if somebody brings that up as a topic, I'll address them differently. I don't address everybody the same that says ice wall. Only you, because of the way you started to talk about it later on in the conversation. So you don't need to speak for me and address or micromanage what's going on in here as a mod. You can kick rocks with that. I can address you exactly, specifically on what you said. Not anybody else. Anyone else in here is excluded from saying, if they want to come in here to talk about the ice wall or anything else, I'll tell them what I said to you. Whether or not they take it anywhere farther is going to yet to be undetermined.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Stay on topic. That's all I'm hearing. Got it.
Yeah, well, it's up to you because, much like other people come in here and say, well, you flat earthers are not talking about these things that could happen or could be.
You have
why?
Shoulders, man. It's fine, dude. Someone who doesn't have nearly as much as you have on your shoulders.
What are you talking about? I'm not burdened with anything, dude. I think you are. You're burdened with, and I said this to you earlier, You're the one that's burdened with having to think about like flat Earth in a way where you have to think of a
What
model.
burden, man.
Dude, tell me.
Thinking
Yeah.
is such a fucking burden, dude.
No, you are burdening yourself with the idea of having to construct some sort of flat Earth model, and I need to present something to people. I'm like, dude, I'm telling you to unburden yourself from that. You don't need to do anything of the sort.
The masses who have been propagandized to believe one thing as opposed to the other. It's very simple. It's like, okay, it's a good tool.
Hey, could I ask Magic just one question, please?
You can
Oh,
just always
what?
be
Magic.
anyways. You don't. We don't have to speak in this fucking 24-hour flat Earth because it's super like out there, bro.
Oh no! I just want to know for myself.
Yeah, you're just poisoning the well at this point.
Yeah,
you can try to poison the well and make it sound like this chat is this or that. It's not any of that. It's what you're saying. What you're saying right now is you're just trying to poison the well with the anybody else who wants to have a conversation.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, you are. Listen. Listen, you can either say, you know what, all right, man, that's cool, and move on, or else, if you're gonna keep poisoning the well about this forum, I'm not gonna have you taking a dump on this forum. You can excuse yourself from the conversation and let somebody else come in. That's what can happen.
Okay, I'll excuse myself and I'll just take off.
Great idea.
I'll probably sit back and mute, but.
Yeah, I'm not telling you to leave. I'm just saying don't be speaking if you're going to be taking a dump on this forum.
Not taking a dump on the forum, but
yeah, you are. You're poisoning the well. Well, we can't say anything about ice walls, and that's not what I'm saying.
You're stuck. You're just stuck strictly in one lane only.
Sure. There you go again by mischaracterizing what I'm saying to you because you want to make it sound like what you're saying is totally relevant. Oh, he's not letting me speak. There's no free thinking happening here. Yeah.
There's none.
Yeah, there you go. See? I can easily assess what you guys are thinking because I know I've been through this conversation thousands of times, dude.
Okay.
So, yeah, you can bow out if you want.
Yeah, I can bow out. You're still talking to me. I'm ready to just go mute and just let someone else have the floor. I've been here for fucking what seems like forever. By all means, chit-chat.
Nobody's holding you here, man. You can leave anytime.
Yeah, and I would say no one's really forcing you to stick into strictly this one lane highway. You could expand things.
No, we're not gonna go into hypothetical land for the sake of just being some kind of esoteric flat earthers. It's not what's gonna happen here. We have to keep to reality because of the fact that people who are confused, like you, they're confused about reality and they don't have a baseline for it. So what we're doing is helping them establish a baseline, something that they can trust and put their understanding on, which is something that can be tested, verified, and falsified.
All right, cool.
Cool.
I kind of like Magic's way of thinking. I do.
Super stressful, man.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be. You can easily take yourself out of the equation and it won't be anymore.
No, you just have a bad attitude, dude.
Sure. Says you. You would like to take a dump again on the... You say, I'm not doing it. You're doing it now. I could have easily at any point during this conversation have muted you already or probably banned you. But did I do that?
Yeah, you could. You have the authority. You have the power.
But did I do that?
Find it unnecessary. Then
Did I do that?
No, you found it at this
All
point
right.
unnecessary. And that's funny to me, but whatever. It's funny to me. It's not funny to you. I get it. It's fine, dude.
The funny thing is you'll never have the last word in this forum. That's funny.
Dude,
you think you will, but you don't, dude.
I don't.
I've
really
met
give
people
a
like
crap,
you.
dude. It's a fucking stupid Discord forum.
Yeah, see? You're here today, gone tomorrow, dude. You're just like a vapor in the
Here today,
wind.
gone tomorrow. This is your whole be all end all. Everything is set on this. You have a huge burden on your back to stay in this one lane and never deviate. Good for you.
Yeah, you know exactly what I'm here for. Of course, you've judged my motives just by this one conversation.
And
Good on you.
Me out too, bro. You figured me 100%.
I've only seen it because you're an iteration of a person like you, an archetype like you. It's the same thing. You guys come in here. You're a fly by night kind of person. You're not going to be here tomorrow. You definitely won't be in this forum anymore.
No.
This will be your last interaction, maybe once or twice.
But if you don't and you chill the fuck out, maybe I will.
It does seem like a 50-50 kind of dude on the fence.
Yeah, bro. It's like I'm not even like fully on the fence anymore, but
that's fine.
It was actually
truth isn't. Listen, truth isn't based. Truth isn't based on a person's character. It's based on the reality of what we understand.
None.
We don't have to fucking.
Yeah, but see, CP Mac, it's weird because you stand up for these guys who mischaracterize what we do here, and it's cool, man, because that's who you are. You got a lot of bleeding hearts for these guys. I don't give a shit about that. I only care about people actually getting down to what's real and being able to establish a reality.
I'm no fucking liberal, let me tell you that. But
well, no, but I mean, it sounds like advocation for these guys who come in here and do what he does is more important to you than actually getting somebody to realize the reality of what they're talking about.
You're a bit harsh sometimes. You're a little bit harsh on people. Just maybe.
Yeah, so they've never had a conversation like this, and when they do, it's all about let's give him a big old teddy bear and have him enable him, and so he can say whatever he wants. Because we got to do that.
My baloney
I like you, dude. You're a smart guy. You're far smarter than me. I swear to God, I'm not being fucking facetious or whatever. Yeah, I sometimes maybe you're a little bit harsh on
yeah, I'm just matching the energy, dude.
But
like,
still,
if you're chill,
don't matter to me.
Nothing wrong with what you're doing. I'm not criticizing you. I respect you, 100%.
I don't know. It's what happens though is that people are basing like how they understand the truth of reality on the way people articulate it. So if it's not given to him in a soft spoken package, it's like fuck the truth.
Well, no,
okay,
maybe
you could you know what? I would take it like this, man.
Maybe your articulation
basic decorum, dude. You're how old? You have no decorum.
See?
It's about
it's okay. It's okay. He can say all those things, right? He can say all those things, and that's fine.
That's a nice magic. No,
hold on.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Magic.
I understand these guys, and so it's fine. I'm only gonna do this so that you can. I'm gonna point out the fact that when they come in here and they do this whole antic, I can see way past it because they're upset because they know they can't provide any evidence for the truth of reality. So they need to get in their feelings and they take a dump on the forum. They take a dump on the person who's they're speaking to. And then we got enablers in the chat saying, why are you being so harsh to those guys? Fuck this, dude.
You're right. You should, that was not right. That was not right.
Could I say something? Magic. Magic.
I don't like
apologize.
Go ahead.
He took it too far just now. Magic, you should apologize. He took it too far just now. Why are you saying he has no decorum?
Yeah,
it's like that was too far.
It wasn't bad, like. I mean, you could call a guy a cunt.
We're only trying to get to the source of the information as to why we understand reality for what it is. And when people come in here and they're throwing around hypotheticals, and somebody tries to wrangle them back to reality, we get a lot of people that are upset because we can't use these kind of hypotheticals to kind of go along with them. Okay, let's try to picture a world.
But he seems genuine. It's like he can't decide. It's like he's trying to decide.
Dive into these queries, whatever, and then you can break it down with as soft kid gloves as you want. And,
it's not like
paradigm, and it would be under a strict one-lane highway.
It's not like
fine. If you call that poison, that's fine.
Yeah, he's not gonna let you speak, P-Mac. He's just on a rant.
No, go ahead and speak, dude.
You sound genuine, Magic. You do sound like you're 50, 60, 40, 60. How do you get 50, 60? That's crazy. You can't get 50, 60 hard. But yeah, you sound.
I'll just say, I'm full on flat Earth. Cool, great.
Right.
Fair enough. You have to.
Okay.
It's fine. I'm full
Yeah.
on flat Earth.
Well, you don't seem belligerent. You don't seem.
No, I'm a little perturbed in my emotions, but yes,
perturbed.
I'm only human.
Is that a Looney Tunes fucking? No.
I think.
I don't know, bro. You sound genuine enough. Just you're on the fence.
He does. He does. He sounds like someone on the fence, just trying to talk, but it seems he's interested in the ice wall, and I understand that Alpha is like, hey, that's bullshit, probably irrelevant to even flat Earth in any shape or form, but it came off a bit brash
So is there no such thing
or
as
harsh.
an ice wall?
You see?
Nobody here.
Okay, no, over to you, Alpha.
Well, it's like what I was saying before. Like I try to paint it in many different.
On this 24
I try to. He's saying that I'm one lane, right? He's kind of what he's doing. He's projecting one lane on me, but isn't that what he is? Isn't he one lane with his ice wall?
I'll grant
yeah.
Okay, and
figure it out, dude. I'm trying to.
Yeah, I know. So you miscategorized me as being one lane. I'm not that. If anything, I'm
the question. What's the deal with the ice wall thing?
Dude,
There's no deal with the ice wall.
You just projected onto me for like what? For like 10 minutes that I'm a one lane person, and the only thing you're talking about is ice wall. Who's one lane, dude?
Right.
Dude,
So
you won't even answer basic questions. I've
See?
asked it 3
Magic,
times.
There you go.
Magic, shut up about the ice wall, please. Right.
Yeah,
move on.
There's an easy
question.
way.
Next
There's an
question.
easy way. There's genuinely
Here
an
we go.
easy way to put this to bed.
Yeah.
There's genuinely an easy way to put this to bed and move on with our lives. It really didn't need to be what it turned into. Magic, to answer your question, nobody here will claim there is an ice wall. People like to speculate there is an ice wall. We don't know. You will not find anybody in this room who will tell you that there is an ice wall. It's a bit of a caricature of the argument. What you might hear some people say is that the landmass of Antarctica is the highest land on Earth, which then gets twisted into a bit of a there's an ice wall then. Whereas the only positive claim you might hear somebody in here make about the continent known as Antarctica is that it's the highest landmass on Earth, more of a shoreline than a wall. But you'll never hear anybody here, at least, tell you there is an ice wall. It's a caricature of the argument. Does that help?
Okay. Yeah, and I'm sorry if it kind of got a little sideways there.
Moving on, Magic.
Yeah, there we go. How easy was that?
It didn't get sideways. It didn't get sideways for me. I think the main part about this whole thing is that when people don't think about it realistically, they get off into like, well, you're just stopping me from thinking about it. And I'm like, dude, if we were all just regular, like people who really were inquiring, like seriously about this and really wanted to know about it, like there would be a lot more research and information being put forward as in like honest endeavor, right? You'd have like, okay, look, this is my research behind all of this, and I found out that you can go from this, like where they went from in Chile when they went to go to Antarctica, when they went to go to see the 24-hour sun, in that Union Glacier. Like you would say, hey, we can think about going from southern Chile, from Puerto Arenas, and travel from there to Antarctica. Like there was none of that being had. There was no research into like any points or any like real way how to do something, right? It was just all like I said, like a third grader saying, I think we go ice wall if we get, some food, and we get, like, that's what I was hearing. And it's like, dude, you're not actually putting your best foot forward when it comes to thinking about things practically. You don't hear any of that. And I get that, because like a lot of people think it's just easy peasy, lemon squeezy, just travel from here to there. It's right there. It's not that way. You've never thought about this at any time in your life until just this conversation, where now it seems like I'm the villain because I'm showing you all the ways that it's not possible logistically.
Something I'm not. You don't know if I've thought about this ever in my life.
Yeah, your articulation is evident.
Know that, dude.
Your articulation is evident.
No.
How you told me
kinetically know that that's what I've ever thought about ever. You don't know what the fuck I thought about ever, dude. You haven't.
So why didn't you bring something like what I just described up? Why?
I'm simply curious, but you're like so heated you can't even fucking have a conversation.
Well, I only get heated in the moment, but for me, it's more of like grasping of the understanding. When you start to lose like context and the ability to reason, then it starts getting annoying, and then I take it to another level. But other than that,
I didn't. I'm just simply speculating, just simply curious. It's not.
Yeah, and I think we've kind of fleshed it out to its nth degree. Now you understand that if you're gonna endeavor,
fair enough.
Yeah, if you're going to endeavor to go into this direction, at least some form of research or, thing that you're going to say logistically. This is how I thought about it. It could be done in this way or something, but I don't think that was presented. I think it was more just basically like what everybody else does when they come in here and talk about the ice wall. It's a mischaracterization. I think Fox. What was your name again? The Fox guy. Did you leave?
Said about me?
Anyway, yeah.
Hey,
what did you say the articulation was for the ice wall? Like it's irrelevant to. Did you say you called it a caricature?
So the ice wall is more of a caricature of our.
Oh, that's how you said it was. Yeah.
Yeah. But I missed the very, very beginning. I've just been listening for kind of 30, 40 minutes of like meta discussion and just.
It's more of a shit show, dude. To be honest, man. Like, let's just call it what it is.
But
it's not without its.
It sounds like in the beginning, people come here and they think there's an ice wall because that's what people tell them. Think about it as the flat disk, and most people here are way past the flat disk in space. But there will be people who are still at that point, right? Because that's. If you think of like the ABCs of flat Earth, the flat disk in space is A. You get a little bit past that bit, okay. And then you get to, ice wall stage. And they might well come here. No, I don't know this guy. He may or may not be genuine. I don't know. Never spoke to him. But people come here kind of like, so what's the idea then? Is there an ice wall? And I don't necessarily think they're arguing for it or trying to say there is. It's just, I look at it a bit differently to other people. If you're in here, I don't know what time it is for you. For me, it's 10 to 8. This guy doesn't sound like he's in England, so it's not 10 to 8. It's a different time. But if you're in here asking about ice walls with even a degree of being genuine, then you're at least interested, aren't you? Like if you're here having this discussion, you are at least somewhat interested in the topic. Even the people who are, and I don't mean the trolls, let's get rid of the trolls. There are people who I've heard come through here who are globe earthers, 100%. But they're intelligent, they're articulate, and they're at least a little bit interested in the topic. And that's all I got from this guy. Like, he's interested. He's interested in the topic, and that's why he asked.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a very different take. I've been around these conversations far too long to understand what direction they're going and how to read.
That's not the case, dude.
Yeah, I understand because when I do my assessment during the conversation live, I know which direction we're heading. Because you and everybody else who think like you at the point that we had the conversation, you get into these kind of like hypotheticals and ways that you kind of pose the question to make it sound like a mischaracterization. Because I gave you a dichotomy. I told you, how do you think about the ice wall? Is it the ice ring that surrounds the entire Earth? I said it like 2 or 3 times. You must have remembered that. Is it like an ice ring that surrounds the entire Earth, or is it like an ice shelf? Like when you go to Antarctica and there's a location where you can see like a sheet of ice and, what do you think that is? And you read the definition for ice shelf. And as you read it, I said, do you agree with that? I think that's fair. You're like, yeah, that's fair. Now, for those of you who are keeping up, this is what was said, right? So let's not be lost on that point. I've already went over the honesty of the character that I'm speaking to, right? The guy. So when we got into more about like why the ice wall is relevant, well, we need to keep talking about that. I'm like, wait a minute, let me tell you something about that. People right now in this discussion who thought it be more relevant to talk about a 24-hour sun and to have an excursion to Antarctica have thought it irrelevant to even discuss an ice wall because it's not going to prove or disprove anything. So what they thought was important though was the 24-hour sun. So I went into that discussion. So I understand every point that I make in here, and I don't do a misstep just because people are like, whoa, wait a minute, he's just talking out his ass and he's being harsh. No, I'm showing you the reason why people do what they do, and the reason why this guy was actually in the path that he was illogical. And I was pointing that out to him. It was rough, and sometimes people that go through the ringer in this room, they remember these conversations. A soft-spoken conversation will be forgotten by tomorrow morning. A hard-spoken one will be remembered for weeks, if not months on end. This will be a stain in his memory. When he comes back in here, he'll see me. He'll know exactly what we talked about and be like, "Oh shit, I can't talk about that." Guaranteed.
I think Magic kind of said that when you were finished. So we should move past this topic then.
I think 50 minutes is probably enough.
Well, it's fine with me. I'm not the one bringing it up anymore. I'm finishing it. That's all.
Well, since you're the guy in charge, do you have anything interesting that you'd like to share with us? Like,
absolutely. I think people haven't spoken of the relevance of the 24-hour sun test that they want to go do. So I would ask anybody here, do you think that the 24-hour sun, because that's one of the topics that I was talking about while showing the person who I was speaking to that it's irrelevant to talk about ice walls, was it that the 24-hour sun was a thing that they actually went to go do? And if anybody in here who thinks that the Earth is a globe, do you think that that had any relevance to provide evidence of affirming the globe or disproving flat Earth? Now, I'm just asking this because I think that topic is important, right? We have to just at least talk about it. If you think it's relevant. Now, mind you, I did get heated, but because for specific reasons. But if you come up and you tell me, hey, I can put why the 24-hour sun in a logical statement is important for the globe, or at least disproving flat Earth, I would like to hear it.
Against my better judgment, I'm happy to jump in here. And I'm for reference, I do not believe I live on a spinning ball. Those of you who know me, no, I don't. But if you take the... I don't have the image for it, but there's an image that gets posted in here quite a lot. It shows the sun and the moon circling overhead. If somebody can post it in the side, any regulars here have definitely got this image ready to go. If you take that as the quote-unquote model, that specific setup of the Earth that image shows, and it's shown quite a lot, that cannot coexist with a 24-hour sun. Now, what's missed is that nobody's saying that image shows everything, shows all, and completely addresses each and every phenomenon of the Earth, of the sun, of all of it. But if somebody was to take that specific GIF as a model, and you combine that with a 24-hour sun, you can see why, if you reduced it to that, they would then be trying to claim, there we go, it's done, game over. Because based on that very simple kind of graphical representation, you can see why. You can see why they're saying, there we go, it's over.
Did you put the model in the... Did you put something in the text?
I don't have the link. And I know other people do. It gets posted here all the time. If somebody knows the one I'm talking about, it shows the sun, the moon, circling overhead. Somebody's got that reference image.
Are you talking about the...
I think it's called Schmexy Concept in the 24/7 specific Discord.
No, I haven't seen that yet. Oh, I haven't seen the GIF yet, but I mean, you saying there is a GIF out there?
Yeah, it gets posted here all the time.
Yeah,
there's no way.
On his app.
Which one are you talking about, dude? I don't think I've seen that. Or have I seen it? It might be something that...
Right, I'm gonna go
if anybody has it, I mean, you can post it. That'd be great.
I'm gonna go to 24/7 and grab it. Like it's literally posted all the time. But taking that kind of very simple representation, you can see why they would try to use that as a right. There we go, it's done. But then separate to that, there's videos where people have set up their own little mini Earth. They shine a light into some kind of container they've built, and then it shows a projected second sun, which, you know, may or may not go some way towards explaining what's going on. But I think it's important to not fall into the trap of, well, if you doubt heliocentricity, okay then, explain literally everything ever. And if you can't, then there we go. It's a ball. Because that's what this is, right? Explain this. And if you can't explain this like one specific minutia, well, there we go. It's a ball.
Does anybody know the GIF he's talking about?
I'm scrolling for it in 24/7.
I feel like I know what he's saying, but I don't. Maybe it's not what I'm thinking. The one that I'm thinking about, it has like a spiraling going from Cancer to Capricorn.
It goes round and round. So the
Is that the one you're talking about?
always in the outskirts. So if they're in the south, if they're in the south, and it's going round and it goes right to the north and west, east, it can't do that in the south.
That's what I'm saying, though. But like, I don't know which gift that he has that shows that.
I'm looking for it now. It's not my gift though. It gets posted here every day. Every day that I'm here, he gets posted like 3 times.
Pick the lobby. Also, I posted it here too.
Is it in the lobby, Heretic?
Yep.
Can someone DM me that, please? I'm on my phone and I really don't know where the chat is.
All right, there we go. So it's in the side chat. Thanks, Heretic. If we were to take, because nobody's ever put this forward as a model, there we go. This explains everything. Enjoy. But to take this, which is a simple representation of how the sun might work, this plus a 24-hour sun can't coexist. And this, which is basically a caricature, this is almost like a basic reference for people new to the topic. They're taking this, trying to make it into more than it is. It was only supposed to be a simple graphic for people who are brand new to help them visualize what might be going on. They're using this, trying to combine legs, it with 24-hour sun. Oh, absolutely. But
they grew legs, so
combine it with 24-hour sun and say game over, which is disingenuous, but that's what they're trying to do.
Well, it was happening back in 2018. I know that this was a huge topic. There was a big discussion happening about flight paths over the Earth, and so there was a kind of a back and forth between Globe and what map, which was the AE, or I think it was a Gleason's. I'm not really sure. One of those two. Then you had the 1942 aerial map. There was a couple of others that were in the running, but I think the AE was kind of the more dominant one. And they were saying that even people are doing TikToks today. I've seen one on my feed that this one lady was doing, and she's like showing like how she was traveling from the UK or some spot, and she traveled over to they were going to New York, and she said they had to do an emergency landing, and before they landed somewhere in Canada. And she's like, and everybody in the plane was like questioning, like, why are we going to Canada? Like, wait a minute, isn't New York, because they were looking at the map, isn't New York like straight across? Like, we're taking like out of the way, turn to go to this other place. And then she's like, well, but if you look at it on this map, and she was showing kind of like the AE style, like it would line up where Canada was like right directly in the path going straight for the airplane to make the emergency landing. So they're talking about it like even today. So I don't know if you know that or not, but they're still mentioning that now. Like, so it's that the conversation still hasn't went away. Like maybe some people didn't know what they've done in Antarctica, and I think there's a lot of things, the reason why people are still hung up on this. And it, like I said, it grew legs. From that point forward, everybody was talking about this is the correct way to look at flat Earth. I'm not even kidding. That's the reason why this guy probably thinks there's an ice wall, even though he said it wasn't talking about that. But that's exactly what everybody thinks that it is, according to the map projection.
I do think it is important to understand, though, kind of this is what we're up against as far as discussing the final experiment is concerned, because there are many people out there who would say that image there is basically your Bible. That image there is what you've been professing it to be. And that image
is what got disproven.
Yeah, absolutely. That image right there has been they cannot, they just cannot coexist. So I think what you're going to have for the next few weeks is people coming in here using that image as a reference point and saying, well, this is what you've been saying. And it's like, wait. I never once said this is what we agree is going on. Trying to make it into more than we've ever said it was, and using that as the basis to try and say that it's over, basically, that it's done.
So during the live streaming of it, there was they were watching the Midnight Sun, and they were taking turns going on camera and everybody was talking about it, and it was like a big old kerfuffle, man, with the time that they were doing it. And the flat earthers were on there, like Whitsid and Jaron and all them guys, and they were saying, well, we were wrong about the 24-hour sun. About the 24-hour sun. They never said anything about flat Earth. They said the 24-hour sun. I'm just telling you what they said. They were wrong about the 24-hour sun. It is what they're now seeing it to be. And it's like the moment they said that, it just caused immediate pandemonium in the chat. Dude, everybody was saying game over. The flat earthers were saying CGI, fakery. Like, I was like, what the fuck just happened? Like, it was instant chaos like that at that moment that they were talking, because they didn't concede the Earth is not flat. Like, they were just saying, like, it's the 24-hour sun is occurring right now. And that's what they were saying. They were wrong about. And so, according to the A map. So,
could I ask, what was the contention? Like, what was the argument behind it? Meaning, what was the globe Earth's argument why there would be a 24-hour sun?
Yeah.
And why? And the flat Earth side, why there wouldn't be a 24-hour sun or something like that?
Oh,
I think that would be a contention, right? Or
I would do it. I would do it from the flat. I would do it from the flat Earth side. The flat Earth side would be the model that Raised by Goats he put in the text chat. Do you see that model?
Right. Yeah. I finally found it. Yes.
Okay, so that model was what I was just discussing right now. In 2018, there was a lot of people that were talking about like conceptual way to think about the Earth as flat, right? And they were using this specific model to show the path of the sun. And the path of the sun there would spiral out to Capricorn and back to Cancer, the tropics. So as it would it would like do a corkscrew in and out. It would travel around the ring, the ice wall of Antarctica. Right? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay. So in one location, let's say all you would have to do is travel to one geographic location. And if you travel to that one spot and you could see the sun up for 24 hours at that one location and it's doing a circle right above your head, what would that disprove from that model? Because check out what the sun is doing in that model with the one that Raised by Goats put in there. It's going around the entire Earth, let's say, the ice ring. But if you were in one geographic spot in Antarctica and it was going just around that one location, what would that say about the whole entire ice ring?
Right, that it wouldn't work. It couldn't be a working.
Yeah, it couldn't be going. Yeah, it was because. Yeah.
I'm in the thick of it. Everybody knows. They know me where it snows. I skate in and they.
Sorry, that was me.
Nah, that was some other guy. But can you see the problem there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm kind of aware of it, but I want to know what the new arguments are for it.
No, I don't know. Like, I guess that's maybe okay. So during the time that they were saying they were wrong about the 24-hour sun, and I was looking at the chat, people were already saying that what they're doing there in Antarctica is all fakery. So there was mischaracterization of like what's happening, and there's just a bunch of stuff people were saying right at the time. So now the whole like clinging to the AE because it's like the golden map of the Earth as flat. Now seems to not be what people should rethink what they're saying, right? Because how can you provide evidence that that's the case if you have the sun moving around in a circle in one over one geographic location?
Right.
So it needs to be thought of in maybe perhaps a different way, maybe a different map projection. Who knows? But in that AE map, the way it shows that with that model, if the sun was going around the entire ice ring, then that one portion that it left behind would be in darkness while the sun went around from, you get what I'm saying? Went around the whole entire ice ring.
Yeah.
So yeah, that map projection wouldn't be verified as the way the continents are looking like to be. So that's what they were saying. They were wrong about the 24-hour sun. And so by proxy of that being wrong about the 24-hour sun, then you can't say that the AE map is a valid map projection for, let's say, looking at the Earth in that way, in the way that we're proposing, with the sun going around corkscrewing in and out from Cancer to Capricorn.
All right.
There was an experiment.
My question is, was there like a new consensus as to how it might work? That's my real question.
That's what I was going to answer. So
yeah, I think I was going to say Raised by Goats is going to. I think there was. I know that there is, but I mean, if he has the way that he's
I posted it in the side just as because I know people, it's easy with like videos and images, isn't it? So I wouldn't say consensus, but there's certainly people saying, well, here's how it might work. If you skip to the 4-minute mark in the Dubé video I posted, it's not actually Dubé's video. It's somebody else's video within the video, and he set up a little container over a model Earth. He's shining a light into the container, and it creates a second sun, which has a different path. It's easier to just watch the video, but there are many people who believe, and it is speculation, you know, we've got to be honest with these things, that the sun we see is more of a projection rather than the actual sun itself. That the sun is effectively outside of the, call it dome, container, firmament, whatever you want to call it. And as it shines in and through, there are certain points at which it can create a visual effect that you'd either see a second sun or you'd see a completely different, a different sun traveling in a different direction, which would allow for the 24-hour sun. I'm not wed to that idea. It's just something I came across, and I'm sharing it for you to have a nosy at if you're interested.
Oh, okay. I saw it, but that theory has been around since maybe 2016.
Oh yeah, it's been around for a while. But
what are you talking about? The idea he just said?
Yeah, I'm trying to find.
Yeah, I know. I've seen it before. He did it with like a pen light. Then what you're talking about? He did it with like it's looks like a little glass dome thing, and he shines like a pen light.
Different versions of it. Yeah, I've seen loads of different versions of it.
And the thing is, right? Like I'm not saying that you couldn't think about it doing what you say it does now, like in that way. That could be a very viable way of thinking about like that the sun could operate over the horizontal plane that we're on right now, but it doesn't give us the validation that we would need to move forward and say this is the case. So the only thing we have for validation is observation, and of that, of course, misses a lot of the being able to falsify the path, because of the fact that we don't know what the sun is. Leaves a lot more to be desired in the area of like having an explanation for it, because we can have multiple explanations because of the fact that it's an unknown right now. But I'm not saying that you can't think about it. I'm just saying there's nothing you can lay down for certain as what this is what it is. And then that gets us back to the place where if you can't make an affirmation of the claim, then I would say just best to leave it and say, well, we don't know. Because once you say like this, for example, Raised by Goats made a point, and if somebody followed back and said, you know what, this is how the sun is operating over the flat Earth as a projection, then what you have are like, that's a positive claim. You're gonna have to pony up with the details of how you know that's true, and you're gonna have to verify it. So this is the same standard for everyone. Doesn't matter who you are. When you affirm this thing, the claim that you're saying, you're going to have to back it up with evidence. And if you can't do that, then you're going to be left with like the one who made the claim but can't back it up. You know what I'm saying? Not saying you can't think of it as a speculation. No, because nobody knows, right? Let's put it that way.
Yes, I agree with you somewhat, because when I was on the fence, like Magic seems to be now, I used to have the same questions, and then when I realized, I haven't verified anything myself, then I can't move forward. However, I started to think about it, and then a lot of things I wouldn't be able to verify for myself, and then it presented a lot of problems for me, like philosophically, right? Because there's a lot of things within life where we depend on experts. For example, doctors,
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
You're deficient in. Okay.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It makes sense, man. But like the point about where we're told about this cosmology as a true statement, right? Like as something that is, it's true. It can't be taken as that. And so if we're being honest with cosmology, there's nothing in it that we can stand on and say, affirm, whether it be the idea that the sun is a projection or that the globe Earth claim is that they're balls of burning gas, plasma or whatever. There's nothing that we can affirm in a positive sense to say that this is what it is. You can't do that with those things. So everybody is just, yeah. So if you can tell me that the sun is whatever it is you say it is, that's a claim. Now you're going to have to back it up with evidence.
I get what you mean. Right. So I wouldn't make a claim on that. Like I haven't been to the sun to touch it. But
no, what I'm saying is like even those.
The same for everyone else.
Yeah, it's the same for everyone. So when you say that you're on the side of globe or on the side of flat, and just for example, right? They're like, well, there sees a 24-hour sun, and that disproves flat Earth because we saw the 24-hour sun. Well, they didn't disprove it, right? Because that's a whole other thing. But they haven't affirmed what the sun is either, have they? Did we hear from the Antarctic trip that they know now what the sun is because they saw it up for 24 hours? We didn't hear that.
So it's important it's important to kind of note here, like they actually did, not directly, because when you look at the flat Earth side of things, it's, well, what's the sun? We don't know. What's beyond Antarctica? We don't know. And what you're up against, at least in their minds, is, okay, so you've got none of the answers. The globe side has all of the answers. They know exactly what the sun is. They know exactly how far away it is. They know exactly how it was born. They know it. And obviously they don't. These things are theories, ideas, but they're not presented as such. So what you're up against is, well, the globe has got all the answers. They've got explanations for everything, detailed models for everything, for absolutely every aspect of life. And what have you got? We don't know because we haven't been there. We don't know because we can't touch it. We don't know because we can't measure it. And in comparison to in the mind of somebody who's thinking, well, you're telling me you don't know anything. Whereas with science, trademark, they know everything. They've got all the answers. And that's why it can be difficult to...
Yeah, it's a challenge. I'm not going to say that it's a challenge, but I will say that the challenge is accepted, right? So it's like you understand what you're going in and doing. You're not going to provide them some magical replacement theology. You're not going to say, okay, let's say they got that. Here's what we got. We got a projection sun, and we got you know what I'm saying? That's not going to work. Because even if the best intended kind of proposal for what the sun is, it's not going to work because they already have the explanation, and you're just going to debate with them about which one is better. My explanation versus your explanation, right? And so you're never going to get to a ground where they're like, okay, I understand. Because to them, they're happy with their explanation because it already comes prepackaged with a cosmology. So you don't have to do any work there. It's already done for them. Whereas you're coming in with the speculation about what the sun is, and now you have to do a whole other cosmology for them to visualize that what you're saying could even work. So you get what I mean? So you can't debate with an idea. You have to show them how to think about what they're being told versus present them a replacement theology. You get what I'm saying? Okay. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. I already know that's old and busted. You got to get away from that. You got to go more to, let's think about this. How can you see the sun doing what it does based on what they've told you? Have they affirmed anything? Can you verify the affirmation of what they're saying? Like, there's no way that you can get to the bottom of any real scientific endeavor about what they would claim, figuring out what the cosmology is. There's no way. They can give you kind of like these inferences from like spectroscopy and other things, but you're never going to get down to the understanding of being able to falsify the very claim that they're saying about it. That's important, man, because if you don't realize that, then you're going into a losing battle. All with you got your little sun as a projection, bags packed, you got your whole models ready to go, and the moment you start laying it out for you, they're just gonna laugh at you and say this is a clown show, because we have everything built on the shoulders of giants. We got all this over here, and here comes you with your little briefcase. You're going to open it up and now show me your little projection. Get out of here with that, man. Like, I got all of science on my side. That's what you're up against. It's not like it's like more to do, I think. Like I always said it before, it's more to do with psychology. They think that they have all the answers, but when you point out to them that they don't know what they're thinking about is true, then they realize it. But you just can't argue and debate with them. It's not gonna win the day, man.
While I agree with you somewhat, I think you're kind of changing if I'm thinking about it, right? Let's say each party says, well, we don't know what the sun is, because you'd have to say the same as a flat earther, correct? You don't know what the sun is. You know that it's a light in the sky. So they both went there to look at the light in the sky. One party is saying it's going to be there 24/7 based on their model. The other is saying, well, it can't be because it's not a globe like you think. And they go there and they see, well, there is a 24-hour sun. So they would have to then think, well, we had something incorrect. We didn't know about the 24-hour sun, or we had it thought about it enough or worked it out within our system. So as it stands now, yeah, there's a 24-hour sun, but that doesn't disprove the flat earth, which I can agree with, right? But then you'd have to come up with, or maybe those flat earthers would have to come up with something to counter why there is a 24-hour sun on the flat plane.
I don't think that's the case. Yeah, go ahead.
How's life on the farm?
Oh shit! I thought you were gonna say something relevant, PMAC. No, like I don't think that's the case. You don't have to. There's look, man. You can shoulder that and make it your business to like, okay, now it's my turn. I'm gonna disprove all this. You don't have to, because reality itself is just what it is. So if we see the sun up for 24 hours in Antarctica, that's obvious, right? That's obviously what's going on. It's up in Antarctica and over Union Glacier. People are witnessing it for 24 hours. That's good, right? That's an affirmation of the sun up for 24 hours. It's great. Good stuff. Now, where are we going to go from there? Where can we go from there?
That's exactly what I want to know, because
yeah, that's why I'm asking the question. Where can we go from there? Like, honestly,
right?
What are we going to do from there?
I haven't been in these discussions for years. I just decided to come back today. So when I was around, it was like the 24-hour sun, it doesn't exist. So
yeah,
that's why I was asking the questions earlier. So for me, it would be like, get the best flat earthers together and then discuss it.
They already.
What brought you back?
Oh, okay.
I've got an analogy.
You say you've been away for years. What brought you back?
I spoke to a friend today that told me. No, that was telling me about the Earth being flat. So yeah,
I
didn't know it was a flat Earth.
I think helps. Like it kind of helps illustrate what Alpha was talking about there, and it's a short one. Don't worry. So what you have to imagine is, let's say your wife is called Sarah, for argument's sake, right? So your wife is called Sarah, and she says to you one day, "Hey, I'm going to go stay at Jackie's house tonight. Jackie has broke up with her husband. She's in pieces. I'm going to go and spend the night at Jackie's." And you think, wow, what a kind and considerate wife I have. So Sarah leaves, yeah? Sarah leaves. And while she's out, you go to the shop. You're going to get some beers. You're going to get some steak. You're probably going to touch yourself. You've got an empty house, right? So while you're at the shop, though, yeah, buying Vaseline, while you're at the shop, you bump into Jackie. And she's with her husband. And you say, oh, hold on a minute, Jackie. Where's Sarah? And she says, I haven't spoke to Sarah in months and months and months. What are you on about? Now, press pause. Press pause, yeah? Press pause. Because if I were to start interrogating you, saying, what colour shoes is Sarah wearing right now? Don't know.
Red.
Who's she with? Don't know. What colour is the carpet of the room she's in? Motherfucker, I don't know. I thought she was at Jackie's house. Yeah? And the one thing you can declare with 100% confidence in that moment is Sarah is most definitely not at Jackie's house.
Yeah.
Do you know everything about her situation, who she's with, what she's wearing, what she's doing? No. You've only just found out she's not at Jackie's house. And if I were to start interrogating you...
somebody else.
Well, absolutely, yeah. Is it one dick? Is it two? I don't know. I thought she was at Jackie's house. So if somebody wants to pin you to the wall in that moment and say, if you can't tell me what colour dress Sarah's wearing, then we have to concede she's at Jackie's house. I said, well, no, I don't. Because I can see Jackie in the same supermarket as me, and my wife is not with her. No. If you can't tell me what colour shoes she's wearing, it has to mean she's at Jackie's house. And that's what happens with Flat Earth.
Analogy I ever heard in my life.
And that's what happens. With Flat Earth.
Well done, Goat. That was the strangest analogy I ever heard in my life.
No, it wasn't. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
It works though.
But also,
it does.
To the other gentleman, here's the deal. Some of us have already known that it was a big shill-tastic thing to go out to Antarctica. Why? Because whether there was no 24-hour sun, in either case, the people making an argument would be affirming the consequence. So, in the Globe's case, they say, if the Earth were a sphere, then when we go to Antarctica, there will be there's a 24-hour sun, therefore the Earth is a sphere. No, that's just a formological fallacy, not proof of anything.
That is, okay, Elijah, you know that's not what they have to say. Why would you say that? So silly.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so what is an affirming the consequence?
I find it hard to believe it.
So, the structure.
Fucking journalism and Jaren.
E-Mac, I'm about to put you on mute, bro.
Okay, sorry, bro.
Okay. Affirming the consequent is a formological fallacy that takes a true statement and invalidly infers its converse. The structure of affirming the consequent is syllogism to conclusion. Premise 1, if X then Y. Premise 2, Y. Conclusion, therefore X. So, premise 1, if X, the Earth was a sphere, then Y, there would be a 24-hour sun. Premise 2, there is a 24-hour sun. Conclusion, therefore X, the Earth is a sphere. It's just affirming the consequent.
Okay, so we agree the Earth is a sphere then. Good.
You see how that's the response? Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Well, let him cook.
But where's the other guy that hasn't been around for a long time?
Let the man cook.
Who, me?
Has there ever been a test that resulted in the Earth being flat? It seems like every time we test it, it's like, oh, it's a globe again. Yeah, we knew.
Yeah, that's Teach Kids. He's a senior mod from this forum. I don't know why he's interjecting.
Anyway. Yeah, I was talking to the other guy. I don't know your name. The guy that...
You talking about Raised by Goats? Raised by Goats?
Maybe.
Probably not me. There was another guy saying that we can agree.
Oh, yeah. He's Ice Cold Soul.
That's right.
Sure.
Are you still there?
Ice Cold is cool.
Yeah, I'm here.
So did you get that?
Get what? I didn't hear it.
Yeah, you just coming back?
You have to repeat the whole thing.
No, it's fine. Takes 2 seconds.
I'm coming back to
live.
Listening to these arguments again.
Yeah, we can't even hear Broski. He's chopping in and out.
You've just come back, by the way. Yeah. Back
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, just get closer to your router, man. What the fuck?
No, I'm on my cell phone. Mobile internet.
So you didn't hear what I said? Would you like me to repeat?
It's pretty
Interesting.
bad. I'm in a third world country.
What's going on with this guy, man? He's moving around and shit.
I don't know if it's common effect I have any.
Repeat, please.
Or I didn't hear the question.
Repeat it.
All right, whenever you're ready, let me know.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay.
You there? You ready? Present?
Yes. Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. So, whether or not there was an argument for the globe side or for the flat earth side, in any event, whether there was a 24-hour sun or not a 24-hour sun, either person that made the argument would have affirmed the consequent. Now, that is a formological fallacy. So, what is affirming the consequent? It is a formological fallacy that takes a true statement and invalidly infers its converse. So, definition: the structure of affirming the consequent is a syllogism, 2 premises and a conclusion. Premise 1, if X, then Y. Premise 2, Y, conclusion, therefore X. Now, I'm going to put it to you in the globe argument, or their side. Premise 1, if X, the Earth were a sphere, then Y. We would see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Premise 2, Y. We see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Conclusion, therefore, the Earth is a sphere. That's not a valid argument. That's just a formological fallacy called affirming the consequent, not evidence. So there's really nothing to do other than point that out. Second of all, I'm sure you have already heard, but it's practically used, navigated, fought fires on as a plane, including the globe built from elevation angles to Polaris, giving you the latitude for the globe and all that other stuff. So that's a quick summary as to how we whip the boys around. But the whole 24-hour sun thing, if someone were to make an argument, it would sound like that. That would be affirming the consequence.
Hey, Eli, I was going to tell you that it's also the same for those. Let's just imagine if they didn't see a 24-hour sun, we'd have the same problem with the flatties doing the same thing. I don't know if you knew that or not.
That's right. That's right.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, if what would the argument be? If well, I think you could turn it into a modus tollens if there weren't a 24-hour sun against the globe, but saying that there is no 24-hour sun, which is why it was a pointless endeavor to begin with.
Yeah, I agree.
How could one truly know like the full shape of the Earth? Is it that we can't ever know?
One must
And
be
then
a
we
creator.
couldn't ever really.
One must be a creator of the Earth.
Well, if we don't know
So
by now,
only God knows.
I don't think
I'm just saying if we don't know by now, and they've lied about it, and therefore we don't know by now, then what do you think?
Probably never.
No, I'm following the logic earlier that if you can only know if you're the creator of the thing. So only God would know. So we wouldn't be able to, any one of us that makes a statement would be speculating.
Well, I mean, if this place is created, right, and we're here in this existence here, clearly we wouldn't. How would we have a third person perspective? We're here, not there, looking here.
I think it's quite similar to, imagine somebody's trying to build a motorway and they disturb an anthill when they first start trying to build this motorway, and then all the ants come scurrying out. And if you were to pick up one of those ants and you say, so what we're doing here, little ant, is we're building a motorway and it's going to ease congestion in between Birmingham and London. Like, you just can't explain that shit to an ant. It does not have the ability to fully comprehend. We're the ant, basically. We can try, we can discuss details, we can sit arguing logical fallacies, but realistically, I don't think we can ever really know.
I don't know. Jesus, man. No proof of water. I'm sorry. No proof of curvature. We see too far. Bendy water. I don't know how lights in the sky explain this.
It doesn't.
It doesn't, does it? I mean, it doesn't make any difference.
Well, my friend sent me a thing saying, oh, look, there we go, case closed. So I took a picture of the lights in the living room floor and said, look, my floor is a ball.
Yeah,
I didn't see it before. It's the same idea.
Just one more drop of fire. Lights in the sky, what's happening up there is something we have no fucking idea. It's really fucking strange. I mean, I've seen the moon do things, and okay, you know, it's just a new moon's and all this here. It's just like, look, I used to look up as a young person. I think there's something fucking not right here. But whatever's happening up there, I don't think it's got fuck all to do with what's happening down here. Like.
Nigger.
What a nice guy. What a nice guy. You're a fucking nice guy. Do you know that? You're a fucking nice guy. Fucking.
And here we go.
Must be a genius.
And we are live.
Fucking genius.
What up? So check this out. P-Mac, seriously, you're gonna get muted, bro. You're muttering.
What? Sorry, I'm finished. Fuck, sorry.
Okay. Alright. So
fuck.
This everyone's obsession about shape, right? In reality this is symmetry, but there's a lot of asymmetrical things as well. I mean, if I were to ask you what was the shape of a mountain, you'd say what?
Hey, that's copyrighted. You got that from me.
No, you got that from me.
No, you got that from me, Elijah.
Where do you think you got that from? I was the first one to say it.
Hey, man. Hey, CB be the OG, man. Come on, man.
Yeah. You stole the one about the shape of the lake, too. Yeah. Yes,
nah, that's cap, bro. That's cap.
Yes, you did.
Nah, bro.
Stop the cap.
That's a great point, though. I'm not going to lie. That is a good point. I've been saying that for a while, too. Most things in nature are irregular. It's a CB original right there.
You know, I mean, the surface is already irregular. It's called elevation.
Exactly.
Like, let's be for reals. Like, is it a daunting thing to know that you don't know? Hell yeah, that's what it is.
True. But even on the globe side, they admit that there's things they don't know. They'll say things like, "We've explored more of outer space than our oceans." They say that like part of the ocean is unknown, or like the Amazon is unknown, things like this.
It's copium.
So, yeah.
It's like, okay, well, I mean, at some point, you do realize you don't. But it's like, but maybe we'll know more. I don't know how. I don't know.
I'm okay with some unknowns, and I'm not sitting here fretting about trying to figure that stuff out. You know, like people come here all the time asking.
Imagine like fucking 500 years into people demanding, like, you know, how to fly as a human being.
Right.
You know, and it's like, fam, some things just aren't possible, you know, physically. And they're just like still demanding, how can we fly?
But I need you to explain it. It's like, bro, can't fly, bro, period. That's not how this world was created. And, you know, people come here asking questions like, well, like, you know, how does the stars work? Hey, man, get in line, man. Like, everyone in human history wanted to know things like that. You think we're just going to give you an answer? I didn't make this place. I just found it like this. Come on, man.
We could give you some made up thing if it made you feel better. We'd rather be honest and say, like, we don't actually know. Because this whole idea of, balls of gas, light years upon light years away, but they're all already dead, so you can't test any of this. And the light you see is from stars that died years and years. Give me a break. Like, it's science fiction. Oh, we can give you some science fiction if it helps you sleep. But it's better to just say, we don't know. But we actually don't know. No one knows.
I'm totally fine with that. I'm so fine with that. It's the Globetards that come in here like, no, I need the answers. It's like, bro, then I guess you're going to be awake for a while.
They have all the answers. They have all the answers.
For you.
They know everything.
That Matrix?
Yeah.
They know
Matrix?
everything.
Not really, bud.
Yeah, pretty good, mate.
Good to hear you, man. Good to hear from you. And Elijah, good to hear from you as well, man. And Raised by Goat, that's a cool name. I work for a company that owns a place called Raised by Wolves. So that's cool.
Nice. It's actually autobiographical. I fell down a well as a child in a family of goats.
And that's why he's a flat earther. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, man.
That's because I bought a P900 and went to a large body of water and put it to bed myself. Case closed.
How nice of you. Tuck it in. Got it some warm glass of milk. And put it to bed.
But it's about like,
very nice.
Like £400. It's like £400 for a second-hand super zoom camera. So anybody curious enough, anybody saying that they're genuinely curious in this topic, but haven't yet, either A, spent £400, B, borrowed the camera from somebody else who spent £400. It's not that difficult. Get a calculator, get a super zoom camera, go and test it yourself. Don't listen to anyone. Don't listen to me. Yeah, get a calculator, get a camera, go see. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Thanks. You know, or you could save the money. Maybe just like buy a trip to a beach or the lake, something, go on a trip. You can combine this venture and testing the earth with like a vacation. You know, I would highly recommend you.
Yeah. I just took a camera with me. Like it was two for the price of one. Granted, the camera was a bit extra, but I also like wildlife photography, so you know, happy days.
Really good weekend in Las Vegas with a couple of hookers.
Vegas? Would that be a good place for observation?
No, poker.
Oh, well, I don't do that. But just go a little bit farther to the coast. You come see CB over here on the coast. We can do some observations off the coast same time.
Nah, you're creepy.
Come on, B-Mac. You know you want to.
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
All right, so who are we cooking today?
I'll be there tomorrow.
Bet. Who is Burger and Fries? I don't think we spoke before. Welcome. We also have Ice Cold Soul. That's a hell of a profile picture. And let's see. Mush Kane is here. Welcome back, Mush.
Ice Cold Soul have been talking. I think he skipped the debate for about 4 years. And now he's just back. I think it was that cool.
Okay. You're welcome back. And then Brit is here. Surfer muted. Okay. What do you do? What happened? Probably the usual. Skip Gradient. Have we spoke before? Welcome.
I see Heretic is here. Everybody tells me to fucking avoid that motherfucker.
Oh, shit. Heretic, you're going to take that?
Didn't hear him.
Oh, right. Heretic is here. Everybody's telling me to avoid that motherfucker.
But you have
heard of him.
Yeah, I know him from somewhere. I think he started his own religion way back in the day. Like,
I'm confused. We also have Whisper Jack. W Whisper Jack in the chat, guys. So welcome one and all.
Hey yo.
I'm CB and I'll be clocking in, boys. We're clocking in and we're locking in.
Hey, Whisper.
It's time to cook. Fry is here as well. Welcome, Fry. I think you just joined.
Whisper Jack.
What's up?
Hey, Fry. What's going on, man? You've been here before, though, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
All right. Is he, are you with us or against us? Sorry to call you out. Just curious.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going against.
Fry's a cool dude.
All right. So sorry. What is it, Fry?
Howard, I'm the coolest Glober you'll meet. How about that?
You're the coolest Glober? Okay.
Coolest dude you'll ever meet. That's it. End of story.
We'll put a jumper on then and warm up.
Nice. This is a great panel. We went live on X last night with Nathan Oakley. You guys missed it. That was a great show.
Really?
Yeah, it was good. It was cool seeing Nathan. Go ahead.
That dude having a meltdown at the end was pretty tidy.
How long did that go on for?
A couple hours. I think the recording has been posted.
Yeah.
If you want to check that out.
Certainly will. So 24/7 went live with Nathan Oakley.
Yep. Indio was there. I was there. Miggy was there. Nathan was there. Nathan was cooking, bro. Oh my god, he was roasting people left and right. It was awesome.
He's really good at roasting people, isn't he?
Yeah.
He has the master for that. Scream for me, bitch.
Oh shit. So, Fry, do you understand the flat earth a lot, a little, or are you still learning about what the flat earthers are saying?
No, I think I've been listening to the conversation for a few months, probably more. So I've heard most arguments, if not all.
Give me one of the arguments.
For flat earth?
Yeah.
We see too far is one thing.
Oh,
we see too far is a good one. That's a good
one. What
Water doesn't
about
curve.
Okay.
What else?
What else?
I don't know. Those are the most common ones, I feel like.
Do you take issue with either of those?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the VC too far thing you can explain with refraction, but then
Here we go.
Yeah, exactly. I'll just I'll just make the arguments from both sides. The flat Earth response to that would be, wait, what is that? Refraction doesn't have it requires two mediums. something like that. I think that's the issue.
Okay. All right. We've been paying attention a little bit. Okay.
I pay attention. I'm a good student, man.
All right. Well, so what about the other one? You said water isn't curved. What do you take? How do you take issue with that one?
I don't even know what. I mean, it's. I don't even know what it means. Honestly, it's just. I mean,
I can help you.
I understand the argument. Like it's like you're not seeing any curve, so water
Have you
needs a
ever seen-
container.
Have you ever seen water bending?
Water doing what?
Big lumps of bendy water. Have you ever seen water bending?
I have not. I've not seen that. I mean, but if you believe the globe, apparently it's true. Like if you have like something that's like has like a super high density, and
Yeah,
you put water around it would like curve around it like a magnet. It'll attract the water.
It's not even a counter argument.
Whoa.
Stupid.
T-Mac, do you mind if we
I'm sorry, Creation, go ahead.
Yeah, just for like the sake of just just clarity and all that stuff. Feel free to chime in anytime though. So I would say it's not really a visual thing, even though that may be part of it. It's more so the physical nature of water. So I would ask you this, Bri. Would you say all water behaves the same, or once it gets to a certain size, then maybe something else happens? Is it all behaving the same? Or
Yeah, it's all behaving the same. Like yeah.
Whoa, okay. So we've got, and just to be clear, we're talking about bodies of water, something you could put your body in, like maybe a bathtub, a swimming pool, a pond, a lake, or an ocean. You would say the surface, the nature of those surfaces are all the same. Just to clarify.
Yeah, I think someone asked me this a while ago. Like, do you think your bathtub is curving?
And you're saying yes.
I would have to say yes, right? Like that's. I can't say like that doesn't curve, but like after like 10 kilometers or whatever, it starts curving. That doesn't make any sense.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Wow. So it's curving. You just can't tell, or something.
I mean, you can calculate. You can calculate how much curve it has, and it'll come out to be like something your eyes will never be able to detect.
All right. I mean, so our argument is more that like water just doesn't do that. Period. I joke around and call it a water hill sometimes, but like I don't think water does that. I would say all bodies of water behave the same. So I would also say that, but we're saying it doesn't. It's not convex or concave. It's neither, leaving us with the flat option. So, what do you think about that? You just don't agree?
Yeah, I mean, so I think you understood this before you became a flat earther, right? Like, how did you explain yourself? Like, how does water doesn't fall from the Pacific Ocean or like whatever? It's attracting towards the center, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's basically.
That's fine. All right. Okay. Do you think that's something you could test? Like, would you be interested in maybe like learning about how to test that claim?
Honestly, I think it can be hard to like I guess test it against like your theory of flat Earth. Like if I had to come up with an experiment, I would say I don't even know where I would begin. Because
did you say theory of flat Earth?
I mean your I don't know. I don't know what word to use. You know what I mean.
Better word. The better word would be your You could say your worldview, the way you see things, so the way you think about it. Those are better ways. Because theory, you say theory around here, bro.
I was like,
someone's gonna come after you.
I would say the theory of gravity, right? I mean, but I wouldn't be disparaging like gravity any more than I would disparage like your theory of flat Earth.
Yeah, well, someone might roast you.
I know. To you guys, it would be like theory is like too. Yeah,
it's a colloquial term. All right, no worries. So, what about the globe? What are some things like? Do you understand a lot about the globe? You're still learning.
I honestly, like I've seen flat earthers go like heavy into a lot of advanced like physics and astronomy and all that stuff, and
Right.
I mean I don't have an education and all that, so I don't get it, most of it, but like yeah, I think to me like if I really had to, like if someone like a regular person, let's say, right, they ask me like how would you prove someone that the Earth is a globe, I'd probably point to the Aristophanes, I guess his name is, the sticks and shadows thing.
Yeah.
That's like that's a pretty easy way to tell.
Okay. You have a good understanding of Eratosthenes thing. What did he do?
So first of all, I'll just quickly say, like, I've seen flat earthers debunk this sticks and shadows thing by saying like it also works on a flat surface, which is like not what he. I mean that's pretty obvious, right? Like, I mean, it's if any glober believes that would be pretty comical, right? Like that's pretty stupid to think. Like, the experiment is not exactly that. It's like the shadows that would be produced on a curved surface are different than the shadows that are produced on a flat surface. Especially, I think, in a triangle formation, I believe.
Mm.
And you can use trigonometry to calculate how much it should curve. I mean, this is true, like, just based on geometry, like whether flat Earth is true or not, the globe Earth is true or not. This is just geometry. Like, if you have a light in a distance and you have a sphere, and you put like 3 sticks, I guess, on that sphere, like they would produce a different shadow length and shadow direction if it was on a curved surface versus like a flat surface. And you can
Anybody in the
calculate
panel?
exactly. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
No. You can finish. I was just going to ask if anyone in the panel wants to address this Eratosthenes point.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was pretty done. Like, that's pretty much it.
All right, chat. Somebody want to jump in on the Eratosthenes thing? Heretic or Matrix? Somebody?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Why don't we flesh that out a little bit? Like, sorry. Because I've heard, I've even heard folks like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who'll say that it works on both, or Vsauce, but I'm sure one of the flat earthers could maybe kind of walk you through the Eratosthenes. So we could just move on as well. I mean, if anyone doesn't want to click on that. I got nothing for that, but maybe Resolve or Raised by Goats. Matrix, T-Dub.
I was just going to say, what is this? Allegory of the Cave. They're still hooked on shadows. Have a look at the big picture, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, I was just going to say it works on both. Aristophanes doesn't prove anything.
I was just about to say that.
I mean, from my understanding, what are you're not measuring the Earth. You're measuring shadows, and then you're like, and then the Earth. Like, it's like, wait a minute, whoa, that seems like a big jump, Like, imagine a flat Earth. Like, well, look, I measured these shadows, and now it's flat. It's like, whoa, man, slow down. I don't know if those two dots don't necessarily connect.
Well, you can measure a sphere with shadows.
Here we go.
Period. But
here we freaking go, dude. All right, well,
I thought you wanted somebody to chime in. I don't have to.
Yeah, no, you could. No, I want you to go on that. That's fine. Just kind of maybe walk us through. Why don't you explain it? Like, say you had a younger brother, who's real young, and you're like, all right, let me just kind of help him out. How would you explain to someone that's like young or like a TLDR or something?
Yeah, so a sphere, you can measure it by shadow, but also what the flat earthers are saying is, well, yeah, you can measure a sphere by shadow on a flat surface if the source of light was closer. So because globe Earth side assumes, the sun is 93 million miles away and the light is that's coming down is all parallel, that you can use that to do the measurement. But flat Earth is saying, well, you can't assume that the sun is that far away. But then there's another problem, because if the sun isn't that far away, then that kind of changes things, because if the sun was a lot closer, and that's the reason, the distance of the shadows, it seems kind of coincidental that that the sun is the distance to make the shadow this length, as if the world had that circumference, as if the world had that radius. So that's pretty cool. If the sun was closer, then it would change apparent size, like as it moved. So
all I would have. Go ahead.
Go on.
Well, I would just maybe address your point by asking you, what is the sun?
Light.
Okay. Because I think people start to make a lot of claims about the sun. They're like, well, it should do this, or if it were here, then this would happen. It's like, I genuinely think no one knows what the sun is. That's an unknown variable. And so to start to say, like, well, this would happen and sun should do this, it's like, I don't think you can say that. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but the sun is an unknown. So then to start saying a bunch of making claims based off of an unknown seems unreasonable to me. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I get your point. It's all kind of theoretical stuff. It's kind of, what ifs. So yeah, I get that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Any other flat earthers want to address the? Yep. Yeah.
And if we're supposed to be about truth, guys, how are we going to come to truthful conclusions by begging the question? Come on, do better than that.
Yeah. Yep. Anybody else got anything on Eratosthenes before we move on?
I'll just say the Eratosthenes. He has a little map with two obelisks on it and the sun shining on it, and then he curves. You see the shadows, and I was like, oh, of course. He just flat Earth done, But then, it's more complicated. So
I'll be honest, right? Let me wind time back to, like, let's say 3,000 years ago or whatever, right? And me and my buddy are just chilling, and my buddy is like, I think the Earth is curved because I saw a bunch of shadows do weird shit. I mean, I'd probably call him like crazy, right? Like, I'm not saying like I would like take it at face value, probably. So that's I can see why there's like skepticism to this idea of using sticks and shadows. Like, honestly, like if you really ask me how do I know that the Earth is a globe, I would probably just say because like that's what I've been taught, and like I trust the astronomical agencies or whatever. Whatever videos they've released, they're pretty true, accurate. That's probably the real answer.
I'd say what I find interesting for ICB is that if this guy really existed, there would have been books written about him at the time, like there are books written about some of the most famous people on the planet today in their own time, but there was no books written about Eratosthenes in his time. That's fishy, right?
That's a point. I haven't even thought about that in a while, because I don't think Eratosthenes was a real being, just like Al-Biruni. Like, I wouldn't put it past a globe earther to invent historical characters that came up with proofsies, right? Oh, well, yeah, we this guy proved it. Who? Where? Is there any record of this person? It just definitely wouldn't surprise me that they would like retro and insert a character into history with answers. Who knows if this person even existed, dude? I highly question that for sure.
I agree.
I mean, why would you imagine if flat earthers did that? We're like, oh, we had flatitosities. He proved it many, many years ago. Like, we don't need historical characters to prove or give us answers. We can just do it today. You know, it's funny that the globe side is like, well, we got this guy from thousands and thousands of years ago. It's like, well, what'd you do today? Anything? You know, so I don't think Eratosthenes.
I'll be very honest. Like, you guys can disprove the sticks and shadows thing. You can disprove refraction. You can disprove, gravity even. Like, I don't think it would matter because, like, most Globers, like, they're just gonna believe the scientists and, like, it's because that's how, like, we're wired. Like, to us, like, it's the truth. Like, it can't be flat.
Right. It's not like I've seen that before.
You have a point there. You have a point
Even
there.
if the sun set in Antarctica, I would have given. I would not have really, like, I would have, like, there must have been some explanation for it. That
right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. I do hear you. Yeah, I agree with you.
I hate it when Fry's right.
He seems pretty chill. But yeah, I agree. I do think that even if there was, say, like a mistake or something didn't go correctly in Antarctica, they'd say like, nah, it's still a globe. Like, they'd probably overlook it or whatever. It would really be no different than how we feel about it either, right? Oh, well, it's the sun doing weird stuff. Like, the Earth still does the Earth stuff. And so we're not really too concerned with that. But you make a good point. Now, the other point you made about people who just believe scientists, I call this phantom expert syndrome, because you could just take a random sample of people and ask them, okay, well, name one scientist, and what does that scientist say? They won't be able to tell you. They couldn't name anyone.
I think there's like some weird. I don't know why we give this like credit to scientists, because I've not seen this in, like, other forms of authority. Like, if you ask, like, do you trust the government? I think most people would say, like, they don't fully trust the government. But, like, when it comes to scientists, I think there's, like, more trust among people.
Appeal to authority fallacy.
Yeah, but, like, that's what I'm asking. What's the difference between like a scientist and a politician? Like, why does a regular Glober make that distinction between those two?
None
because we use technology, but I think that's less so.
I see what you mean.
Bullshit. So I think that's kind of going away.
The media is what separates them. That's how you can tell the difference.
The what?
The media.
Oh, the media.
Other than that, no, you can't really tell the difference. You don't know if they're lying or telling the truth. You can't verify half of their shit.
Well, you do if their mouth's moving. I don't know.
I posted a video in the chat. Do you guys think that video's fake or real?
I don't know. I don't know which one to despise more, politicians or fucking scientists. Scientists or fucking politicians? They're both the same.
Well, we're gonna go off topic now. Great.
Right, no, we're not. Back on the song. Anarchy for the UK. Back on the song.
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry, I just chat with somebody real quick. So we all good on the Eratosthenes thing, or anybody else want to cook on that? I think we're good, right?
Yeah, no, I wanted to say one thing about him.
Go for it.
He was Greek.
Okay.
Eratosthenes is not the only one. Like, I mean, I'll find this in like Indian literature as well.
Sorry, what?
Al-Biruni? Who else you got?
Yeah, sorry, I had to mute myself there. I don't know. In Indian scriptures, you'll find people like Satya Prakash, and it's been mentioned in the Vedas. So.
Oh, okay.
I
Interesting.
don't know if it's the same for other cultures as well. I'm not sure. Might be.
Do you guys believe in the 24-hour sun in the North Pole or in the Antarctica?
Here we go.
Yeah, I believe in 25,000 like hours here in dark on the North Pole, and it just it's like always dark. Like in the winter, if you think about it.
Yes, there's a 24-hour sun, and no, it does not prove a globe. Next question.
This does not prove a globe.
I mean,
of course it does.
Huh?
Yeah, I think there's
no, it doesn't. It doesn't. And looking at a body in the sky doesn't prove the shape of the floor. All it does is it challenges the idea of the traditional flat Earth AE map without anything else. But there are other models where the 24-hour sun is explained and modeled.
You don't believe that the 24-hour sun explains the globe model well?
No, it doesn't. And actually, seeing a sun circle in a very small circle above your head when you're supposed to be at the bottom of the ball doesn't match the heliocentric model. And actually, with enough time, you'll see that the globers will stop talking about this 24-hour sun because the angles to the sun will not be correct.
Yeah, it wouldn't be correct. It keeps like going up and down, and I don't know if you heard about like Svalbard. They got 24-hour sunlight in summer.
Yeah, there's also flat earthers who have been telling globers for months and years that there should be a 24-hour sun, and that there is a 24-hour sun. Yes, and that
people believe in flat Earth.
And then it works with other models. Of course, the Earth is flat, my friend. That's how it's observed, and that's how it's measured.
I don't know. I mean, if you send a drone or something, a camera to the space, that'll be wrong. You can try it out. You can give it a shot, and you'll find out the Earth is not flat.
Okay, a lot of people are going to jump in on this.
Did you just say that it measures flat? Somebody said that?
Hold on. Yeah, it does measure flat. We'll get to that in a second, but I'm sure there's like 3 people that want to address this, like send something up and take pictures or whatever. Matrix, was that you?
All I said was off you go. We're not going to stop you. Get back to us when you get the results, mate.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing actually, Donuts. Why are you're putting a standard on others that you have not put on yourself? You believe in the globe, but you haven't done this thing. You're trying to have us do this thing to believe what you believe. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make a lot of sense.
I mean, if you don't try, you will never know.
No. But you're trying to require people to do something you haven't done to believe what you believe. That sounds like a weird double standard. And on the second point,
it's not a double standard. I mean, if you don't try something to get knowledge, you wouldn't get it though.
Hold on a second.
So why do we have to try your shit? What did your last slave die of?
Like, so why do you believe that Earth is flat? Like,
bro, hold on. You're jumping around. Let's focus for a bit. Try to stay focused. All right. Let's address specifically what you said. You guys should put something in the sky to take pics. Well, first of all, that's already happening. It's just not going to the place you might be thinking. Outer space. We can address that shortly. But just be mindful of just be mindful.
Just wait for him to finish. And then stop clipping him. Wait for him to finish, then you can respond.
Just be mindful because you believe in globe. You didn't do anything. You didn't do the thing. You're having us. You're trying to require us to believe what you do.
I climb on the Himalayas and
stop clipping him. Wait for him to finish, and you can respond.
It's all right, dude. So you climbed on the Himalayas. What happened?
Yeah.
Okay, what'd you see?
And you can see that like the curve that the Earth has.
Let me ask you a question.
Do you know how much of the Earth? Do you know how much of the Earth's surface you would see from the Himalayan mountains? What percentage of the Earth's surface you can see?
Well, the amount of sea you can believe that amount, like, you know, it can prove it, or you can.
It's like 0.000 something, my friend. Even from the ISS, you can only see 3% of the Earth's surface. So what are you expecting to see?
The cameras, and they can tell you that the Earth is not flat.
Whoa, bro, hold on. You've got too many things going on at once. I have another question for you. Which is higher, an airplane or a mountain?
I think it depends what mountain you're on.
I know it's a tough one, but it's not tough.
Definitely the airplane.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be the airplane. Of course, it'll be the airplane.
There we go. So, have you been in an airplane? Have you been in an airplane before?
Yeah, of course, I've been in an airplane before.
Okay. Did you see curvature?
Yeah, I did. Of course, I did.
Oh, okay. Did you take a picture?
Well, I haven't taken a picture of it. I mean, I didn't have to take a picture because I believe in it. It's not fun.
Wait.
If you believe in it, it just comes true. This is a Disney movie.
Donuts. How many, like, just rough estimate, how many pictures do you have in your...
No, you guys know that. You guys definitely know that.
Hold on, donuts.
Out of nowhere.
You're kind of spiraling, bro. Can we just reel it in one thing at a time? Question for you. Rough estimate. How many pictures would you say you have in your phone right now? A couple hundred, couple thousand? What are you working with?
Of what?
No, just pictures, screenshots, like... How many are we talking here? Let me just go with my phone.
Probably about 8,000, including.
And so, how many of those did you take of curvature when you saw it?
Bro, why would I take pictures of the curves? Like,
that's a good question. Wait, that's an interesting question. Why would I take a picture of something that no one has ever seen ever? I don't know. That would be really important. Honestly, if I saw curvature, I'm taking hella pictures, and I'm going around showing everybody. You're saying you saw this thing that no one has ever seen, and you didn't take a picture? Yeah, we totally believe you, bro. And number two, mathematically...
CB, can I just say, I would definitely take... If I saw a curve from a plane, I would definitely take a photo, because not only would it be the first time anyone's ever seen the curve, but you're not even supposed to see the curve from that high. So you're literally defying the globe science. You're defying human abilities. Like, you are special if you're seeing curve from an airplane.
You don't make any sense. You know that.
Yeah, hold on. Do you know how big the globe is claimed to be? Yeah, let's just rip the Band-Aid off. That is not high enough to see curvature, not on a mountain.
Thousands of people, they travel on the plane and they can see the curve.
We're going to mute him for a second because the guy's just spiraling out of control. Folks, it's really embarrassing when someone on the globe side doesn't know their own worldview enough to know that they're like not even representing it properly, right? Saying you could see curvature from a mountain or an airplane is a huge freaking L, because that doesn't match what the globe is claiming at all. I don't know if you've heard this before, Donuts, but the Earth is too big to see curvature. Have you ever heard that before?
Yeah, I've seen that, but if you get in a certain amount of height, you can see the curve.
Yeah. So what's the minimum? What's the minimum height then?
I don't know. Get on a plane.
No, but you said mountain. You said mountain. So would it be below or above a mountain?
Wait, I didn't get the question though. You mean on the plane or?
What is the minimum? What's the lowest I can go to see curvature? If you saw it on a mountain, can I see it any lower than a mountain?
I don't think so. Lower than a mountain?
The mountain would be minimum.
Yeah. Or if you go much higher, you can see more.
Okay, next question. How big is the globe?
The globe? I've never actually thought about it.
Wow. So how are you answering these questions, you donut? What is this guy on?
You don't have to know. You don't have to major something in order to believe in it.
1 second. We're not asking you to be a major and expert. It's just that you might want to know how big it is to then be able to say how high off the ground you would need to be to see curvature. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. Mountain, too low. Airplane, too low. You would need to be like, I think, hundreds of miles away from the surface to see curvature. Hundreds of miles.
You mean 100 mile?
No, hundreds. Like, I think 700. Someone might be able to correct me on that. It's like 700 miles. You need to be.
You know, the ISS
put it this way. Put it this way.
They can see the whole Earth.
Donuts. From the ISS, do you know how much of the Earth's surface is visible from the ISS? Have a guess.
Yeah, the amount of part.
Have a guess in percentage of. No, you're not even listening to the questions, dude. I'm asking you how much percent of the Earth is visible from the ISS. Have a guess.
Not fully. Probably partially you can see it.
Have a guess. What percent do you think of the Earth's surface is visible? What percentage? Give me a percent.
Probably about like 50 or less than that.
See, this is why you're getting confused. No, it's nowhere near 50%. It's 3. Yes, you are. It's 3%. 3% of the Earth's surface will be visible from the ISS's height.
I don't know if you can afford a camera or a balloon.
Yeah, dude. Yo, hello.
With the GPS.
You donut.
Dude, I was talking first, man. Come on, wait. So 50% would be the absolute maximum you could see anyway, because it's a ball shape. You couldn't possibly see more than 50%.
Correct. This guy doesn't have a clue what he's talking about.
Wait, so you're saying you can see the whole Earth from the ISS?
No.
Oh my god.
Why
you can't because you can't see the other part. Okay, I'm gonna
how could you see? How can you see more than 50% of a ball,
What do you mean you
donut?
can't see the other part? What do you mean by that?
Okay, I can tell you. I can explain it. Listen, so I'm gonna send you a video of a guy that sent the balloon on a GPS tracker with a camera in the space and.
Stop changing the subject. Talking about something specific. We're talking.
Explain what you meant by you can't see the other part.
The thing that we're talking about here, the Earth is not flat.
No. We're just addressing something. Yeah.
Can I? If I explain this to Fly, then maybe the other guy might actually learn something as well. So, if you're looking at a ball, right? Let's say a ball is half blue and half red, and you were looking at the blue side of the ball. The red side is not visible to you, right?
Yeah, it wouldn't be. Can't see it.
So, what portion of that ball is red?
How do you know if any of it's there? Are you talking about the Earth or
just
ball?
Answer the question. What portion of that ball is red?
Ball?
This isn't hard. This isn't hard, dude. A ball.
See. I'm gonna send you a video in the chat.
I don't care. Just listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, and I'm talking to the other guy anyway, so I don't know why you're interrupting. If a ball is half blue and half red, and you're looking at the blue side, right? How much of the ball is red?
Oh, well, 50%.
Right.
Of course, yeah.
But you can't see any of the red, right? Because you're looking at the blue side.
Yeah, you can't see the other side, of course.
Wonderful. So when I said that it's of course, that's what I said to you earlier, and you were like, "Nah."
Of course.
So obviously,
look at the video on the YouTube. You can see it.
You need to understand basic concepts before you start sharing anything, dude.
Wait, you guys know that it's true that Earth is not flat, but you're debating about it in order to prove people wrong.
This guy doesn't deserve the airtime.
Right, this is how it's going to work. Go and watch your video again and have a look at the mad fisheye lens that they're using. You do know about lenses and stuff, bro.
How do you know they're using it? It's a simple camera.
Yeah, no. What I want you to do is watch the difference of the horizon. When the horizon gets towards the center of the screen, the curve flattens out. As it gets further away, it turns more into a ball. So
yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Based off the lens, not because it's
that's when you start seeing the curve.
So why does it see the curve at the ground level when they first let it go? because they're using
you're too
a fisheye
small
lens.
on the Earth. You're just a tiny.
No, he's asking
piece.
why you do see the curve.
Why do you see it? At the start,
Do
he
I
lets
see
it
the
go.
curve
I'll
on the
rewind it
land?
again.
I don't.
Oh my god! In that video, he's asking you. In that video, right? Repeat after me. What did I just say? What did I just say?
You said in that video.
Okay, so in that video, so not you in real life. In that video, he's asking you why there is a curvature there at the start of the video at ground level.
Got him.
There you go. I just pasted it. In
No. What do you mean got him though? The camera is like that.
Donuts. So you don't fry your brain or overcook yourself. In text chat, 23 past.
Bro, you.
Donuts, don't do it. 23 past. See the curvature. Okay.
You know what I admit?
Well, you shut your yap. Right. In text chat, you can see the curvature. That is 2 seconds after the balloon was released. Now, in order for you to see your alleged curvature, balloon has to go about, 690 freaking miles up in the air or some crazy bullshit number. That is not as high as what it needs to be. So, you explain to the good people how this is happening. You're unlocked now. This is where you talk.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Yeah, what do you want me to say?
You can't see curvature. Just say you can't see curvature, and then you're good. That doesn't even mean there isn't a globe necessarily. You can't see it. It's too big to see it. Come on, bro. This is your own worldview.
You can't see the curve while you're on the surface too low.
No, at all.
On the ocean level.
You can't see it from a mountain. Dude, I'll go Dr. Seuss on you right now. You can't see it from a plane, a train, a mountain, a fountain, a plane. You're not seeing it, period, bro. Sorry.
Well, I've seen that on a plane. Of course I did.
No, you haven't. Sorry. And you didn't take a picture either, Goofy.
Have you
didn't
ever
take
been
any
on
pictures.
a plane before?
Yeah, Brokey, I have. And you didn't take any pictures because you didn't see it either.
And how was the weather when you were on the plane? Was it cloudy or sunny?
Perfect.
Man, you should have seen it then.
Not really, because the Earth is too big to see it as it's claimed to be. You don't know your own worldview. We asked you how big the globe is. You're like, well, I don't know.
So what are you're debating about? The Earth is not
How about
flat.
this? How about we shut this down?
It is flat.
It is
Guys,
flat.
check it out. We'll shut this down in a hurry. In text chat, it's got the timestamp and everything on it. What? It's bent backwards now, bro. What's the deal? 25 past the hour.
See, you could. See.
Yeah. No.
You see it?
Explain that to me. The white thing on the end is your ball-tard, bent backwards.
Bro, the camera,
As
the
in
picture that you
convex?
sent in the last, the camera is like that.
The camera is like what?
It's just like, it shows you round.
It shows you around. I don't think you understand which one the Earth is.
Have you seen that like camera,
Donuts,
360 degree
shut up
camera?
and listen. The white torn pieces in the middle are the balloon. The dark blue patch is the sky. So why is your Earth bent the wrong way?
Wait, can you speak American? I don't get like what you're saying. Like the words. I don't.
Why is the curve curving in the wrong direction, Donut? Why is the curve going up? Donut?
Well, the camera, like the way you shoot the video, it's not like, I don't know. Is it like that?
It's your claim. This is your video. You're the one that told us to watch this video, and now you're sidestepping your own claim.
What video? The second one is not my video. I'm talking about the first picture that you
This
sent
is
there.
your video that you told us to watch.
The picture.
The picture
first
is
that you
out
sent.
of your video. It is
Well,
a
you sent two
frame out of
pictures.
your video.
What picture on about?
Matrix,
Like the first
can
one
I
or the
finish this
second
guy
one?
off? Do you mind if I just finish this guy off?
Hey, yo, pause.
Check the chat. Right, check the chat. I'm putting in the chat some footage from the Chinese Chinese footage when they were apparently up at the ISS. This is direct footage from the Chinese space station, and I want you to press play on the video, and I want you to see how perfectly straight that horizon is when you don't use a fisheye lens. Okay? Press play on the video. Skip forward to about 30 seconds. You'll see multiple angles of the Earth with completely flat horizons from the ISS height.
They're not. Wait, how do you
wait? Curvature.
Wait,
this
is it
argument
flat?
Is over.
Is it flat? Do you see it flat?
Yes. Yes.
It is extremely flat.
Bro, it's literally
Go to the video. 30 seconds. Timestamp us. So which bit's got the curvature? We'll all look together. Which bit?
Is the curvature in the room with us?
Wait, I'll tell you.
Where did the curvature touch you?
Time to do the matrix.
Wait.
This is not the curve you're looking for.
Oh, no. Wait, I'll tell you. Wait.
Bro, you're done. That horizon is as flat as a ruler.
The 31st second. Go on, 31st second.
So if you don't get curvature from the ISS's height, then stop talking about aeroplanes at 30,000 feet, Donut.
Wait, it is curved. You don't see it flat. Come on.
You do see it flat.
If you think somebody's flat, if you think something is flat, and if you go like I don't know, probably 30,000 feet in the sky.
Yeah, like an airplane, which you did, and you saw
you wouldn't see it curved. It wouldn't look like that.
You are such a donut. This is footage from the Chinese space station. This is higher than an aeroplane. So if we have a flat horizon, at hundreds of thousands of feet, then you're not going to see a curve at 30,000 feet, are you, Donut? This is why your own paradigm tell you on a regular you can't see the curve from an aeroplane, Donut. Wake up.
You can see it a little bit, not fully though.
No, you can see it a little bit. So what you think you're seeing from 30,000 feet? Nothing. You're not seeing the curve from an aeroplane, Donut.
I can't believe
you can see a partially curved.
Mate, you can't see shit. You can't even listen. Never mind see properly.
I don't know if you've ever been on a plane. You would see it.
Just relax, Brokey. We've been on planes many times, and you've been on a plane, and you said you saw a curvature. You never took a picture.
I sort of got.
Come on, dude. Come on, bro. You're telling me you saw something no one in human history has ever seen. You're like, nah. Even though I've got thousands and thousands of pictures on my phone, let me not add this one. It's like, okay, bro. You got pictures of random trash on your phone, and not curvature that you saw. Come on, man. That's crazy.
Well, why would I take the picture though?
Because no one in human history has ever seen this, and you did. And you're telling me you didn't snap a picture, dude? That's like seeing God. You're like, nah, this one's for me. Like, okay.
Yeah, I've got space on my camera for God.
Dude got a camera for his birthday with a fisheye lens and thought he could see the curve from sea level. What an idiot.
Oh, go on. You guys know that it's
just because you're looking at curves. Listen, just because you're looking through a curved lens or you're looking through a curved piece of glass doesn't mean that the Earth becomes curved. You're not supposed to see the curve from that height for the 15th time. And if you say one more time, have you guys been on an aeroplane? You deserve to be muted, bro, because you're not listening. You're not supposed to see the curve from 30,000 feet. And I've just shown you evidence you don't see the curve from hundreds of thousands of feet. So stop being a fucking zealot, bro.
Oh, God, you guys are so naive.
Nah, bro, you're an idiot. You don't even know how to listen, bro.
You're
like,
not.
You saying
I'm not
the
an
dumbest
idiot. You know
things
it's true.
ever.
You're just debating about it, wasting your energy on it.
Donuts, how
projection. 5'4".
Wait, I sent this video. Wait, this guy climbed on the Himalayas, and he took this photo. I'll send it to you.
Who hurt you, bro?
Look
at
the video. Honest, you're not very credible, Donut. Donut, you're not very credible, and watching your videos is not really going to do much for me because you're not even presenting your argument correctly, my friend. You are completely out of sync with your own paradigm, what your own mainstream
you're just
people say.
About it.
You're just making shit up, bro. You're just making shit up based on assumption.
Bro, the people that climb on the Himalayas, they shot a video there, and you think it's stupid. Come on.
Yes.
Donuts. Start looking at some of these different videos and photos. They use wide-angle lenses for a specific reason. They want to get as much of the scenery in as possible. The downside is it bends and warps the image in ways that you don't probably like or don't even understand.
Wait, have you heard about the thing?
There's no waiting about it.
Donut, why don't you listen? When somebody's speaking to you, why don't you listen, Donut? Donut, seriously.
Yeah, I'm listening.
If you can't start responding to what things people are saying, then you're just not participating in the conversation, and you don't deserve to be in the conversation. How are we not making sense? We are telling you your assumption is wrong, and you're going, nuh-uh, have you been on an aeroplane? How many times can you do that before you start feeling stupid when we show you can't see the curve from an aeroplane? You've got no self-awareness, Donut.
Well, you can see it though. I've seen it myself.
You can't though.
No, you haven't, bro.
Okay, just prove me it's not curved or it doesn't look curved from the plane. Prove it to me. Go on.
Go get in a plane, Brokey.
Yeah, I've been on a plane.
No, you haven't.
Of course I did.
All right, well then, did you take a picture? You take a picture?
Bro, like, I get on a plane, like, every time. Why would I take picture of it? Like,
you too, bro.
Why? Do you see? Do you take pictures of your school when you go outside? You don't.
Donuts. Even your own side is telling you, right? There's a Glober in the chat who says, "Donuts, hey bud, I agree with you. The Earth ain't flat, but they're right when they say you can't perceive curvature from a plane. It's way too low." Even listen to your own side, Donut. They're trying to save you from being dumb.
Donuts.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. That's good.
He doesn't. Yeah, you're going to listen the old-fashioned way. Donuts. In text chat, you've got a choice: A, B, or C. Now, which one of those in A, B, or C did you see out of your airplane window?
Ooh.
I saw A. Yeah, of course I've seen A.
Exactly. Would that be because of the window itself?
Not the window, of course not.
Exactly, yeah, you're not even looking at the whole picture. Because if there was curvature...
I'm looking at the picture. I've seen that.
Effort like in B. Not individual little bumpy
I've
things
I've seen the A.
So you've seen the A. That's awesome. So you've got no idea. That's what we wanted to know, mate.
Wait, did you see the video that I sent you of the Himalayas? Did you see it?
Down there. Stop embarrassing yourself.
Yeah.
Just stop embarrassing yourself, mate.
Oh, it's not being embarrassed. It's about admitting the truth, and you're not admitting it.
Dude.
You're not listening. So start listening, and you might learn some stuff.
Yeah, you don't seem capable of debate.
Oh god. Where do you get your info though? Where did you get all the information the Earth is flat? Where did you get it?
Outside and observe
the Earth.
From where?
Yeah, the Earth directly.
Where did you get it?
Earth.
Yeah.
Wait, so do you think that all the scientists in the world have been to the space? They're
Name
all wrong,
one. Watch this, guys. Watch this. Watch this. Name one.
Name what?
You said all the scientists. Name one. Give us one.
Scientist?
Yeah, name one.
Google. He's Googling.
Neil Armstrong.
You're just buying time. Okay, what does he say?
Neil Armstrong?
Yeah, what does he say specifically?
He's been out of the Earth, like far away from the Earth.
Neil Armstrong?
Okay.
Is he a scientist?
And you can even see the satellite picture that was something that was sent off the Earth by NASA, and they took a picture of the Earth, and it shows it's round, not flat.
You said scientist, bro. Name us one scientist. We'll wait.
I said it. You didn't hear that? Neil Armstrong.
You named an astronaut.
You named an astronaut, dude. That's not a scientist.
Yeah, the astronaut said it. Yeah.
Hey, do you see how words mean? Yeah, stop embarrassing yourself. You're saying all this stuff, but you don't.
Bro, I'm not embarrassing myself. You're embarrassing yourself, not me.
Oh, good one. You're embarrassing yourself here.
Oh god.
It's actually comical.
What am I?
It's like we're playing a game. How many things can you say that are incorrect, and then how many times can we correct you, and then how many times will you just ignore us? Like a game. Anything else incorrect you want to state while you're here?
You guys are delusional. You know that.
Projection out the wazoo, bro. That is crazy projection.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's actually true.
Oh, Brenda, man.
Brenda, you weren't even here.
Or some shit, man.
Shut up, Brenda. You weren't here.
It doesn't matter. I mean,
you know what, Brenda? Why don't we just Brenda? Can you see curvature from an airplane? Just pop them off you. Just a couple questions here. Brenda, can we see curvature from an airplane? Yes or no?
At the height of about 35,000 feet, it's possible to see curvature.
Okay, just put them back on mute.
But not.
What are we doing? Oh my god!
Yeah, you're laughing out of nowhere, bro. It's not funny, you know?
Yeah, Brenda's wrong about that. And he knows it.
Wait, did you ever hear about Voyager 1? Like, that was sent by NASA?
What?
Voyager 1 space probe. Have you heard about that?
That's just lore, bro. Cool story, bro.
Do you know about it?
Yeah.
Voyager 1 and Voyager 2.
Yeah, what is it? It's called Voyager 1 space probe. It was an object that was sent by NASA out of
we know the story better than you, dude. We know the story better than you.
It's not a story. They sent pictures of the Earth.
Can I tell Little Red Riding
And it was round.
That's not what Voyager's doing.
Just deny everything, you know. You won't believe anything.
It's a different kind of story.
Astronaut. It's not a story.
It
really happened, guys. It really happened. Promise.
Yeah, the Bandcamp is a story, trust.
There's no place like home.
One time?
I don't know. I don't know if you're in the US. You should go to like the place where they launch satellite in NASA.
Oh my!
And they'll tell you about.
No, honest question, bro. Honest question. Which flat earther hurt you?
Huh? Nobody. I think the all flat earther like believers. I think they're all delusional.
We don't care what you think, dude. We don't care. You've already proven yourself to be an incompetent thinker. You don't even say like correct things. You make shit up.
I'm just sending you some infos here. You don't have to believe it.
Why do you think we care what you think, dude? You don't even know how the Earth is measured.
I don't care what you think. If you care whatever you think,
you can
I
tell
don't
us all these
care.
fairy tales, but
I'm
get a
just
camera.
telling you that.
Get a camera. Go to a body of water like the ocean. Find a marker that's 10, 15 miles away, and go and prove to yourself that there isn't any curvature. Yeah? You can't say that to us. You have to say to us, what about this story? Why don't you believe that story? No. Why don't you go and prove the curvature for yourself? Because you know
come over. I'll prove it. I'll get a camera for you. I'm not lazy. I can prove it to you.
You won't do anything.
You believe in stories.
Bro, people did it though. People sent fucking cameras into space.
Oh, here we go. Chapter 2.
After
all that, Chapter 2. Fuck it out.
Matrix, get the harps out, bro. We gotta get the harps going in here. This is story time right now. Oh man.
They sent scientists first, didn't they? Like Neil Armstrong, the scientist.
Neil Armstrong, the scientist. See, I'm still waiting to hear a scientist. Yo, man. This is what we talked about earlier. Phantom expert syndrome. Oh, the scientists. Like, okay, well, who?
Bro, you're talking for no reason here. Come on. You know it's true.
And you've still failed to bring us curvature.
Oh my god.
Win-win.
Do you know when you draw like a line on the map, it's not straight? What do you think it's not straight?
When you draw a line on the map.
Yeah,
a line
when you measure the distance on a map.
So you know that a line is by definition straight. A line is by definition straight.
What?
It's the shortest distance.
See what I mean, Donut?
Are you talking about an arc?
Ridiculous things you say.
Are you talking about an arc? Are you talking about an arc?
The what?
Are you talking about an arc?
What the fuck is Can you speak American? I don't get it. What you're saying.
So the language is English, and it's the language that my people came up with. So if you don't understand it, that's your problem. an arc, A-R-C. You don't know what an arc is?
A-R-C?
Yeah, an arc.
What the fuck is all? Is that even a letter?
I don't know what an arc is.
Why do you pronounce it like that? Oh, is that even a letter?
Arc. That's how it's pronounced in
right.
English.
I don't get
the language we're speaking.
Are there any other pronunciations, my guy? Like, what are you talking about?
All right. So we don't confuse this poor numpty. Donuts. You said we can draw a line on a map. Now, I've just posted up in text chat for you. Which map are you using?
I'll send you a picture. Wait.
He's not making... He's just making baseless claims that he's reading from somewhere else.
No. Wait. I'll send you a picture.
Stop embarrassing yourself, please.
God,
please.
Oh, God.
Honestly, this is such W content, though. Like, I mean, this is like...
W's in the chat.
It's super W's in the chat, guys. This is great right now. Oh, my God.
Griffo, what So you go.
One more thing. If you're walking on the Earth from point A and you walk all around the Earth, you're gonna reach the same place. How do you do that?
Can you walk on water? Like
you don't understand.
No, I'm not talking about water. I'm talking about land. If you fly from point A to point B,
let Jedi respond to you, please.
You'll come to the same place.
There's no point telling you. He's weird. There's no point telling you because you don't even understand what an arc is. So this concept's going to blow your mind. You won't get it.
Oh, can you spell the word?
Let's try.
You know what?
Spell the word. I've never heard of that.
A-R-C, arc.
It's called arc.
Alpha, Romeo,
Arc,
arc. That's what I said.
It's arc. Say it right.
Do you have functioning ears?
Oh my God.
Can you believe he was the one who asked the question about the straight line on a ball? Can you believe it, though? That he has no context in what he's saying?
Sorry, Jedi, go on.
No, you're fine. I don't really want to
I don't know. Where do you learn the geography in England? I don't know. How does it work there?
Yeah, we speak English in England. You know, the language we came up with. That's why it's called English.
Okay. Talking about geography, not about English. I don't know where do you learn there. What do you learn there?
I'm talking about fucking geometry at the moment, mate.
Did you say ARC, like the Intel ARC GPUs that they just released? I hear the
second. Yeah, that's how you pronounce. Look at that guy. The way you pronounce
ARC.
it.
Yep.
ARC. I need an ARC.
Do we have any better Globers in the house?
Oh, what?
I mean,
no. This is hilarious, bro.
Yo,
it doesn't really
claim
get
this
much
guy
better
as
than
one
that.
of us. I'm sorry.
But he's not keeping up. He's pretending to keep up, but he's not keeping up. Come on.
He's coping hard.
If he was going any slower, he'd be going backwards. Come on, guys, we can do better than this.
Oh, God. What are you getting out of this proving the Earth is not round? What are you getting out of this?
Gets to really interesting, intelligent people like you.
Yeah, the minute we're getting a kick out of listening to you.
I mean, there's a certain intellectual rigor in defending something that you believe in, even like whether it's popular or not, right?
I swear to God, you know it's not true, but you're debating about it for nothing.
So you just chose to ignore what I said.
Such an idiot. You are such an idiot, Donuts. Why don't you listen?
I'm not an idiot, bro.
What does intellectual
Debate
rigor
about
mean?
Something.
Yeah, dude, Donut. What does intellectual rigor mean?
Intellectual what?
Intellectual
rigor.
Exactly.
Rigor? I don't know.
Yeah, R-I-G-O-U-R.
I don't know. That's English from England. I don't get it.
Well, yeah,
I can get you in there.
So intellectual rigor is the ability to think clearly, deeply, and carefully, especially when presented with new ideas or concepts, right?
The Flat Earth Society has members all around the globe.
Yeah, hilarious. We've never heard that before. We're also not that
good one, bro.
Aha.
Oh shit! I gotta.
You probably noticed we're called 24/7 Flat Earth, not Flat Earth Society. They're a different group. 2 doors down on the left.
Yes, sir. Confirm, Grand Wizard. I can confirm that, Grand Wizard.
There is no group, by the way. Flat Earth Society. That's not a thing. Hollow organization. A bunch of globe tarts. Anyway, I can't believe you just whipped out of 2015, bro. Damn, we just flashed back to 2015, bro. That's crazy. This is W Entertainment. Video games, you got anything else, or is that all you got?
My fault. I'm playing Rust. Say that again. Huh?
What else you got for us?
You're playing Rust. I bet you're a toxic guy.
No, I'm just trying to make a tea farm. Oh, do I have anything for you?
So anything else?
Have anything for you? Like,
yeah. When you asked if there was numbers on the globe, what other one-liners from 2014 do you got?
Well, one-liner?
Yeah, how do you know we live on a globe? How do you know we live on a globe apart from having a sarcastic comment? Is there any evidence of a globe?
That's what I was told by my school teacher when I was like a 5-year-old.
Yeah, you know what my
and what proof did she
my daughter?
Amongst other circles,
Yeah, what did they say?
They say that we spin in a circle amongst other circles. That's what they tell me. So
Awesome. And what evidence did they give for that statement?
they produce like this diagram that had like a big giant orange sphere in the middle, and then there was like 7 tiny little spheres around it, and it was rotating. And
Awesome
the
stuff.
sphere stood still, and then everything else moved around it.
Awesome. You're not going to like this. So, apart from this pretty little picture somebody drew you, what actual evidence did they give?
No, they said go outside, and you'll see that we're not a piece of paper, right? Like we're not a piece. We're not flat.
So they draw circles on a piece of paper, told you to go outside and say, we're not a circle on a piece of paper. Or we are a circle on a piece of paper. Which one was it?
Are we?
I don't know. How did you confirm what they said?
Because I went outside and I touched grass.
So you went outside and you measured the earth. No, you didn't measure the earth. You went outside and touched grass. Well done.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody's lying.
Yeah. So you didn't measure the earth. You didn't confirm the image. You just went outside and touched grass, to use your vernacular.
So we're supposed to get 5-year-olds to confirm that the earth is...
No, I'm just trying to point out to you that at 5-year-old, you just got told a lot of stories that up until now, and you probably never will, confirmed. You just went outside and touched grass. It's not my fault that you were mentally and psychologically abused when you were 5 years old, but you didn't confirm the story.
So I wasn't supposed to touch grass.
You were supposed to measure the earth.
Wonderful.
At the age of 5. So how do you break it down? Break it down to a 5-year-old. How
break
you
it down.
In my head. No, I told you at a 5-year-old that you were misguided and deceived.
Okay.
Because you were 5-year-olds.
Guide me properly as if I was a 5-year-old.
Why is this guy talking for me? I don't understand.
Because I can't cope with what you're saying.
Just guide me properly as if I was.
Maybe you should stop talking. Can't guide you. Just keep fucking nattering on and on and on, can I? I did try to, but obviously the psychological damage is too much already. I was just trying to get you to the point of confirmation, dude. How you confirm the story. Because obviously about the circles that they drew on the piece of paper telling you that's what you lived on.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was told at the age of 5.
Yeah, I know. I'm following you. I think I'm actually guiding you now.
Okay.
But I understand that. I'm trying to figure out how you verified what they told you.
As a 5-year-old,
you're no longer 5 years old, dude.
we're talking about right now. How did I verify?
Past 5 years old, okay?
I'll treat you like a 5-year-old. Shut up and sit in the corner.
Well, you don't have to stay 5, dude. Like you've got older now. What have you ever checked? What did he say?
You didn't have to stay 5, mate. Honestly, you could have grown up.
Oh, you like that?
Timing is everything, CV. Good timing.
That was that good? All right. Oh my god, bro. Like, they're so slow.
Right, are you finished or are you done? I know.
No, we're done with you.
Are you 5 still? Or like are you gonna go and check
I said today
the
all
Earth
I have
is
to do.
curving like your teacher
right
said?
So you're 6 today.
I can
Awesome.
pull up a live stream.
Happy birthday.
Of like,
6 now.
of like the planet.
A live stream.
Yeah, I mean, unless they're lying about live streams, right?
I don't know if you know. I don't know how to break this to you, but the Tooth Fairy isn't real.
And Santa Claus.
Oh no!
Santa Claus isn't real either.
Christmas Eve, you bastard.
Sometimes
that's
so the way this works is that sometimes people lie to children because it's either fun or convenient.
Easy. Yeah, and very easy.
I don't know
what
if
is
that.
the truth about the Earth being flat? How would you tell it to a 5-year-old? That's what I'm asking now.
You just don't tell them it's a ball. Just let them figure it out for themselves.
Okay, and then when they eventually meet somebody who tells them it is a ball, they're going to come back and ask you questions. Logic.
Then you just say,
"Why would you believe
Too many Jews in my stream,
You're talking
man.
about a 5-year-old. You could probably tell them anything and they'd believe it, right?
Right. And you did, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. As a 5-year-old, I would.
Right.
That's a L.
And you still believe it?
At the moment, yeah, unless I'm proved otherwise.
Can I try something?
But it was never proved to you in the first place. That's the point.
Okay. Can I try something?
Somebody
This
said
guy?
we're going to try something.
Yeah, crit.
So, dude, I'm just going to take a wild guess. Are you an atheist?
No, I'm not an atheist.
Not an atheist? Okay.
Why would I be an atheist?
Well, it just seems that it's a high correlation of people who just accept the globe with blind belief, but reject, a god.
Yeah, that would be weird. That's what you're saying. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, if you were atheist, how would you do that? Like, when did you tell a child that they were wrong about, or that that there's a god?
When would I tell it? I don't know. I'm not usually in a conversation with children. That's usually like a weird thing to be around.
Well, you're a child. Yeah, you're a child.
My child, specifically, if I had a kid.
Yeah.
What would I tell them about God?
I mean, I have friends of mine who are atheist, and they're interesting because they never told any fairy tales whatsoever. There was, in their household, there was never Santa, there was never the Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy, none of it. They were, right from the very beginning, they never lied to them about any sort of fable or fairy tale. And then when their kids finally started asking, they said, figure it out. What do you think?
Impressive.
Yeah, I mean, they were both like, one has a doctorate degree and the other one has like 3 master's degrees. And so, I mean, they were like really educated. So they, and they're the same with their kids. Their kids are just smart as, sharp as a knife too. And just end up getting advanced degrees. But I'll just kind of, from the way you're asking it, made it sound like that you're unable to parse out what people tell you and what your own senses come up with.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So let's say if no one told you about the ball, would you know there was a ball?
No, I wouldn't.
So I think he's being consistent there, Crypto.
Anybody else has any other questions? Aware?
No, I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, just something that I was told, and 90% of the people I've been around have said this. We haven't really talked about the other sides. I'm like, all right, I guess that's the case. I don't know why, everybody in my life that I grew up around would lie to me on purpose about, the Earth being not flat.
Because they all went to the same indoctrination camp.
So where do I go if I want to unlearn? Where would I point them to then?
Right here, baby. You're here.
Right, but let's say people.
Or you could just go outside. Or you could just go outside, my friend, And if you go outside and witness nature, nature will show you that you're not lying on a curved surface.
Yeah, generally just overall, prove it to yourself. That's the fastest way to become a flat earther. How would you, instead of just believing it, test it? Someone told you something. Is it true? And how would you know if it's true one way or the other?
Okay, so if I wanted to do just a rudimentary test so I can show it to people, is there like a tutorial somewhere online I can use?
Well, just think it through yourself. This would be inside your worldview, not someone else's.
No,
because someone, one person
to others, you know, like,
well, they have to.
You were lied
to.
To.
Yeah, if that was in what they would have to do. Like you think of a way. I mean, not to sound hyperbolic here, but like a cultist. Like the cultist has to deprogram, and you have to be like really, sort of like gentle and soft to like bring them back. So like in a way, you're in a very minor sense, it's kind of deculting, deprogramming, accepting something as objective that was not objective.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a fan of Star Trek at all?
I'm not a fan, but I know of it.
Okay, so in Star Trek: The Next Generation, there was this human child who was kidnapped by this race of warrior-like aliens, like Klingons, but a minor alien in the franchise, or not like a superpower like the Klingons. And they had raided human settlements in the early years of the show.
Mm-hmm.
And the kid grew up as this alien race, and this alien race was very barbaric. Like everything was like a battle. Like you, like anytime you would find out like who was right or wrong, you fought it out. Like it wasn't no like court system. It was like might makes right, and all punishments were corporal punishments, or it wasn't like you take a fine or whatever. So when they finally like find the kid and they say, well, you're a human kid. He goes like, well, I don't know what that is. What are you talking about? What do you mean I'm human? And he was interesting too because he was a little bit weaker physically than the aliens, but he kind of held his own. But he had a lot of like severe injuries that needed medical attention that weren't healing properly. So then eventually he seems like he's getting it, like he's starting to get it. And they're like, okay, well, I'm minor spoiler. He ends up cracking, and so they were like saying, I guess we give him back. And then once they give the kid back, then the aliens are happy. They couldn't resist. The Federation, like the Enterprise. The Enterprise was superior in like firepower and defense and shields, so they couldn't just force their way to save to take their kid back. But then once they realize that, no, man, he's too far in. Like, he's too indoctrinated. He grew up this way. They really didn't know what to do, how to treat that. And that's kind of what people are like right now. It's been years and years and years of indoctrination for the globe. Like photos from space, NASA achievements, one thing after another. It's not going to be a simple conversation about what website do I click on. You're going to need like, all kinds of way. You're going to have to really evaluate your own worldview, and sometimes that looks like, almost like an ego death, where people are so entwined into what the globe means for their worldview that it would be changing everything.
If you're listening, buddy, Crit's doing you a massive favor here.
So when people tell you to do your own research, that's what we're saying. We're saying like, this is something you've got to do for yourself.
Okay.
How do you call balls and strikes in your worldview? Like you're the Empire and people are pitching. When is the ball and when is the strike? And then apply that, and at least try to be like consistent and apply that to the ball, to the globe, to space travel, to other things government has said, and see where you end up. And at the very least, learn what flat Earth is, and then say you disagree with it, or something along those lines. I know it's kind of
you got to know what you're disagreeing with first before you come in disagreeing, and that's what a lot of the Globers do. They come in and disagree with a straw man concept, and that's where we know you're ignorant.
Facts. I harp on that all the time. Big facts.
Which is why you won't get the charity that Crit is showing if you do come in arrogantly arguing from a position that you cannot defend or you don't even understand. We're not going to be as charitable, you know. I'm glad Crit's come in charitably actually today, because it's not always Crit who is the most charitable. So I'm glad to see it. Crit, you must have woke up in a good mood today.
Yeah, I had a really fun dream. And it was like, you know, those dreams like you wake up and you're like, that was fun as hell. Like where you're flying, you know, like or something. You know, it wasn't exactly that, but you know, it's like it was pretty close.
Crit's in a good mood. He had a flying dream. That's awesome.
Was everyone a flat earther in that universe of your dream?
Not you,
yeah, it was totally flat. That's the part that was cool because I could fly, but almost like I was a helicopter.
And no, I was asking if people were flat earthers there in your dream.
Well, this is
so what, Crit? You telling me you was a Crit-copter in your dream?
Yeah, well, kind of. Yeah.
You would want people to become flat earthers, right? Like most people.
Just why?
To the truth.
Just why?
Yeah,
I told you, stop embarrassing yourself. The conversation's good at the moment. Just listen.
Well, no, Fry. This is a good example because Dave had this thing. He hasn't been around for a while, but he talks about where he was able to kind of train his brain to do very lucid dreaming. And one of the things he did was he wanted to go above the earth and fly and see it from like a bird's eye view. And he said, at some point he'd never been to the desert, like the actual like sand, like the ground is sand. So when he got there to the spot, like he saw a map of the earth and he's flying over the top of it. And he got to the desert and everything kind of tuned cartoony because it was a, like the Looney Tunes, like the Coyote, Wile E. Coyote, and the Roadrunner. And he thought about that. He's like, I've been doing very well with my dreaming. Why did it turn into a cartoon? Why did it do that? And he thought about it. He said because he's never actually been experienced to a desert. He's only kind of seen pictures, and his brain defaulted to the more, I guess, and he thought that the more logical, lucid one, that because he's seen pictures of a desert, but in real life he's seen cartoons, images like video, and then his take is that's why all the photographs in space look like cartoons, because no one's really been there. They don't know what it looks like. They just gotta draw interpretations of sort of like fantasy, sci-fi fantasy.
So true, innit? Got to be the same for everybody. As soon as you start thinking about space and stuff, you go into CGI imagination world.
That's one of the things that a lot of flat earthers say, that they want. It's a real photograph from space or real satellite photos. You can't find them. They just don't exist. It's just cartoon drawings.
Any dumb comments from the Globers? Don't be afraid. We're being nice right now.
Playing Elden Ring.
I'm sorry, come again?
Nothing. I don't have anything to say. But it's kind of sad. A lot of people come here to troll flat earthers, but they
Yeah,
just
they don't
say
get wrecked.
ridiculous
That's
shit.
pretty sad.
Yeah, it's such wasted effort because to troll, they would need to know what it is. So the shots are over the target. They'll come in here and
Actually,
troll.
I don't
and
even
be
think
like,
they're trolling. It's more like they just wanna like put you guys down. So they just Google the most ridiculous things and they'll present to you. Like the video
Yeah,
that
they're
this
basically
person,
just making.
yeah, like this video that this person shared, right? Like it wasn't even proving the shape of the earth or anything, but he just used that video and it has like such a fisheye lens on it. Like you can clearly see from the base.
Flat's not a shape. We're not trying to prove a shape. We're trying to prove to you the ground doesn't curve, and that is it.
Well,
Like Crit, I agree with Crit there. Like, this is something I talk about all the time. They're basically just making fun of their own sloppy idea of their flat earth that they came up with in their head. They're not debunking anyone's position here. So imagine that. Calling your own ideas dumb. Nice one.
bro, this meme is hilarious. Holy shit. I'll share it again. Oh my, for fuck's sake, how do you copy?
You don't need to speak out loud, dude. Some thoughts can stay in your mind.
You gotta, yeah, and like Crit was saying, so you gotta know what it is to kind of like go against it, And like I've made the point before. I went to ChatGPT. I said, "Give me a word that doesn't." And ChatGPT was like, "I have to floorblitz." So imagine someone's like, "Hey, Blow." They're like, "Hey, you ever heard of flits?" Like, no, that's floorblitz stupid. That is a dumb thing. Like, what is it? You kind of need to know what it is if you're gonna try to like cook it, I guess. If you know what I mean. So, yeah, that's like one of my biggest hangups with people when it comes to flat earthers. They have no idea what our position is, but they're so willing to try to like talk shit. It's like, well, what are you talking shit against, dude?
It's like kids in a playground. Like kids in a playground sort of argument would say, "Oh, everybody knows it's a ball. Boats go over the horizon," and all the kids laugh, and it's because nobody really knows any better. So one dumb kid saying something dumb with confidence goes a long way amongst other kids. The problem is we're not kids in here, and I think a lot of the Globers are not used to actually dealing with people who know what they're talking about. So y'all like kids to us in here. You say all the dumb things, all of the rumors, all of the myth. You don't have a clue what's real?
I got a pretty cool story for this. It just reminded me of it, like with the kids on the playground. So when I was like really young, I had this outfit, this green outfit. And I went to school and, some of the other kids were like, Crit's wearing green. That means he's horny. And I'm like, no, I'm not, right? So I went home and I'm like, I don't want to wear this anymore. And then my sister's like, why? Because if you wear green, it means you're horny. And she's like, dude, horny's cool. And I was like, okay, And then the kid said the next time I wore it, which is actually the next day, Crit's wearing green again. He is horny. And I'm like, horny's cool, dude. What's wrong with you? And they just sit there dumbfounded. They know what to say.
Exactly, yeah. You just raised your confidence level to higher than theirs, and now they're lost. It's as simple as that with kids.
Yeah, they're like, oh, huh.
You just checked and raised him, that was all. And that's what a lot of Globers are like. They're coming in, trying their arm, trying it. Here's a check, I raise you. But as soon as you call them on it, they disappear. They run away. It's the same pattern every day. Unless we have a particularly brave Glober in the house today. I'm not talking about Brenda. I don't count you.
Here, let's see if I'm trying to put the news today together. So I got a couple stories I'm working on, but I think I'm going to lead with this one here. I mean, finally got a good headline showing the Apollo program being canceled, or the Artemis. So I'm not sure which gift to pair it up with. So I'm down to these three choices. And then the last one I can resize.
What's the headline? NASA delays Artemis missions again. Oh, yeah.
So the first one, I was thinking, my honest reaction, like just angry, like whatever. But the other one's just, it's super funny, just some monster creature from some video game.
That's the best one, yeah, the middle one.
Okay, that's what I was thinking too, but not, I didn't really know what video game it's from, but I just kind of think just overall it's pretty hilarious.
That's literally every Glober waiting on NASA news.
So just like this is perfect.
Yeah, that's the best one.
Okay.
Crit, have you ever thought about actually publishing a little Flat Earth online paper?
Oh, yeah.
I think you'd do really good to head that up.
Yeah, and then to give so Riggs had said that it'd be a website, Critical News Daily or whatever. And
Critical News, I love it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I posted on a couple different servers and people and DM people and stuff. So then I was like, yeah, sure, it sounds like a really good idea. He goes, yeah, I'll help you set it up, and I'll show you how to paste and everything, and you can run ads and stuff. I'm like, well, I don't really care about that. I mean, there's just a way I can post stuff, and we kind of talked back and forth. It just seemed a little too in depth. It's too much. I'm like, yeah, it's kind of just a side thing, just for whatever. I really don't care that much about it. And it kind of sat there for a little while, and he came back. He's like, well, what about other social media, like other platforms? And I'm like, yeah, I guess so, but I really don't have any other social media. This is kind of like, this is it. This is like, the alpha, the omega. I got Discord and that, So then they're like, oh yeah, getting new social media accounts can be a hassle and, whatever. And then there's a guy, I'm trying to blank out his name all of a sudden. He developed like a website that kind of like is all the Flat Earth and Globe Earth content. And it's like Flat News or something. He had some computer programmer that was his buddy who like set it up. You go to the website, you can click on Gem Pandas, and it streams like right there in the window. Like this guy's like an amazing like web designer. Weatherman Dan, or Dan the Weatherman, or something like that is his name. So he said, hey, how about this? Can you post the news and then give like a 1 to 2 minute spiel about what the what the news, like right here, it'd be pretty easy. Just talk for 1 to 2 minutes about Artemis delayed again, no heat shield, but it'd be easy to speak, like just like headlines, right? Like, and then he said, and I'll make this every day, and or make a couple of them, and then I'll drop one a day, and it'll break up the videos, and it'll play your thing. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of cool. And I thought about it, and we started talking back and forth to each other, and then eventually, I just some of the globalists that he was involved with, who have also done something similar. It's some really sort of like harmful, like Flat Earth content. And I was like, yeah, I don't want to put my name on that. If it was more for, fun, like more like, Flat Earth, Globe Earth, having fun. But one of the big guys is one of the users he has on the site, basically just scours social media for like Flat Earth people just talking on camera, and then clips like out of context comments at the dumbest, most, like he'll clip the comment to make their sentence sound like the stupidest thing ever. Like he'll wait, listen to them talk. Like maybe their video is like a TikTok video or something, but find some spot in there out of context sounds absolutely ridiculous. And that the kids' version of Critical News. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want my stuff playing next to that. I go that. I mean, I'm not telling you got to take his content down. I just don't feel comfortable with, being associated with something so dishonestly, like, come on, dude, that's complete horseshit.
No, if you do it, bro, you need to do it your way, which is just straight headlines, with a bit of memeing around the headlines to just sort of give you a bit of subtlety. I think that's why you're doing so well, because you don't say too much. You just give a meme that kind of hints at something. And I think that's the best journalism. Say less, just report the story, and just put a little spin on there, a little bit of humor, a little bit of sarcasm. And I think that's what the best papers are. If you look at the best British papers, they're very subtle. You know what I mean? I think that's the best form of communication. A little bit of, just a little bit of humor and sarcasm.
Yeah, that's why I've noticed too that people will ask, "Hey, why that GIF?" I go, "Well, that would be kind of. I mean, if you use the GIF, that's kind of my take on the story." Without saying it.
Yeah.
I would say, "Well, tell me what you think." I go, "Well, I don't want to say what I think because I don't want to drive the conversation and make it look like I baited you. I would like you to say something, and if I think it's like something that I want to engage with, then we can both meet at that level."
Yeah, just a bit like an onion, like the Onion, but for the flat earthers.
Yeah,
I think that'd be really popular.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, the Onion would have been a great name, Onion FE or something.
Critical News, though. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, if you look on Islam server, that's what the channel's called, Critical News by Crit.
Hell yeah. Or critiquing the.
That's a good one.
Some bullshit.
No, yeah. Critiquing it.
Some shit like that. That's good though. I like that. So nobody else is spiraling, or are we? Who do we cook? Who do we cook now?
Only this.
They're all spiraling. They're just not in here.
Fry's still here.
I'm getting it in DMs. So like,
I thought Fry was being alright actually earlier. We're having a good conversation until some other spaz came in.
Yeah, true.
Well, there's only so many times they can say, "Have you been in an aeroplane?" before they run out of arguments.
You got to say hi to Star Life. He wants to. If I try, apparently he's listening. And if I post anything about Flat Earth, it'd be removed. Which is a
dude. How are they so?
This is.
I'm just trying to figure out.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
I'll say this isn't even Flat Earth. This is talking about the globe. This is NASA delays Artemis mission. This could mean for Moon, Mars, and space leadership. This has nothing to do with Flat Earth. The old poor boy just completely cracked. He's like, "You're talking about Flat Earth, really?" So when I'm referencing NASA's delaying the Artemis program, you heard Flat Earth where? Dude, like, wow.
They're hearing things.
Yeah, this is a delusion. This is delusional.
Great. Where did you hurt them?
I think they're that tortured now and that tormented that all they have to do is hear NASA are fucked up again, and they think it's a flat Earth argument.
This is damage control since 2022, when the heat shield failed. Under Artemis 1, the heat shield failed, and they were shit scared. How do we fix it? Sometimes they'll ask me, like, "Hey, why?" Like, I send it to some, really anti-flat earther. "Why are you sending me this shit, Crit?" And I'm like, right here. Well, the main idea is twofold. The claim that flat earthers are nothing but entertainment, yet the globalist has seen the same episode for years and years. So let's change up and present the globe and see what happens to their idea of entertainment. Are you not entertained by another NASA fuck up? Or B,
no, you're not entertained.
Offer the globalists something other than flat Earth to think about in hopes of breaking this downward spiral they have about flat Earth. A topic they can't even tell you what it is from a starting point. Does something other than flat Earth have an effect on them? And generally what you'll get there is no and no. They're literally stuck in the mud, spinning their wheels, being pissed about flat Earth, but slapping an entertainment sticker on it, and they're in the complete free-fall triggering over flat Earth, and it doesn't matter if you show them something else. They are just fully invested in this topic.
Yeah. They're like more invested than like me, which I find this is such an interesting phenomenon. Like the Starlight, Brit, Peter, they're more dedicated to this than I am. Like, bro, like it's just like worse than hate watching. I don't even know. This is wild.
Yeah, Peter cracked hardcore last night. I kind of felt it was coming because earlier in the day he had a pretty large break with reality. So he basically said that he doesn't need to be respectful to anyone in this chat.
Okay.
Like, so when you read the rules, 24/7 rules, ever get the feeling that something isn't right with the world, you'd be correct. We're here to have an honest, respectful, and rational discourse about the nature of Earth. So you'll read that, and then like he was on this thing about what he knows and what he believes. So you're here to have an honest, respectful, rational discourse, but then you believe that you could be disrespectful. And he's like, yeah. I'm like, well, I mean, other mods will probably ban you, but I'm just going to disconnect you. Come back when you figure out what words mean.
Well, put yourself in their shoes, Crit. You're basic. For us, we're just spreading the truth, but for them, you're telling them their girlfriend's cheating on them, basically. People don't want to hear that. So, people like Peter and them lot, they get really defensive, and, it's a personal attack to them. People don't want to hear that their girlfriend is cheating on them. And the globe is literally their girlfriend.
Boyfriend.
Or boyfriend. But these are the same kind of visceral responses you're getting. If you was to tell someone their girl was cheating on them, this is how some people respond.
No, I'm gonna simp. I'm a simp.
It can't be
crazy,
true. Bro. It can't be true. I was just with her last night. She would never lie.
She doesn't belong to the streets.
I seen her from an aeroplane. I saw her at 30,000 feet.
She sent me photographs of her curvature.
She just likes to hang out with her best friend.
She's curvy, I swear. My girlfriend's curvy.
Yeah, she just has a lot of guy friends.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
they didn't do anything, I swear. Yeah, go.
She just likes to make out with them, don't worry.
Yeah, obviously you watch the Fresh and Fit podcast quite a lot. I don't know if you know there's another one called the Whatever podcast. I don't know
the Whatever podcast. Of course, bro. Yeah, actually, you know what's funny? Indio, he actually spoke with Andrew Wilson on X. Yes, regarding the Whatever podcast. Yes, you know what's so funny too? Indio didn't advertise this or anything. I just logged into YouTube and then I see Andrew Wilson is live, so I click on the video and then I hear Indio's voice. I'm like, what the fuck? And yeah, I'm definitely familiar with the Whatever podcast for sure.
Yeah, it's just funny, man. I was watching one earlier and they get like 10 of these girls around there, and this is kind of what made me think about this is like Globe is like lying to themselves and lying to each other. Is that they'll get like 8 girls around, and there's a regular commenter called Stifler, and he always says every girl rate themselves between 1 and 10, right? And then they'll go around the table and it would be like
10,
this
10,
absolutely
10.
awful looking girl. She's like a 2 in most people's eyes. She's like, I'm a 10, and it's like, why do you think you're a 10? Oh, because I feel like a 10. So that's not what's been asked of you. But then the other girls will be like, oh, well, I think you're beautiful inside and outside. It's like, you just met this girl. How do you know she's beautiful on the inside? And it's just like, they're all just lying to themselves and lying to each other. And it's just like a collective delusion that they all live in because it's just more comfortable that way.
Dude.
And it's exactly how Globers are.
Yeah, no, dude, it's so funny you say that because, I got some flack. I caught a lot of strays for bringing up these clips of these girls. And it's like the main reason I would bring it up is because there's so many similarities between the way they think and the way the Globers think. They'll make a claim and you'll be like, okay, well, go ahead and stand on it. Well, I don't have all the facts on me right now, though. It's like, well, why are you claiming it then?
Why make a claim? Yeah.
Yeah. So like they're a lot alike. They're very much alike. These bird brains and these gold cards, they're really no different. And they have a very similar worldview.
Yeah.
I find it to be very funny.
It's a great analogy, just like women.
I mean, to be fair though, the kinds of women that go on these podcasts are normally narcissists, so it's not.
No, yeah, I mean there is some truth. That's one of the things that is people say like, oh, well, those girls are different. I'd be a little more careful. I think I'm more of an all Walt guy, but hey, listen. I mean,
I'm just trying to be fair. Like the kinds of girls that go on there are a particular kind of girl, right?
It does say something about you if you want to go on like a podcast like that. Like,
yeah, exactly.
But some girls, they don't know what they're getting into. Some of them don't know what they're getting into. They just go on there. So you do see some like quote unquote regular girls every now and again, but whatever. But still, they have a very similar mindset. I find that to be just really funny. I'm trying to think, there's way more examples, but
the thing they all share is narcissism, though. Like, why would you want to go on a podcast where the only thing you know about it is that you're going to be broadcast to lots of people? Like, even if you didn't know anything about that, that still says you're a narcissist to me.
Yeah.
What if it's more just the generation, the sort of the millennials? Because these are all people who like 20-somethings, right? 20, 30s or what?
Yeah, they're all
millennials are supposed to be. Like, I'm supposed to be like one of the last few millennials. So I mean, early 20s is Gen Z right now.
Oh, okay.
Like super late 20s. Like you got to be like late 20s if you're a millennial.
Okay, because I was going to try and make a joke about being millennials. Because I mean, you hear people like professionals talk about all this stuff to be want to work from home. Like millennial, like me first. They talk about a job and it's like benefits. Whether instead of like thinking, hey, this career will allow me to do X, Y, and Z. It's like and constantly jumping jobs and whatnot and. I don't know, I was trying to see if there's some sort of correlation with but I guess maybe I mean even like say the 80s and 90s they had daytime TV, which is pretty similar to the podcast as far as format.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like I'm trying to think of like other examples, but one of the questions they might ask the girls would be like, okay, so after the end, after like 5 hours or whatever, they'll say, what have you learned? Or what do you disagree with? And they'll say, yeah, I definitely disagree with, a lot of things you said. Okay, what specifically? They're not able to sort of like break down exactly what they have a problem with. I find that to be true with Globers too. They're like, you guys are all wrong. It's not flat. Okay, flat how? Or like, be specific. You're all stupid. It's like, okay, dude, you're just being emotional right now. You don't really have
to like the base rhetoric, don't they?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're just a bunch of misogynists, right? They'll say that Globetrotters. Oh, you guys are just a bunch of science deniers, right? Just I find it to be really funny.
It's like, bro, you led with that. It's you can't keep saying that.
Oh, define misogynist, right? Oh, well, define science.
There was one where one of the guys got accused of being a misogynist, and he was like, "Oh, can you define that for me?" And the girl literally just started crying and then left.
Yeah, I seen that, dude. I have that clip. That shit. She's like, "Can I leave?" Like, yo, dude, what? You're asking to leave? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm just
man.
thinking, again, that just reminds me of Globers. It's like you ask them to define scientists, and they're like, "It's Neil Armstrong."
Why do I have to do
that? Yeah. Neil Armstrong ain't a scientist, dickhead.
That was wild, though. I love it. I truly love this shit, man. I really love the position that we've found ourselves in these days. It's not where I thought things would go. When I first got involved in this conversation, I had respect. Well, maybe not respect is not the right word, but I thought more of the Globers. I actually had some like I wasn't confident about going up against them and stuff like that. But now I'm starting to see like there's nothing to be afraid of. You know, I joke around all the time. Like our VC verified can handle these guys, no problem. Like you don't have to be an Indio, you don't have to be a crypto Miggy to go up against these guys. They really don't have much for you.
That's the same thing when I first joined too. Like I was on 1.0 and I never talked. You know, I text a few people like Geo, like just like he had. Geo would go down the list and see like new people checked in and be like, hey, what's going on or whatever. And Dandelion and whatnot. And just one day, the server was gone. And I'm like, I'm like, well, I guess they got rid of all the guys who just, or the people who weren't really participating. I go, yeah, whatever. Who really cares? Just maybe it wasn't for me. I just wasn't. It was good to listen to, but maybe the Discord server thing wasn't going to work out. I didn't know for sure. I thought maybe Discord had user limit caps or whatnot. And then, a couple of months go by, and then I see, like, 2.0. I'm like, what the fuck? What's... So I joined it, and then the first thing I said is, like, what happened? What the fuck happened? And then, people were like, yeah, they told the story. I'm like, oh, I thought I got banned or something. Like, no, that's not what happened at all. And I'm like, okay, well, that's good to know. Then once I started talking, it just kind of developed a life of its own, and you just kind of find your voice. And
yeah, a lot of it's a confidence and also experience. Once you've had like say 50 or 100 conversations with these globers, you realize they only have a certain set sort of path of attacks, like intellectual attacks, and most of them are baseless anyway. And then there's nothing to worry about at all. Like,
I tell you what's good. It's when you come into this space and you spot a few globy champions. What's nice is when you see them completely dismantled by another flat earther, but you may not have seen this particular person get dismantled, but when you finally do, you're like, oh, I get it. I see through their bravado. I see it, but sometimes these guys have big auras in your mind. They hold a lot of weight, but actually, like CB said, they don't really have much but the confidence.
Yeah. Mr. Sensible, he's like a good example. He speaks very confidently, and he yes, my hand is not there. And things like this, right? And so that could be intimidating for someone that's new. But yeah, a couple reps, you get your reps in, bro. You got this. And listen, if I can do it, anyone can do it. I'm not Mr. Intellectual. I'm not Mr. Science, Mr. Mathematic. I'm the people's champ over here. All right, I'm the layman's layman. I'm keeping it simple for the people. So if I can do it, shit, anyone can do this, man.
I love that title, bro. The People's Champ. That's a great title.
I'm claiming it, bro. I got the title. I got the belt right now.
Yeah. I agree with it. I agree.
Let's go.
Have you got the People's Curvature?
Yeah, I don't know if I want that.
You know why it's so important to have that kind of confidence is because there's so many people that want to get involved in the conversation and they don't because there are real kind of techie minds in the space dominating. So it is nice, man, that you can have that confidence. You don't need to be I don't know what the word is, an expert in all of this shit. You just need to have common sense, logic, and a bit of confidence, and yeah, you can be involved, and I think that's important. Everyone should be involved.
For sure, because everyone has different strengths, right? We don't need clones of Indio. We got it. We don't need clones of QE. We got him. Just be whatever, the creator made you the way you are. So just be the best version of you. That sounds hella corny, but it is really true. So
we can't be anyone else anyway. This is, when people say stuff like, like when you're like 16 and like, oh, Dad, how do I get a girlfriend? Yes, I'll just be yourself. It's like, bruh, I can't be anyone else. Like, all I can do is be me, like a good version of me or a shit version of me. If I'm like overeating, I'm not going to the gym, and I'm drinking and stuff, that's a bad version of me, but it's still me. And if I get my diet on point and I'm going to the gym constantly and all that good stuff, that's still me as well. But that's just a good version of me.
Yeah.
It's like asking for advice from someone. How do I improve at football? And they say, just play the game, for fuck's sake. Just play the game. That doesn't help.
Yeah. No, exactly.
But yeah, I mean, you do have to find out where your strengths are so you can accentuate those, and then maybe find out where your weaknesses are so you can curtail those as well. But I think I got it figured out now. I think we're good, and especially my role in this whole flat earth thing. I love my role, even though it's changed, right? Y'all niggas took my soundboard away. I'm salty about that. And maybe I'm trying to work on building a new one. I actually bought another iPad, so don't be mad at me if I whip it out again. Pause. But without it, I sort of have a different role, and I like what I do here, man. It's fun. I'm like low key the hype man sometimes. Like Oakley, Miggy, they were live on X last night, and I'm like, Oakley, like let's go. I'm just hyping them up the whole time. So, I like what I do. But yeah, just find out whatever your role is and do that well.
Sure,
it's good stuff. It's good stuff here. Fry is deafened right now, so we can talk shit, I guess. Where's the Globies at, bro? We're trying to cook right now.
I think we scared them off.
Facts. We got NASA Lies in the chat. Maybe they'll join.
Sweet. I mean, that's straight facts as well, to be fair.
Yeah, tell me about it. Somebody just joined as well. I think that might be welcome. Whoever just joined, and
good day, brother CB.
Hey, what's going on, man? Are you observing level right now?
Bro, I'm standing on a floor that I know was built level. I got a kitchen countertop in front of me that was built to level. I got a windowsill in front of me looking out 50 feet above the surface, and that's matching the horizon line perfectly. So yeah, level.
Okay.
That's why you're a ledge.
Ledge, L-E-G versus L-E-G, or L-E-D-G-E. Ledge. Right on.
That was the play.
Yeah, I need to clarify before somebody thought I was a window ledge versus a windowsill. Oh, snap. Good day, brothers. Hope all is well.
All right, back at you, man. We're just hanging. We're chilling. I mean, I guess since it's just us, maybe we can speculate a little bit, or anyone has questions about reality, we can just sit and ponder on. I don't know, man. That sounds hella corny. But we're bored right now, so what do you think? What are your biggest questions about this world? Anybody want to kick it off? Let me think. I don't know. Maybe the moon and the sun are pretty interesting, or stars. What is the shooting star? That's probably one of my biggest questions. Is I'll look up and see a shooting star and be like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" But I have no answers. I have nowhere to go with that. So I just sit there. I'm like, "Damn, that was low key special or something." But I don't know what to think about it.
With your shooting stars, you never ever see them go up from the horizon.
Yes, my man. That's why I lean on the idea that shooting stars are nothing more than fireworks going off. Because the higher up you get, the more combustible the ether, quote unquote, ether, say that respectfully, right? So if you go up high enough, all of a sudden those gases collect and they ignite. Well, you could have just a firework going off across the sky.
And it's just crazy. You'll be, it does seem like people barely go outside for one, nor do they really observe the sky. I feel like people just kind of they're hustling and bustling, and their eyes are down at their feet or whatever. So people don't observe the sky very often. But, dude, if you look up, you see a shooting star, I'm like, what the fuck? Was I supposed to see that? Or what does that mean? What's the purpose of that? I can't really put it together. It does seem like it's not a random thing. It does seem more like I don't know, but like, what was the creator thinking when they made stuff like that? You know, shooting star. It seems so unnecessary, but there it is. You know, I don't even have a lead for that, but just, it's one of my biggest questions, I guess. Twinkling stars, like what's that all about? The moon, you know, if we're going to give the globies anything, it does sort of, the moon sort of, I guess, kind of looks like a spherical object in the sky. I don't think that's what it is, personally. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. It does sort of look like a spherical object up there, but I don't necessarily think I don't see it as that necessarily. Especially when there's eclipses and a new moon. You know, what kind of physical object does that? So I don't really see it as a physical thing, but sure does look weird, you know. That's for sure.
Hey, CB, holograms look physical, right?
Yeah. I've made. See, I'm surprised I haven't been roasted on this before from you guys, but people will say like, "Oh yeah, it looks like a rock for sure," or like, you know, we can go to the moon. I'll say, well, I see rainbows, but I certainly don't think I can go to a rainbow or land on a rainbow. It's some sort of light phenomena in the sky. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a location you can travel to or hop on it, you know, or whatever. So I say sometimes that, you know, the moon is more like a rainbow than a rock. That's like a saying I have, but that I'm surprised you guys haven't like roasted it out of me for saying that, because it could make someone look bad. He said the moon is a rainbow. It's like, no, not really saying that. I'm just saying it has more. I would say it's probably closer to something like that than a rock.
Optical effect than the physical one.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I've done that before too, where you get the globalists to contradict that if the Earth were flat, then you would be able to do the trig to find out where the moon is. And I'm like, okay, well, why can't you do the trig for the moon on the globe? Is it because it's a curved surface? You can't get angles to a curved surface? Yes and no. Well, because really, when they form a triangle, that's literally a straight line. Like, think about any 2 points on Earth where you'd have your base, your H would be like 5 miles, and then your A and B is 250,000 miles. You wouldn't be able to render that. That would be like, like it would just present itself as a straight line. It doesn't matter how far you take that out. Even if you did like the maximum distance you could go, like both sides of the Earth on the globetard, that wouldn't give you enough distance, because you would have the radius, so 2 times the radius 2, so 3959, so like 4,000 miles as your H, and then 250,000 miles for your 2 other lines of your triangle. That would not be rendered out. That 8,000 miles would be so small, it wouldn't even be 1 pixel. So then you're looking like, how come you can't render this out? You can't do the trig because the numbers are just so astronomical. Well, how about this? Can you do it to a rainbow? Do the trig for a rainbow. That should be closer and locally flat. Oh, you can't do that either. It almost seems like you're trying to use everything other than the surface of the Earth as your proof of what the surface of the Earth is.
Yeah. That's always so cringe when they do that. I try to help them understand that they're connecting dots that aren't even on the same page. It's like you have a connect the dot book or whatever, and your 2 dots are in 2 different books, and you're trying to connect them. They just don't connect, bro. Eratosthenes, well, we measured these shadows, therefore we measured the Earth. It's like, no, you didn't. No, those dots don't connect. And they do this with all kinds of stuff. The Cavendish. Well, we measured these balls in a torsion rod. Oh, then therefore we measured the whole Earth. It's like, whoa, so let's pump the brakes, guys. Those dots don't connect at all. So they do this all the time with these different parlor tricks, like what's another one? The pendulum, the Foucault's, right?
It basically it's a trick. Yeah, it's a parlor trick. It's like a prop.
Let me start this procession. Start the procession so I can claim the spin with the procession of the pendulum. Spin,
exactly. It's crazy.
I jumped around to a lot of different channels yesterday, and some of them were more funny than others, but it was interesting. Like in one of the channels, it just devolved to the flat Earth, and it's like Crit's a flat earther, and they just stopped. They just stopped. It was on Black Thought's channel, so they're talking about civil rights and they're talking about all these important issues,
reparations.
Some dude just all the stuff, right? They got a list of topics for the channel, just like we do. Then some dude just randomly blurts Crit's a flat earther.
And I bet all hell broke loose.
Yeah, all hell broke loose. And I'm like, so why you guys want to talk about me? Like, what's going on here? And in the meantime, it's like they're getting trolls coming into the channel, saying all kinds of trolly shit, like BLM is dead or whatever. They just, BLM is, buy mansion or something like that, buy mansion in Las Vegas, And they were like completely ignoring those trolls at that point and just focusing on me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so look at what's happened here. It's like, you guys, like, someone just blurts Crit's a flat earther and you stop talking about an issue that you think is important. And then the owner's like, yeah, he's just here to troll.
Oh, classic.
I'm like, how? How am I trolling? I joined the channel. I was listening to you guys. You asked me a few questions. You thought I passed your sort of onboarding test. Everything was fine for about 20, 25 minutes. Then some ass clown blurts Crit's a flat earther. And now I'm trolling all of a sudden. I didn't even talk about it.
Losers. Yo, I gotta say, man, this thing of like making fun or making light of this side of the truth. I watched a piece. I don't know if you guys have heard the guy Ruslan on YouTube. He's a God guy, but he picked up the video with Jaren and Witsit when they did their testimonial from Antarctica, and they're sitting there, him and his co-host, laughing and snickering and stuff. And it got me right into, like, I got righteous, kind of pissed off about it, because I'm like, who are you to sit there on your fucking little throne, right? Trying to claim that this place is a globe with your little itty bitty brain. You can't even comprehend this idea of level consistently. And you think we're going to point to the sky in order to try to prove the earth. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then, as you just said, Brother Crit, for you to sit there cool, calm, and collected in a room and then be attacked just because people don't understand, it's ridiculous.
That should be a red flag for anyone, right? The reaction that people have to this subject in itself, you don't even have to understand the debate or any of the talking points. If you just sit as an observer and watch the reaction, that alone should set off some alarm bells.
Well said. Very well said, brother. It's like you when you're observing it, asking like, how did you get there? Right? Pump the brakes, authority. Let's find out pump the brakes, arbiter, what authority you're appealing to in order to prop up your understanding, your idea of the place that we're under or we're in. Right? Because I'm going to tell you, there's nobody in this place that is experiencing it any different to you. There's up and there's down. Period. Thanks.
I like that, though. I think it's really simple. We don't even talk about that a lot, Kiwi. It's like there's up and down. Like, I love how simple it is. Just Just basic stuff, you know.
Here, I got one.
It's different for everybody. It's not up and down. There is no down. Like they just start freaking out.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Craig.
Sorry, brother Craig.
Check this one out. Okay, so dogs, he's on my friends list. So with people on your friends list, there's this area where it says activity, what they're doing, so you can see if you can join them or not. So what's dogs doing right now?
Having a baby.
Probably sitting in a flat Earth server somewhere. Probably.
No, he's playing a video game or something.
Okay.
You ready to see which one?
World of Warcraft, some sort of space game.
Fortnite.
Kerbal Space Program.
Mass Effect.
I just posted it.
Dome Keeper? What the fuck's that?
Pause.
What the fuck? What the
Oh
fuck
my.
is that?
Wait, it's called the Mason game.
Dome Keeper.
Wow.
Oh, that's irony.
Yeah. I was like, what the fuck, dogs? You playing Dome Keeper?
Hey, check it out. I've just jumped on Steam. Dome Keeper, $10. He's broke. He's fucking
You're wrong. You're fucking poor.
Any DLC there, bro? Any DLC? Can't afford it.
DLC. That's funny.
See what happens? Do you see what happens when you lie? People watch you,
the creator,
watch what you do, right? And pretty soon you get found out. Man, oh man.
The creator, man.
People are stupid, but they do see genuine. They know when you're genuine or not. They see through that.
True.
Holy shit, is that P-Mac?
Holy fuck, it just might be.
Holy jeez, Jokesaholic. What's up, P-Mac? Hope all's well, bro.
I went down to the other server there in politics. The same thing as Crit was saying there. A guy went, "Oh, that's P-Mac. He's a flat earth. Don't talk to him." I said, "Bro, what? We've been through this. What do you mean? Last week." Oh, okay. Yeah, I explained to you, and we had a good conversation. Everything's cool, bro. Like, we're just talking shit. We're talking about politics here, or whatever. Like, oh, okay. But, he was so... Don't listen to P-Mac. He's a fucking flat earth bastard, or whatever. Like, it's just, you know what I mean? And it just, it turned out, it was just, that's Crit experience. But, just get along, bro. I'm just getting along, bro. Like my belief, it's not your belief. I don't care what you believe in. I don't, I take no offense. I don't care if you're black or white or whatever. I don't care if you think it's a fucking this kind of earth, that kind of earth. Let's just have a conversation, have a bit of crack, a bit of fun, and just talk shit, bro. Just shoot the breeze. I'm a normal person, just like you. My belief should not have any fucking compunction upon yours. Or vice versa. Anyway, it turned out all right. I rambled a wee bit there.
That's far too sensible and mature, P-Mac. That's not going to work.
It actually worked. I couldn't believe it. It actually worked.
Nope, you got to project your truth onto me, and then you've got to embarrass me and make me a laughing stock of everybody in the room. Please, please.
Yeah, okay, I'll try, but I'm not very good at that.
Using only fallacies, go.
Oh. Once upon a time,
there was a man named Eratosthenes. He went outside and he measured a shadow, and then he said, "Aha!"
He was Greek. He was a Greek.
Bro, we need to make a meme. We should make a meme where it's like the Groundhog Day. Groundhog is Eratosthenes. Groundhog sneeze. Some shit.
That's actually.
Does he see his shadow? Then it's a glow. I don't know.
It looks like we're determining. It looks like we're determining the shape of the Earth by sticks again.
I got something like this. I'll post for globalists who like get stuck in the rut.
Oh my!
Like, what's your flat Earth model? I'm like, nothing new under the sun. That's not the model. Okay, it's the Earth, and above you, it's nothing new. I can make predictions. They go, no, you can't. Yeah, literally, watch this. Here it is. It's nothing new. It's a new day, but there's nothing new under the sun. The life of the anti-flat Earth globalists is simply another spiraling. No change. Nothing changes that. They'll try to debunk the flat Earth, and they'll think they have done so, but they'll come back tomorrow and do it all over again. Day in, day out. Each day, they think they've debunked the topic. They can't even say what it is.
Very good, Crit.
I go, perfect prediction. A picture perfect prediction of what's going to happen on Discord.
They're not going to ban flat earthers, are they?
Yeah, they tried the whole banning thing and it didn't work out for them. So now they're back to ignore again.
That's crazy. Like, I was on a conspiracy theory there for fucking, I don't know, like fucking 15 years. But as soon as I became a flat earther, ban, don't listen to him, he's a fucking idiot, ban. Yeah. So you're saying, on a conspiracy theorist, where everything goes, I can't talk about a conspiracy theory that involves the Earth's not round.
Well, technically, the globe is the conspiracy theory because it's only a theory until there is evidence.
Fucking technically, you're right, bro.
No, I'm not even joking. Like, by definition, the globe is the conspiracy.
That's technically correct.
Right. All evidence shows that it's not curving or spinning, so the globe, by definition, is a conspiracy theory.
I mean, just prove motion. That's all I need. Prove motion, I'll go back to Star Trek.
No, I'm never going back to Star Trek. Hate that shit now.
Well, yeah, but it's Hollywood, like shit, though. It was alright.
But I get your point.
Well, I understand why Spock went with her. She was hot, like.
I mean, I'd go back to the ball in a nanosecond, but we lost that evidence, and it's pretty hard to rebuild.
Here, look at this
whole room.
Look at this meme right here. Like, Achilles, I think you're right there. You're in step 3.
Oh shit, the steps.
Yeah. Innocently loving space movies as a child, realizing NASA funds fake space to fund black budget agencies, despising space program-based movies.
I'm
loving them again.
I'm in stage 3.
I do suspend my disbelief, though. I do suspend my disbelief. Purely just for fantasy, for the fact of what if, but I know it's not true.
Yeah, that's what's interesting. It's like a flat earther can suspend their disbelief to watch Star-Lord or Guardians of the Galaxy.
So are you speaking like the god?
No, like the I can enjoy Guardians of the Galaxy because I can suspend disbelief. While Chris Hadfield,
sorry.
Yeah, by Chris Hadfield or Neil deGrasse Tyson or whatever, they'll watch a sci-fi show and just get pissed at the end of it. Like Chris Hadfield was like, Star-Lord would have died if he was exposed to that much space. And you're like, okay, number one, how do you know that Star-Lord's like some sort of half-god planet person? So not a human. And number two, you couldn't suspend disbelief for just a couple minutes to enjoy a movie?
Yeah.
I bet you his favorite film is The Matrix.
Remember the two of them behind, and he's like, come and get your love. And it's like, that's your leader? Yeah. He's dancing around with a Walkman. That's pretty good. What do you call your man? Gunn, who made it?
It's quite a clever play, that Star-Lord character, because it is, space. His generation of growing up was, the generation of believers. But I think it's kind of interesting, that character that they've got there. They've got this young kid who's now living his fantasies of space. Like, it's pretty clever.
What's your name? Star-Lord. Star-Lord. Are you speaking like the God Man? No, I'm not. Yes, you are. You're speaking like the God Man.
That probably sums up their view of what the kids were like in the 90s or 80s. Now, where's Star-Lord from?
I am not.
Yeah, so
80s.
Yeah, something like that. Where he got kidnapped by the Ravengers.
Star-Lord.
He got abducted by aliens.
Yeah. That's how they see us, man. Just plugged into their music, thinking about the stars. Pretty dim.
Well, I started watching it for entertainment purposes, but I was pissing myself. I was laughing at it. Like, it was funny. The jokes were good, you know? You know what I mean? Do you remember when Thor was
Yeah, it's good to watch with the kids.
Well, you know, but it was funny. Like, thought, I'm not going to enjoy this. This is crazy. Why am I watching this? And then I found myself giggling at it. I was like, fuck, that's funny. Why are you speaking like a god, man? I am not. Yes, you are. I'm not speaking like a god, man. You know? It's funny. I don't know if the new Superman looks shit, though. I don't think I'm going to even watch that thing.
Yeah, I'm too busy watching Jaren turn into a Glober. It's hilarious.
What the fuck happened, bro? What the fuck, bro? Honestly,
Mate, do you know what the funny thing is? I said to Lalo, if you know Lalo Thinks, I made a prediction and I said, look, Jaren's going to use this opportunity to become a Glober. And I said, Wits is going to use this opportunity to switch to the Toroid model. And it's happening.
Oh, God.
The two biggest... Anyway, my head hurts. I just can't even...
Is he pulling a Randy? Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
flip-flop.
man, this is
See, but
just
you know what he
might
said?
be like...
You know what he said yesterday? He said there's no possible map or model that can explain a 24-hour sun for the flat Earth. I said I knew it.
Wow.
I knew this guy was a fucking clown.
Who was that? What's it?
Jaren.
Little weasel. Look at you, little fucking weasel.
During the final experiment, he said there's still an answer out there. He just doesn't know what it is. And he's like, "Good." I'm paraphrasing, but it's like, "Good thing I didn't claim, like to know what the sun is to begin with. The Earth still measures flat." Did he say something like that? Like, or is it?
Why would you not? I mean,
I'm going to share the video in the chat, man. He's on the. He's shaking.
Okay.
Shaking in his boots. But I already saw this coming, and I said it to Lalo. I said, this is definitely what's going to happen. Like, he is basically, in my opinion, a liability. He's either a liability or he's a shill when he's been paid out. And the amount of money that Will Duffy has, we know where the money can come from.
Yeah, but he's been a liability since Netflix. People just kind of gave him the benefit of the doubt.
Bob Nozell.
Benefit of the doubt.
You're extremely arrogant to say there is no model or map that a 24-hour sun could work on a flat Earth, or this was your plan all along. I just don't buy it.
Yeah, it's strange.
Yeah, dude. I get real pissed off about that shit because, again, right, that moon map, it's 100% bang on. I'm actually really surprised that none of these guys have taken the opportunity to investigate it.
They don't care. They really, and they've definitely investigated it, bro. I even saw Jaren having Lindsay Harris on his show. That to say that there isn't another model or map, or you know what I mean, he's had these people on his show. Fuck's sake.
Yep. It seems as though they're at a point now where it's like I could almost question them and say, "Are you trying to sell out now? Have you gotten to a point where you're just like throwing your hands up in the air and walking away from it?"
Man, he reeks of Globy logic. He always has.
Who's Jared?
Yeah, he's always making like statements and claims about stuff that he's clearly not thinking. Let's say philosophically about what he's saying. I don't know. I always just see him as a little bit of a liability.
Dude, he looked like a kid who lost his ball at the soccer field and it was going home to cry about it. He had his arms crossed, poor body language. It was just bad to see. It literally looked like he was sucking out. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. That's sad, man.
Whitsitt took it in stride. His response, his little testimonial from Antarctica, I took it in last night. It was fair summation, but I don't think we have to give up the ghost. We shouldn't be giving up the ghost just based on what the sun does in Antarctica. I think it's giving up. Don't give up. Pathetic.
Please, yeah, don't give up, bro. You better.
This is
not even about
9. You're gonna give up?
Just being honest.
Quit? Pathetic.
It's not even about giving up. It's just about being honest. You can't say that a 24-hour sun rules out every possibility of a flat Earth. That's ridiculous. That's the dumbest shit I've heard.
My take is it rules out the globe because they said
it really does.
They said 2 things. Number 1, on the flat Earth, the sun would not set, and they also said that in the south things rotate clockwise. They showed you counterclockwise rotation and the sun not setting. But they want to say, yeah, but. Okay, that's your problem. That's your yeah, but, not my yeah, but. I've heard over the years, over and over and over again, the sun would not set in a flat Earth. You demonstrated the sun not setting. Which is that?
The logical syllogism?
Yeah, like they're always worried about what flat earthers said. You should have worried about what you said. Because now you literally have egg on your face. Because you said the sun would not set in the flat earth, and the sky rotates clockwise in the south. It rotated counterclockwise.
How many times have we heard Jaren say, or Whitsitt say, you can't fucking determine the shape of the Earth by looking at lights in the sky? Yet they went down and did the exact fucking thing.
Whitsitt says that, but I don't know if Jaren's been saying that. That's what I mean. Jaren gets sucked into that whole thing where you can determine the floor from the sky.
He started.
I remember Jaren and Whitsitt are very different, bro.
Yeah. No, you're right.
The flat Earth people who said they don't use a sky. It was like flat Earth minus sky or something like that, like FENIS, Phoenix, or flat Earth not include.
What the heck?
Yeah, you're like, what the fuck, dude?
I actually I liked our response to it here and on Earth Awakenings, etc. And what? You know, proof curvature, water bending. No, okay, well, fuck off. Lights in the sky do not determine what the fuck we're standing on, though.
Phoenix, yeah.
But don't even give them the observation. Like, they think that a 24-hour sun proves their globe model. I guarantee you there's going to be some debunks, some breakdowns of all the footage, and people are going to be debunking the globe model with the 24-hour sun footage they think is proving something for them. Trust me, this will all backfire.
Roots, they're already ripping the photos and stuff apart. Think moon shadows and start having a look at it. You'll shake your head, mate.
Kiwi, you're hot, Mike.
I'm just gonna get on point and say right quick. Could you imagine going to the disco, pointing at the disco ball and saying, aha, globe, and then meaning the floor is also a globe? That's all. Sorry about that.
That's it. No, that's it. That's basically it.
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be interesting. There's a video I saw of Jaren debunking the moon mission because of the shadow. In his voiceover, I thought about taking the voice where he's talking about the shadows changing directions and playing that over the top of the McToon Discord call to Oakley. And, make it and just use that voiceover for the McToon walk around.
He's almost like... Sorry.
I'll say because the shadows kind of do almost exactly what he's talking about, moving all different directions and whatnot.
Do you not understand that, Crits?
What's up?
Yeah, Brandon? I understand that. If you're going to use Jaren, use all of Jaren. All of it. Don't just be like, oh, he kind of threw a throwaway comment here that he doesn't know what model he was working with. If you're going to use him, let's go for it. Let's do it. Let's dive in and use all of what Jaren said.
Yeah, but how do you explain it?
Like it's just an idiot shooting his mouth off that no one should listen to in the first place. And that was demonstrated in 2018 with a Netflix special. Interesting.
If you're the biggest flat earther and you just flip flop because 24-hour sun, why listen to you?
Take them.
So
you guys.
So how do you explain the 24-hour sun, Crit?
Well, there's things in the sky that are going round.
The sun doesn't set on the flat Earth, just like you guys said.
No. You've always said it sets,
and you've always said it doesn't set. So who's right?
Well, your model is that it does set, right?
Oh,
and your model is it doesn't set.
No, it doesn't set, Brenda.
No, the point is that your model is that it does, right?
And your model says it doesn't.
No, just say right.
No, it's not that it doesn't set, Brenda. It goes away. Away. It goes in the sky. It does something else. We don't know. We're not sure of. Nobody fucking knows. Okay.
Well, actually, we do, but
oh, we do. Why?
Yeah, absolutely.
Present when ready. How do you know?
You don't.
So, how can it go away to somebody like, say, elsewhere on the Earth and go around somebody in Antarctica?
Because what's happening up there is not happening down here. We don't know what's happening up there, Brenda.
You're going to
Well, we do. It's going around
versus away.
No, we don't, Brenda. We don't.
I have a question. Does anybody know what the elevation height was that they were at above sea level in Antarctica? Anybody have that information?
2,300 feet.
Thank you.
That seems kind of low. You sure
I don't know.
Fucking Denver.
What was that? 2,300 feet?
Yeah, it's got it. Yeah,
that's
kind of.
That's got to be low.
That's what Wikipedia says. I don't know. You go to Union Glacier on Wikipedia. It says the elevation is 2,300 feet.
That's all it takes, just Wikipedia?
Why not? Again, I don't see how something can go around you when you're in Antarctica and go away from. And go away from.
Don't worry about it.
Just let me finish my question to you, dude.
It's not a question.
Jeez.
It's a question for you, not me. You don't know. Not me don't know. You.
Oh, we know. Exactly.
Oh, if you know, then how you know and don't know?
You haven't been there. How do you know?
You touched the sun, Brenda? You touched the sun?
What?
You know and don't know at exactly the same time.
Incorrect. We do know.
Then you don't know. And you know. And then you don't know. Then you know again.
But you can play those little word games.
Chris,
you can play those little word games.
You are so far gone.
Shut your face, Peter.
One idiot at a time.
The pizza.
Well, the thing is that the 24-hour sun observation is simply going to eviscerate flat Earth, and you're just going to see. I'm making a prediction. I'm predicting that membership or numbers of flat earthers is going to diminish.
Wrong.
It's already gone up.
It's only going up. Wait, it's not. The flow is only going one direction.
Going up, Brenda.
How are you measuring that?
This is called the Barbara Streisand.
It doesn't go the other way.
How are you measuring that?
It's just how it is, bro.
Brenda, are you looking forward to the flat earthers debunking your globe-proof claim when we start analyzing this sun? When we start realizing the angles, the rays, and the location is not matching where it should on a globe? You looking forward to that? Because I am.
That's not good.
Look, here, Brenda, you're gonna get Jaren, and we're getting your cousin, your aunt, your boss. People are coming to Flat Earth. You're getting back Jaren.
Okay.
You can have him.
You say that. but that just sounds like you're hoping that. But
no, that's just the flow of traffic.
No, you're just hoping, though.
No one's flooding back to the globe, right? You're getting Jaren, Ranty. You can keep those guys; they can stay over there. But
where do you get your
friends, your family? They're coming to the flat Earth side. There's only one flow of traffic.
Where are you getting your numbers from?
Quite easy.
It
we
is
can look
what
at
it
home base
is.
and see how many people have joined up in the last week.
Look at this call. Look at the activity in this panel alone. In this server, we're like the top call in the server.
Yeah,
we're the hottest thing right now, dude.
Yeah, right now. But it's gonna fall off.
Yeah. Oh, you all been saying that for a long time. Oh, it's gonna die. Da, 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 da. It's only getting bigger and bigger. This is our big promo. Y'all just paid what? How much money did Duffy drop
You say that. You keep
for a marketing
saying that.
campaign? You just dropped a huge marketing campaign. It's only gonna get bigger and bigger.
Yeah, you guys are like NASA. You guys claim we're going to the moon. Again, you guys claim we're going to Mars, and it just gets kicked down the road. It's the same. You think flat Earth is going to die. You're just going to keep kicking this mantra down the road.
Yes, I do think it's going
You'll be saying this for the next 10, 15 years, Brenda, because this is what
exactly.
I don't think so.
Hey, yo, Brenda, just to confirm, how do you explain converging plumb lines?
Ooh.
Converging plumb lines.
Yeah, you heard me.
Right.
You don't have to repeat the question unless you need to double down on it. Go ahead.
Caused by gravity.
So you go right to gravity with the idea of converging plumb lines. Interesting.
Yeah, interesting.
You repeat my answer like a robot. That's funny.
Go ahead, Killian.
It's Glover. The globe is done. This is like the end.
It's Glover. That's a good one.
Here's the thing, right? The direct evidence that we have is level, and we have plumb, because level is perpendicular to plumb, and that is something that we observe everywhere. No glober can deny that. So the point that we get to, right? The gun that gets loaded and locked, they're pointed at their temple, is prove how you have converging plumb lines. That's all it boils down to at the end of the day.
You guys can have your young Earth creationist, Mega Church super pastor.
We can have both.
Have McDuffie. You can have McDuffie and Jaren.
We can have both. We can have both converging plumb lines and level.
Define level.
Perpendicular to vertical.
Right, so over 100-mile spread, Brenda, do you agree that there should be a 1 mile drop over that distance in order to prop up your spheroid claim?
You mean dropity? Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is dropity.
Did you just make up a new word? Because if you did, I'm leaving this conversation.
Did I make up a new? I'm not sure that it's a new word.
You just said dropity.
Yeah, I've used many.
Go to Webster. Let's go to Merriam-Webster right now and look up this word dropity. Because you just decided to drop that in this conversation. My goodness.
Dropity. Dropity is the flat Earth concept that.
Yeah, no, see, you can't use the term in order to prop up your claim, right? That's the issue. Maybe we should start talking about the moon so you would stop talking.
Also, you missed out a vital point in your definition of level. Level being that of which has a flat surface. You forgot about that bit?
Oh, no, I totally agree. Level has a flat surface.
Right. So your argument of diverging plumb lines against level is incorrect, isn't it, Brenda?
No, I have both converging plumb lines and level perpendiculars to those plumb lines.
So how do you have converging plumb lines if level is flat?
Because
which you just agreed.
Because level is a line that is perpendicular to a vertical line.
Correct. Also having a flat surface.
I'm sorry, what? Well, of course, as a surface, or lines don't have a surface. Line is just one-dimensional. So you can construct a two-dimensional plane that is perpendicular to a vertical line, right? Is that what you mean?
No, I'm saying that you can't have a level surface that isn't flat. Definitionally, you don't have curvature on a level surface.
Well,
so a level surface will have a flat edge, correct?
Flat. It doesn't have to have an edge.
Anything that is described as level, anything that is described as level by definition, will have a flat surface by definition.
Right. So a plane that is perpendicular to a vertical, right, is perfectly flat. Yes.
So with the
observation, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying here. Yeah, that's fine. We can move on. But you're not understanding what I'm saying here.
I certainly
you cannot claim to have a level surface as well as that surface being curved, which is what you're doing when you're claiming diverging plumb lines can exist on a level surface. That's nonsense.
So I'm agreeing with you that a plane which is perpendicular to a vertical plumb is flat and level.
Are all these vertical plumbs on the same plane? Yes or no?
No, they diverge.
Exactly. You're a numpty. Get out.
So you're double speaking then?
No,
because
I'm not.
if you was no, because logically, consistently, your plumb lines would be parallel if they were on a level flat surface.
No, that doesn't follow logically.
I'm sorry, Brenda. That doesn't follow logically. That is the logical.
Yeah, it doesn't follow logically if you believe in the spheroid, right? You got to remove the spheroid lens glasses in order to understand it better.
Yeah, maybe you don't know what logic is, but that is the logical next step, because we've already defined what level is, and now you want to change the definition of level after agreeing to the original definition of level. You're double speaking.
Oh, I'm not double speaking. I believe that if you can have divergent plumb lines and a plane which is perpendicular to each and every plumb line, and every one of those planes will be perfectly level and flat.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Brenda.
No, but those planes will not be parallel to each other.
They will by definition. They will.
No.
Whether you like it or not, so you can nut all you like.
There you go.
Parallel.
They will. Yeah. We've already just hashed it out. Well, why don't you undo what we've just already agreed on then? Because by what we've agreed on, you're incorrect by just saying nuh-uh. You've already established that a level surface has a flat, any level object will have a flat surface. So we've already established that these plumb lines would technically be parallel. So at which point, you're going to have to break it down for us, at which point does flat or level become a curved surface?
So I'm not talking about a curved surface. I'm talking about plumb lines and the planes that are perpendicular to those plumb lines.
And are those planes parallel to the level? If we're talking about the Earth, are they parallel to the Earth?
No.
No? So what, we're dealing with lines that, increase in elevation? What's happening here?
Well, the
straight line cannot increase in elevation.
Why not?
Not if it's perpendicular to plumb. That's a horizontal line.
Why it couldn't? I don't see why it couldn't.
Hold them up. That's it.
We're talking about a horizontal line. And this runs parallel to the Earth. That's how we've established it with plumb, remember?
Right. We have a plumb line, and then we establish a line which is perpendicular to plumb. Right? We're together so far?
Right, and that's parallel to what, Brenda? To the Earth? That horizontal line?
No, it's not parallel to the Earth.
So what? As we go in the distance, what's happening to this line then?
The line?
Is it going out into space?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, hold on a second here. So, sorry. Let me jump in for a quick second.
Listen, I need to sort my son out, but I'm still here. If you want to jump in, please go ahead.
Just for a hot second, Brenda, what's your understanding of a 90-degree triangle?
That they are 90 degrees.
Right, and those three points, are those 3 points all connected by 3 straight line segments?
For a triangle, yeah.
Right, and all those interior angles, because we're dealing with a 90.
Oh, he dropped out.
Sorry about that. So sorry about that. Got a call. Now, question being, we're dealing with a triangle, a right angle triangle. That means that one of the angles, we call it, I believe it's a supplementary angle, is 90 degrees. What is your understanding of the rest of those angles within that triangle?
They would be less than 90 degrees.
Will ultimately be 180 degrees, right? Minus 90, minus x, minus x, right? Like those 180 degrees have to add up to 180 degrees, right? So as I go up, right, so we have that right angle and we have the vertice that's going straight up with the 90-degree elbow drawn in the middle. So we know we go straight up. Now, my question to you is, I go up in the CN Tower here in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, as an example. I see out further the higher up I go, which works just like a triangle. My question to you is, if in fact the baseline of that triangle was curved, do you not think that as I go up in altitude, I would actually be seeing further over the claimed edge, if there was in fact an edge to see?
I'm a little bit confused.
Why are you confused? I just explained to you, right, how a right angle triangle is observed, how we can confirm, in fact, that it's a 90-degree triangle or a right angle triangle. You agreed, right? So as I go up further in altitude, I see out. I still see land. The higher up I go, I still see land. Why is the curve not starting to show itself the higher up I go?
The fact that you can see more land is a result of curvature.
I'm sorry. The fact that I can see more land is the result of curvature. So why is it that the convexity or concavity of this curve is not presenting itself in the horizon line, bending or distorting the higher up I go?
Well, the horizon line is perpendicular to that line.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm the one that sets the horizon line, right? I'm the one that perceives the horizon line to say, I identify the horizon line, right? I go up higher, the horizon line changes. I move around, the horizon line changes. The horizon line has no indication, no predictability of the floor. It has to do with me, my location, right? I set that relationship with the horizon line. So you can't introduce something that is tied to the earth to say that's the edge. I'm the one that sets that relationship.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Why don't you understand me?
Well, you use the word edge, and a sphere doesn't have an edge.
Yeah, it would.
No, it doesn't. How could it have an edge? It's round.
Not officially. Officially, it wouldn't have an edge, but when you describe the leading edge of a sphere, everybody knows what you mean. So there's no need to pretend.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what a leading edge is.
Why don't you study the sagitta?
It doesn't make any sense.
Do you know what a sagitta is, Brenda?
The sagitta is the height of the chord. There's a chord intersecting the circle, and the sagitta is between. Right.
So that leading clipping point would be the edge that we're talking about, Brenda. Do you not understand your own model that you're attempting to prop up?
I can't. Leading clipping point.
Yeah, because if I'm standing on the node, right, the crown, the top of a basketball, and I go up and I look down and there's something blocking me from being able to see further, that would be the edge, the leading edge of your ball that you're claiming. But what I'm saying is we're going up above a flat stationary plane. The higher up I go, the further out I see. right? You, for the globe proponent, should have the leading edge of that sphere blocking off your vision from being able to see further off.
And it should be curved.
It is.
And left to right.
Left to right? Yeah, it is curved left to right.
Incorrect, because the horizon literally defines level. Incorrect.
Yeah, we can see.
By definition, the horizon has nothing to do with curvature. It's a straight line. It's a straight line where the sky meets the ground, and it doesn't curve.
No, it's not. It's the horizon is a circle.
Well, yeah, the horizon is a circle from a 360 top-down view. Yeah.
Right, so it's not straight.
That's how your vision
curved.
works. Yeah, so that's how perspective works. Yeah, and that's how things appear to set on a flat Earth, Brenda.
You're the one that sets that relationship, right? If you move, the horizon line updates. That means that the horizon line is dependent upon the person perceiving it, not anybody else.
I totally agree with you that the horizon is dependent on the observer's position, right?
So why is it then, if it is in fact a globe, why don't we have a hard edge that we can actually see? This is the question.
Hard edge?
Wow, somebody's hot micing like a champ.
Just mute him if you can. So, Brenda, what is the horizon? I think we're not on the same page here. What to you is the horizon?
It's a limit to how far you can see.
Okay, so when you made the claim that things don't set on a flat Earth, you know that by saying what you've said, you do realize the next step is to accept that things would disappear as they go beyond the limit of what you can see, right?
I would. So you're confusing two things. There's no limit if something isn't in the way. The reason we have a horizon is because the Earth gets in the way.
So you just said there was a limit to how far we could see, but there's nothing getting in the way, Brenda. So you're double speaking again.
No, but there is something in the way. It's the Earth.
No, Brenda, you've already agreed with me that at the limits of your view, without obstruction, your vision would be a circle. Correct? Horizon would be a great circle.
Without obstruction, there's no limit to how far you can see.
Brenda, what are you doing? You literally just conceded to this like 5 minutes ago.
No, it was a different context. So without obstruction, there's no limit to how far you can see. The reason there's a limit on Earth is because the Earth gets in the way.
So let me ask you again, what is the horizon?
It's the apparent meeting of the sky with the Earth, right? And the reason we can't see further on the Earth is because the Earth gets in the way of your seeing further. Because it curves down and away from you.
So, just to ask a quick question on this then, what is your understanding of Rayleigh's criterion and angular resolution, Brenda?
Rayleigh's criterion is, my understanding is, it's your ability to resolve two distinct objects from one another.
Off in the distance.
In distance.
Which is the reason why we can't see forever, Brenda. Like, what the hell, Brenda? You're literally gonna bring in, right, the idea that the Earth is blocking your ability to see far, right? But then we know for a fact that Rayleigh's criterion and angular resolution are actually things that exist. So you're gonna hand wave those two things away, right, as an authority that you're claiming to be the arbiter and step forward and say, oh no, that's the Earth that's stepping in the way because you can't, to prevent you from seeing that far. That's what you're doing. If you can explain away Rayleigh's criterion and angular resolution, please go ahead.
No,
sorry, I hope I didn't steal it away, but
I'm not explaining them away. I totally accept that Rayleigh's criterion, right, is the ability to distinguish two separate objects from each other, far enough away, with a given aperture in your eye, then you can no longer see you see one object instead of two, right? That's what Rayleigh's criteria is, right?
Right. And do you understand how that relates to the horizon and what happens in depth?
It has absolutely nothing to do with the horizon.
So you clearly don't understand this then, because Rayleigh's criterion only occurs at the limitations of your vision. It happens at the point where you think there's a leading curve of a sphere. This is where we apply Rayleigh's criterion. We don't see things merging together in the foreground. We only see things merging together as they go further in the distance. Your angular resolution will start to merge them to things or whatever is on the horizon into a vanishing point.
Yeah, that's incorrect. I have myopia. I've needed glasses since I was in first grade. I can guarantee you that I cannot see as far as the horizon.
Exactly. And that's exactly what I was walking out when I said
Brenda.
You're claiming to be this arbiter, Brenda, right? But we have you hand in the cookie jar so deep that you have to go back to when you were 12 years old to insert yourself as some kind of an authority to hand wave away angular resolution, Rayleigh's criteria.
I'm just saying that the Rayleigh's criteria depends on the size of the aperture, right? And if that changes, then the distance that you can't resolve changes, and so that has nothing to do with the horizon.
Without a camera, Rayleigh's criterion will happen at just about the same point, 1.22 miles away from an average height person. Just so happens that you find the 3959 math in the Rayleigh criterion because you guys like to pretend Rayleigh's criterion is not a thing when you want a geometric horizon, but in reality, all of the math is the same as the globe. So not only have we got your hand in the cookie jar, but we're also demonstrating to everybody else here that the math that you guys are using is just backwards engineered from what we see in reality.
No, I totally agree. I totally accept Rayleigh's criteria. Totally accept it.
And that's the thing, right? That regardless of the aperture, because the aperture is anything that can receive light, whether it's the human eye, it's a telescope, it's an analog camera, whatever it is, right? An aperture is a thing that receives light that takes a picture of whatever it is. At the end of the day, an aperture is still applicable, Rayleigh's criterion, angular resolution is still applicable to an aperture, period.
So you can't have it both ways, Brenda. You can't have a geometric horizon and then tell us what the horizon is, description of the horizon being non-geometric. You can't do that and then hand wave Rayleigh's criterion. You're pretending there's a geometric horizon, but then you're defining the horizon as non-geometric.
No, there necessarily must be a horizon on any sphere.
No, any surface, absolutely. Brenda. On any surface, there must be a horizon. You misspoke.
No, not on a flat plane. Flat planes don't have a horizon.
My God, Brenda.
Oh my God. You can't have an horizon on a globe.
I was about to just say, hold on a second. Did you just say that you can't have a horizon line on a flat plane, Brenda?
Yes.
Okay, so just to confirm, right? The human being, the person with the eyeballs, right, or the thing with the aperture, is the thing that sets that relationship with the horizon line. So you're basically saying all of us human beings that are walking around with eyeballs in our heads, right, in our that are attached to our brains, don't actually see this floor meeting the sky. Is this correct?
The horizon is determined by your height above the surface.
Yeah, your height above the surface, depending on the person perceiving it. Yeah, so in reality, right? We're on a plane and we're seeing a horizon. That means it exists. That's all I need to get in with. There's no horizon on a flat plane. Give me a break.
Well, that's true. Because a horizon, we're talking about geometric.
No, it's not. That's
God's sake, you can
lie, and you know it.
Yes, you can simulate how things would disappear in the distance on a flat surface due to angular resolution. And it's exactly how we see things disappearing across the ocean. You know, the ocean, all the water that's level and flat, because water always finds its level. We can verify this in the lab setting. In reality, Brenda, you're just talking nonsense.
Water never finds its level. What are you talking about?
Water's always seeking its level, Brenda.
No, only because of gravity.
Draw the horizon, Brenda, and tell us what it looks like.
A horizon on Earth would appear to be a straight line in front of you, separating the Earth from the sky. But in fact, it's a circle all around you. It is the limit that you can see the Earth because the Earth gets in the way.
So you're saying that the horizon is a geometric physical location now?
Given
you've changed your position.
No, it's been the whole time. Given a person's height above the surface, you know, whether you're like 100 feet high or 6 feet high, you know, it's going to determine where your geometric horizon is.
Brenda, you're just trying to baffle people with all this obfuscation. So the geometric horizon for a 6-foot observer, starts to curve at 1.2 miles, okay? So you're claiming now, after already defining the horizon as non-physical, you are now claiming that the horizon is a physical location, and for a 6-foot observer, it should always be in the same place. Agreed?
For the geometric horizon.
The horizon's never, ever been defined as geometric, ever.
It literally is what it means. Yeah, it literally is.
No, it's never been defined as a geometric location, ever.
Wrong. You're just wrong.
That one deck.
Oh, yeah.
All right, mate. Yeah, we've already defined. By the way, she's already conceded that the horizon was non-physical about 20 minutes ago. I think you might have missed that bit.
I never said it was non-physical.
Yes, you did. You defined the horizon as the line, a straight horizontal line where the ground meets the sky, based on the limitation of how far we can see. And you also said that horizon would be a great circle without any obstruction.
Oh, it's not. A horizon isn't a great circle. It's a cap.
It's a limit of your view. Yeah. So you already defined the horizon as non-physical, as a point at which the ground meets the sky due to the limitations of view. So you've already defined the horizon. Now you're trying to redefine it.
No. Everything I've said is all coherent.
So we don't. It doesn't matter what Brenda defines. We all know the definition of horizon. Brenda can make up whatever she wants to do.
No, it's not my definition. It's not my definition.
Okay, so let's try this, Brenda. You stand out in the middle of a field, and maybe it's a farmer's field. All you see around you is green, open pastures. Now, you're at the center of that circle. You agree?
Yes, and that that would be a horizon.
Wow, you can't even just answer a normal question without having to insert other stuff, huh? Okay, cool. So we stand in the middle of that circle. We see out to the limits. Do you agree that would be a radius?
Of the circle, and I'm at the center of that circle, right?
Yes, Brenda.
Yeah.
Now I spin around. I look in the opposite direction, right? I see to the other limit. I can confirm that it's 180 degrees that I've turned around. Now, do you agree that the two limits, when I consider those two things, that would be the diameter?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I turn around and observe an entire circumference around me. Do you agree that would be a complete limit of a circle of the limit of your vision?
Yes, that would be a circle.
So a circular horizon we've just painted around us. You agree with that?
Yes.
All right, I'll withdraw. Thank you.
Huh? Right, the center of that circle is...
What the fuck?
The center of that circle is centered on my eye, 6 feet above the ground.
Yeah, 100%. But all you've done is you've literally observed a planar circle around you, right? You stood in the middle, you've identified the radius, you've looked the other way, identified the diameter, and you've looked around you and identified the circumference of, again, a circle, right? A planar circle. That's all.
Yes, you're right. And the ground at my feet is curved.
Well, that's an assumption, isn't it, Brenda?
It's
That's an assumption, Brenda.
No, it's not.
Pure speculation. We've already established it as flat. We've already established it as flat.
No, we haven't.
It's flat, Brenda.
No, we don't need to calculate things. We've already established that it's a horizontal planar situation that we're talking about. Horizon wraps around you in a horizontal planar fashion. By jumping to curvature, it's just a massive out of context comment.
Leap of logic.
How did you decide that?
Logic.
So I wasn't done with my line of questioning. I needed to kind of plant the seed, let it set itself up. So my next question is, again, going back to my observation, we're standing in the middle of a farmer's field. I'm standing at the farmhouse. I just recently built the farmhouse using a level. Now, I look out into the distance. Oh, go ahead.
Well done, sorry. You built a farmhouse, well done.
Yeah, I built a farmhouse.
You just said well done.
I'm a farmer.
Yeah.
I'm a farmer in the middle of the field. I built a farmhouse, right? Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you. So I know that it's built to level, right? Then I know I have an outhouse for the cows and the chickens to eat at, and I know that the floor of that house was also built level, right? So my question to Brenda is, over that distance where I'm standing at my farmhouse knowing it's level, and then off in the distance I see another structure I know, because I built it, it's my field, I know that structure is also built level. My question is, how do you prove that drop over distance? Earlier you mentioned converging plumb lines, right? This is what we come down to, is over that drop over distance, you called it dropity, which is a new word to me. How do you verify that those two level and plumb observation lines actually converge?
Oh, you would measure their interior angles. Right? You would.
How would you do that? Walk it out. Tell me. How do you do that, Brenda?
You'd have two vertical lines separated by a distance, right? And then you do a line of sight from one to the other, and then you measure those interior angles, and those interior angles will be greater than 90 degrees.
Is the body that you're measuring moving?
I don't see how it matters.
It does.
I don't think so.
Here, to them, everything matters.
Damn.
And also that they won't really see basic logic, so you got to explain to them like they're 5 years old. So just give me a heads up.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Who the fuck are you?
The fuck you talking about?
I'm just curious who you are. You asked why. I'm curious who you are.
Don't give
relax, gents. Relax.
Yeah, I didn't come in here to hear a fucking Irishman get angry for no reason.
I'm only joking.
Downturn, mate. Calm down.
Sorry, Brenda was just discussing measuring angles. Yeah.
Sorry.
Nothing to do.
Your angles adding up to 108. Sorry, go ahead, one Jack. Brother.
Nothing to do with curvature.
Yeah, and motion.
So Brenda ran away now? Where's
Brenda? Come back, Brenda.
Straight out the back door when he got an opportunity.
Yeah.
I love you, Brenda.
Yeah, bye, Brenda.
Brenda fucks off.
Honestly, doesn't surprise me. I mean, I would run out the back door to listen to you retards.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
So why are you here with us, retards, if you're not retard yourself?
Why are you here, brother?
Brenda couldn't even find. Oh yeah, what's this make a coherent sentence?
Well, that makes of you, man.
Do I have to somehow?
But does that make of you hanging around with retards?
I don't know. Honestly,
you think you're smarter than us? Go ahead.
I do.
Present your best globe evidence right now on the table.
She'll prove most.
Here, actually, let me.
I think Brenda fucked
Actually, let me.
Cut the floor.
Yes, I got the thought, but someone keeps talking. So let me use this. So
that's one.
I'm not claiming anything. I'm not claiming the physical. I'm not claiming anything is anything. So I'm asking you, why are you claiming the Earth is flat?
Why should we answer that question when you just call us retards? Retard.
No, because I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question.
Fuck off,
so
retard.
I'm not making a claim. So I'm curious. Your claim is that they must be lying. So
no, fuck you, bro.
Can you at least back up your? Can you back your claim? And give evidence on how to lie.
Are you going to apologize for calling us retards? First question to you.
Apologize.
Okay, then I'm not. Really, I don't think anybody should answer your question if you're going to call us retards. Retard.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk to you, bro.
Yeah, because you can't answer my question because it's actually quite complicated.
Question? Sorry, retard.
My question to you is that I'm not claiming anything. I'm not claiming the Earth is alive. I'm not claiming the Earth is flat.
We can't hear you, retard.
Sorry,
you can't hear me? Okay.
What was that, retard?
Hey, Turney.
Can you turn on? Can you turn off? Hey,
sorry,
Turney.
I'm sorry. What's going on? Is there a retard talking?
Hey, Turney, you ever built anything in your life, Turney?
Hey, retard.
You ever built anything in your life, Turney?
Who is that? Is somebody talking?
Yeah.
Come here.
I'm talking to you, Turney.
Retard.
Yeah, Turney, I'm talking to you. See, this is what happens when you walk into a room.
A retard's talking.
Yeah, there he is. He's talking.
I can't hear him.
Sorry, what was that, retard?
What about you?
I'm going to step in a second, guys. Let's reset.
Not claiming anything.
Okay.
Don't call anyone a retard. Let's all stop it now. But can you, Mr. Glober, can you be more respectful? Because that's how you're going to get treated if you're not respectful to other people yourself. Right, let's restart.
I'll be respectful, but I mean, I don't know why I should be respectful for people that support people like Nathan Oakley, who's been nothing but an absolute douchebag.
I'm going to put you on mute, Turney. This is your last chance, mate. I'm going to put you on mute. If you're here to be an arsehole, you'll just sit on mute. It's as simple as that. Your choice now.
Don't come into a server full of non-retard.
No, I actually got a interesting question to the room. So to the room.
Well, wait a second. I'm going to answer your question. Wait a second. I'm going to answer your first question. So, does a sphere has curve? Yes or no?
First one.
I'm asking
does the sphere has a curve? Yes or no?
You cut me.
Does the sphere has curve? Yes or no? Are you retarded or what?
Well, no. I'm asking you a question.
He's asking you a question.
Answer it. Does the sphere has curvature?
Are you going to answer my question then?
Yeah, I'm asking to you. Does the sphere has curvature?
Your first question was very, very interesting.
So if the Earth doesn't have curvature, what it is?
Can you speak like actual English? Because I can hardly understand you.
You are retarded. You are retarded. You are retarded. Sorry, I don't talk to retarders. So go. Fuck off.
You're speaking. Okay, can you not speak like a donkey and maybe I can.
Oh, you're a fucking piece of work, bro.
Okay, so I'll answer that question. Yes, sphere does have a curve. Now, can you answer my question?
Yeah, the first one or second one?
No, the first one.
If you're not respectful, what's the point of you being here? I don't understand.
I've only asked one question. My one question is that if I'm not claiming the Earth is a globe, the Earth is flat, the Earth is anything.
Yes, you are.
I'm asking you.
You're defending it.
You say that the globies are lying. So can you give me evidence for how the globies are lying?
No. So prove your globe. Go on.
Would you even listen if we told you? I doubt it.
I doubt it.
Well, any globe evidence they give you is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement.
Yeah, brother. Like Turnite, do you know how triangles work, brother?
No, but I want you to answer my question. I want you to tell me how that works.
I've just answered it.
Did you just not hear what one deck said? I don't think you.
And also, I asked him to give me evidence, but no, you just said a word. So I mean, I at least would like you to.
I don't think you heard me.
Draw a line. I'm asking.
Can you hear one deck? Can you hear one?
He's not listening to anyone at the moment.
I think you might have muted me.
He's a fucking yapper.
One deck just directly answered your question. This is a conversation. So the evidence presented is usually formed with words in a conversation. It's up to you to go press the fat fingers, use your fat fingers on your keyboard to go and verify this stuff.
That's not how these conversations work.
Do you want again one deck because it completely went over his head?
Yeah, I was just pointing out that I was pointing out that all globe evidence that's put to us isn't globe evidence. It's actually evidence of a flat Earth elevation angle measurement in all instances.
I'm asking for evidence. We're talking scientifically here. We're not just having normal.
Well, I'll give you one piece of evidence. It's how latitude's measured. That's a flat Earth proof.
Mm-hmm. Do you have anything that backs it up? Like, do you have any sort of like expert analysis or any sort of like actual research that backs this?
Yeah, anything? Well, you can. Yeah, it's easily researched how latitude is measured, and you can measure it from sea level to the star Polaris. Get 90-degree angle back to 0 degrees using sea level as the adjacent baseline, proving without a doubt that sea level is level and Earth is flat. And the tools that are used are tools that measure elevation angles, nothing to do with measuring curvature. That's my evidence.
Did you just not listen to anything I said?
What the hell? Did you not listen to anything he said?
No, he didn't listen to anything I said. I asked him, does he have anything actually up, any sources, any evidence? Then he goes on about this little tangent. I'm asking him anything aside from his own voice, because everything he says is basically hearsay. Does he have any evidence that supports his claims? I can't just say, hey, Brother, look at this, right? This is that. I can't just say that stuff.
And this is why I asked you, after he answered your question originally, I asked you if you know how triangles work, how you know how trigonometry works, right? 3 interior angles adding up to 180 degrees, 3 straight line segments. This is how we know that it's a flat baseline, because when we measure but observe the celestial bodies,
can you let him answer my question? Can you let him answer my question?
Wow, you couldn't even let me finish. You're unfortunate.
Well,
I was attempting to provide clarification to you.
Black Swan. Black Swan.
I asked that he provides his own evidence. He does not need support. Otherwise, if he does, he must be an idiot.
Fucking Black Swan this guy, otherwise I'm going to mute him.
I want him to apologize before he can continue. If not, he's out of this room. That will be the ultimatum for you now. Take it or leave it. You've been disrespectful since you entered this room, man. You're a guest here. This is not your room, okay?
Yeah, man, I'm going to be a good boy.
And he dipped like a little pussy and ran away.
Bye-bye, Clover. Bye-bye.
You're all fucking ball bags, by the way. I'm sick of you. That's how debate. That's how debate works on the other channels. They just talk shit, blah 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 blah, insult. Run away.
Roots, you tagged me in the side chat with the Black Swan. Was that the right person?
Yeah, I was about 5 seconds too slow. I was going to ask you to go through the Black Swan with him.
Okay, yeah.
The moment passed.
Yeah, I can't really. No, I wouldn't speak to that guy, man. That was very disrespectful. Like, yeah.
Fuck him, man.
And he's not even listening. He's just yapping around. Basically, he won't be able to go through the one argument even with the Black Swan of the Horizon. Even past that.
You could take him through the Black Swan. He still won't fucking believe you. He's just that kind of guy.
Well, clearly you need a expertise of analysis before he can accept anything. That's what he said anyway. Expert analysis.
It was entertaining. It was a wee bit entertaining. I liked it when he called me a retard. I'm sorry, everybody a retard. But that was funny, yeah.
Be my quiet, man.
All right. I'm sorry, bro. What?
Don't lower yourself to that level.
Oh, okay.
You're better than that.
Okay. No, I got you. Okay. Thank you. You keep me right, bro.
Checkers.
We're not playing checkers. We're playing chess. It's not checkers. It's chess.
Keeping you in check. Checkers.
Check. Thank you, please. I'm a wee bit drunk. Silly bastard. I wish I could live to 109 years old, because I believe in 109 years' time, or 100 years' time, I'll still be sitting here talking to people who believe the Earth's a globe. I'm only 70 now, like. Fuck. No, I'm 60. Fuck. I put 10 years on myself. That's kind of crazy. Where do you see the world going? Where do you see what's happening? Drones, UFOs, aliens in the White House lawn. What's happening, bro? We still going to be here in 10 years' time going, it's fucking not round, you silly bastard. All right, I have one question, and then I'm going to stop, right? Can I ask you one question? Why you guys are retards?
What kind of language is that, bro? What kind of manners is that?
Shut up, man.
What the hell was that?
That was. I think it was Grizzly playing along.
I'm just joking. I'm just messing around, but jeez, Louise.
You hear me? Did you hear the one about the guy, the hunter that shot a bear out of a tree, and the bear fell down and killed the guy? It was all over the news. Like,
that's what you get for shooting a bear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a good story. A nice, heartwarming story. Nice, man.
It's a lovely. It is, but you know, I said to say, you know why he died? Because he couldn't bear the weight. That's horrible. He might have been a nice guy. It's a terrible joke. I'm sorry. He couldn't bear the weight.
I was hoping that story to be true, and then some hunter got killed, man. I was hoping that, but it's all right. Forget about it. So it's
well, there was one. Remember the people in South Africa? They had the lions, and they were all, oh, look at me hunting lions and killing lions. And a lion actually came out of the grass and killed the two people that were trophy hunting, photo shop.
Nice. Nice.
I swear to God.
Champagne on you.
Champagne on. Yeah, Ricky Gervais says that too. It's like I don't understand it. Why go out and kill a lion with a gun? Take a spear, fuck's sake. Face the lion with a spear.
Exactly.
That's why.
I'd rather they go out and hunt humans rather than animals, man.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, there is a tribe that does that, right?
I think you should just kill each other instead.
Well, we're doing that for time without your fucking help. We do.
Oh, I'll help.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Spicy.
I'm not a murderer.
I'll help too. I'm gonna target the flatters.
Shots fired.
No. It's nothing to do with flat around.
Dubs, what up?
Hi, Dubs.
Hi, Killian.
Hello, Dubs.
Hello, how are you?
I'm perfectly fine. How are you?
I'm fabulous.
Fabulous. That's good. I like that. Fabulous is better than fantastic, right?
As usual.
Stupendous.
That's even better. You just make words up as you go along. It's fucking fantastic. So, why are you here? What happened, Dubs?
Nothing happened.
Nothing.
I just got home from work. Had a long shift. I'm just unwinding.
Are you on meth?
Excuse me.
You come to a global, a fucking flat Earth debate channel to unwind. That's crazy.
Yeah, you sound like you're on meth. Though.
Really?
No, I'm just kidding.
PMAC and Dubs. Dubs meet PMAC. PMAC meet Dubs.
Hi, Dubs.
Charmed.
Yeah, PMAC's harmless, Dubs. Don't worry about him.
I am fucking totally harmless.
I know.
I always take a blanket.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, mostly harmless. Are you meth, Dubs? I'm kidding.
Never gets old.
That was kind of
only P-Dubs.
Welcome. You're unwinding?
Dubs is an old head, man. She's been around for a while.
Oh, has she really? I've never met those.
So what's underneath the flat Earth?
Your mama.
Your shoe.
Oh, jeez. I was waiting for the Yo Mama joke to come out.
How'd you do it?
PMAC, relax a little bit. Come on.
Well, I'm only joking, bro.
Chill.
All right, Crystal. Show your face, man.
Yeah, the only thing we've been able to confirm is the Russians digging 7.9 miles with the Russian borehole. You can Google that. It's even on Wikipedia. But beyond that 7.9 mile depth, we don't have anything beyond that.
So does it
But
just...
no idea.
So what would you assume then? Does it just go on forever or what?
Goes into Sheol. It goes into Sheol, the underworld.
You want to make an assumption? You want to know what the Russians discovered? The Russians discovered an impassable barrier. So to theorize what's beyond an impassable barrier, we're definitely into La La Land.
I thought you were going to say dwarfs. I found dwarfs down there.
So what is there, like another flat Earth on the other side? It's the underworld, you know?
Who knows?
We don't really sit and speculate about that kind of thing in here. That's not really the purpose of the channel.
Well said.
What about on the sides of the flat Earth? What's that? What's
Again, it's something that we don't normally sit here and just speculate on. What would be the point in that? You can do that in your own imagination.
Or on Speculation Sunday.
Very true. We actually have a day where we do that. Yeah, very true. Was that Tiger? Thanks. Yeah.
But like
My
to the guy that
favorite
just,
day of the week.
to the guy that just asked that question, what's on the edges? Brother, do you know about the pressure that we observe? Don't get shy now. Don't get shy now. Do you know about the pressure that we observe? The actual measurable pressure. See, people come in with all these trolling questions, like what's on the other side of the flat Earth, and all these. Take care, brothers.
I just had
all these other
questions of what
oh yeah,
you
Merry
guys
Christmas.
thought about it. I just had
Yeah, but the thing about it is you're not willing to take on what we actually can answer, right? What are the testable, repeatable pieces of direct evidence that we have in order to push forward this theory on a serious matter? If you're just here to troll and ask stupid questions, by all means.
Well, that's a good point.
I don't
Nobody
think
knows.
that's the
Nobody
stupid
knows.
question. I think it's a reasonable question to ask.
Well, nobody knows, right? Do you know?
It's the same as asking what's on the other edge of the universe. How do you know? How does anybody know? In fact, how does that help us establish any kind of truth by talking about that kind of fairy tale shit?
I mean, all you could have just said was we don't know. That would have been a sufficient answer. You know?
We did. We said we don't know, but you pushed back.
Yeah, I didn't say anything after that.
You were like, "It's a reasonable question. Why don't you answer it?"
Exactly.
We do know Earth's measured flat, though, mate.
Exactly. So we have the measurement of the flat, right? And then we also, again, as I said earlier, you ask about what's on the edges, and I asked you about the pressure that we observe. These are the things that we can lead to and lean in on in order to push forward on the theory.
For the benefits of people who are a bit new, it'd probably help if the whole idea of like Earth measured flat, like what's that? Where did that come from? What does that mean?
I would agree that we do experience a flat plane in our day-to-day lives.
Great. Welcome to Flat Earth.
And that's a good start, because your baseline of reality should be rooted in reality. If you're gonna start from an assumption that isn't rooted in reality, then what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, good point.
And that's when we come in with the question, who touched you in your no-no spot? Who touched you there to tell you that you're living on a globe versus a stationary topographical
whether or not it's
plane?
a globe or a flat Earth really doesn't really matter to the average person. You know,
In your perspective, in yours. But I'm going to tell you, to those who build on this place, like the construction industry as an example, it matters a ton. Because in building science, you would have to consider things like, if the Earth was in fact moving, how do we build effectively? If the Earth was actually curving, how do we build effectively? How do we observe level everywhere we go if they're telling us it's a spheroid? Brother, if you actually paid attention to it, it does matter a ton. Go ahead.
If on the other hand you feel no motion, then there probably isn't.
And that's why he's on here, because it doesn't matter.
Hey, I was about to point that out. Yeah, good point.
I'm just here for the comedy. I hear a lot of funny arguments in here.
No, but Scarlet King, if it doesn't matter, then just admit the Earth's flat, because that's how it's measured and observed, right?
I mean, I experience a flat Earth. I'm not gonna argue about that. Like my day-to-day travels, I walk down the street, everything's flat. You know.
Welcome.
It's not like I'm an astronaut and I'm gonna go into space and look at the Earth. You know.
You're like halfway there, bro. You're almost there, like.
That's exactly it. Just like the girl at the bar, you got to go to the place and then look back at it in order to verify that it's in fact round.
That's a nice analogy.
That's pretty good. I like that. The girl at the bar had a nice ass.
And a lot of people get emotionally upset, because what we're actually telling you is the girl who you think is your girl has no ass. She's got a flat ass. and you're like, no, I swear, it's juicy, bro. And I'm like, yeah, you're pre-assuming, bro. Like, we've measured the shit and your girl's got a flat ass, and I'm sorry.
Oh, you got the beer goggles on, thinking it's all bubbly and stuff. Nah, bro, it's as flat as a glass of water. Ain't no carbonation, no bubbles in that bubble.
She's spending the night with Jemima. There's fucking no Jemima. Jemima isn't even here. What's she doing? She cheating on me? That fella is cheating on me?
However, not a space agency, NASA. They want you to go to a fictitious place, the place that they created back in the 1960s in order to point at the spheroid and have you all believe that, in fact, you live on a spheroid.
It's such a fucking... It's so good, though. It's such a great deception. I don't understand how it actually... How it paid off. Are people really that stupid? Like?
Wait a minute. When was the TV invented?
Bird, Loki Bird, 1960. No.
Okay, so NASA came out with a globe proponent right around when the TV was invented. Is that correct?
Yes. Star Trek came out 2 years before they landed on the moon. 69.
Well, I may have been slow to catch up to this turnip truck, but I just caught up to it and jumped on and realized, wow. So TV helped to sell the globe Earth. Nice one.
Yes.
It's just a mind virus, bro. You know how the mind virus works, right?
You're being sarcastic now, right?
Well, think of Universal Pictures. The Universal Pictures logo in 1927.
Globe.
Bear in mind, this is 1927. It showed a spinning Earth, the ball. And then when they went up to space, quote unquote, in 69, oh, would you look at that? It looks exactly like the logo from 1927. Who'd have thunk it?
Funny that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, Wikipedia claims that TV first came out in 1897. So I don't know how accurate that is or what, but that's what's stated for the MSN.
No, well... suppose it could be, I don't know,
Television became available in crude experimental forms in the 1920s. Sorry I walked on you, P-Mac, just need to...
Oh, you're okay, it's Bird, Lucky Bird, Scottish guy. I think it was like at least 50 scientists that when Einstein came up with his theory of relativity and all this... at a far distance, they all went bullshit.
It seems a little early. Weren't people freaking sitting around looking at radios in the 50s?
No.
Like, they might have had some TV, but I don't think people had them in their houses.
It was 29 or something.
Until the 60s is my guess.
I think only a few people had these back when they first came out, only the rich people had them.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, 1972, I was in South Africa. I listened to fucking radio because nobody could afford a TV. 1970, I think it was 1972, 74. Hey, snooker was shit in their days.
Oh, snap. The first TV was invented in 1927.
Yeah, 20s. Yeah, that sounds about right. Was it Bird?
What was that?
I think it was Bird, a Scottish guy.
Last name Taylor. First name I can't pronounce.
Filio.
I think it's Filio. Filio Taylor invented the first TV.
Oh, okay. I could be wrong. I thought it was Bird.
They knew they had us when we were sitting around watching an audio device in our living rooms. Like, dude, these people are idiots. They're watching something they're listening to.
Yeah, we are.
They're like, man, when we get this TV going, these people are going to be freaking zombies.
Yeah, we know when the mind control is complete, when the American people believe everything they see on TV. Apparently. George Bush.
I think the quote was when everything they believe is false. More specifically, the quote was when everything they believe is false. Which is worse.
Yeah. Thanks, bro. George W. Bush, he said, if the American people knew what we're up to, they would chase us down the street and fucking hang us. Apparently, he said that. Yeah.
Not all is bred in circuses. I hear all the time this idea that it doesn't matter. It matters so much. Like what you are, where you're from, the purpose of your existence, what this place is, what you're supposed to be doing during your limited time here. The idea that that means nothing is a kind of nihilism that even Friedrich Nietzsche would turn his back on.
Fucking brilliant, bro. That's good. That's very good. I like it.
Like even Nietzsche would say that's a bit too dark for my sensibilities. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I stared into the hole and they fucking stared back at me. Stared into the fucking depths and they fucking stared back. I
would say that most people are like, I would say that most people are like drones and they just go day to day without even thinking about most things, you know.
I ask people sometimes, like, you know, what do you think it all is? Like, what do you think this is? What? And most people, they just look at you completely vacant and they say, I don't know, I've never thought about it. And I understand people might not have necessarily got into the shape of the earth, but the idea that there's people out there who are in the 30s and the 40s and they've never once asked themselves, like, what is this? What am I here to do? Like, what is all this about? And it's never crossed the mind. And
you know the thing is, I think there were probably people, but they didn't have a forum like we had and talk to other people. But I think a lot of people probably were.
Like people like my grandfather are too busy with like freaking 4 different jobs. To give a shit.
Man, I work 18 hours a day. I don't need this.
Too busy making babies. I gotta make babies, make a big family. They can all go out and earn money.
And not that the lights in the sky are, you know, proving the shape of Earth or anything, but half of these people, like you say, they don't even look at anything. They don't look and admire the sun or the moon or the stars or the constellations in wonderment.
He's turning into a Glover. Cancel him.
I actually looked at the moon the other day. I thought it was a fucking street light. It was that low. Beautiful. I thought it was, what the fuck, where did that street light come from? Oh, fuck, that's the moon. Yeah. It's beautiful, but I watch it all the time. I do. I admire the moon far more than the sun. I would say I'm a moon worshipper.
But like I say, I'll point it out to some people from out
the moon right now.
I'm worshiping right now. What the fuck is it?
No, it's not worshiping. It's just admiring it, and it's for its, you know, the beauty and the
how it moves.
Yeah, for what it is.
Isn't it crazy? Like the one night you're in work, you look up and there's the moon, right? It's up there, right? About let's say about 11 o'clock, or let's say 1 o'clock, and then the next night you look around and it's down there in the fucking horizon. You're like, how the fuck did that happen? How did the moon?
Yeah, we don't know.
How is it going around? I see it most nights that up there, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. And then the other night I look around and it's fucking there on the horizon. I think it's a fucking street light. And I don't sense any motion. I can't prove any motion. There's no motion of the earth. It's crazy. I'm just wondering how people, like we said before, why are people so gullible?
I just think they don't have the patience or willingness to just go against the grain, you know?
Oh, that was the word I was looking for. Apathy. Apathetic. People are just apathetic. I don't care about. I don't give a shit.
There's that as well, but this idea of people not wanting to go against the grain, it is a powerful effect because they did studies where they had people, a panel, 8, 10 people in a room, whatever it is, looking at a screen. They'd show a colour on the screen and they'd have, say, 9 plants and 1 actual person. So they put the colour on the screen. It's very clearly green. And the 9 plants in the experiment would say it's green, it's green, it's green, it's green, it's green, it's green. Gets to this one last person, and they'll say green just because everybody else is saying green. We live in a world where, even though they see blue, we live in a world where people can see a man in a dress, and they'll say it's a woman because they're scared of going against the grain, being the outlier, being attacked, being called names. It keeps a lot of people in line, and for me, they're more linked, those two ideas, than people might seem to realise.
Which is what happens when you declare yourself as a flat earther. Say, listen, there's something else going on here. I'm not quite sure what it is. I don't care what's doing up there. Whatever happening up there, that's fine. But this world is not fucking round.
You
get
just want to feel special
so bad.
Yeah. You just want to feel special. It doesn't make you special. It makes you a pariah. It makes you a complete and total pariah. Like, it's not. There's no special to be found in doubting heliocentrism.
I feel as special as the day I was born. I feel the exact same, but I know there's something wrong. I know it's not what they're telling us. That's
saying that though. We were talking about this yesterday quite a lot about that. Falling into the minority, and that's we were saying like a lot of them maybe realise that the Earth is flat and they can understand how we're describing measurements and putting our proof and evidence across. But some of them obviously anti-flat earthers. Some of them are probably just scared to say, well, yeah, I'm going to say it is, and I'm going to go into a minority now. And that's the scary thing. And that's what...
Bro, they've got Solomon Ash syndrome, bro. They're just conformists. You should look that guy up, Solomon Ash.
Mr. Solomon.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, Mr. Solomon.
Don't forget as well, PMAC, that it is, they have backwards engineered what we see in nature, in the sky, and they've built that ball around it. So it is, quite compelling if you don't know any other explanation, when you get told these things, because it's designed that way. So it's, it's not like they're stupid, bro.
Okay.
Like the whole, you hear the Globers talk about the 96 degree, the 69 degree drop, and, that all makes sense to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
They don't know how perspective works. They've never been taught about what a horizon is, the vanishing point, Grady criterion. So people think things are disappearing behind a physical edge.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm making excuses for them, but it is tough, man. It's really tough.
Well, yeah. What can you do, man? Try. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me, man. I just don't.
Yeah, they do all the time, don't they?
I got a brother who says even though he knows he can't prove it, he's still going to believe the globe. I mean, come on.
No matter what. Yeah. It's comfortable.
It's safe there, isn't it?
It's safe.
That's what I'm saying. You're not stepping out into the minority. You're not going to get ridiculed. You're not going to be walking alone in some cases. Exactly. So you just stay in your globe bubble. Everything's fine.
What they say it is, what they say it is, and what everybody else says it is, and that's me. I'm good. Yeah.
Then they start watching UFO videos back to back.
Something to say about
ancient aliens. Oh my god!
I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's probably fucking aliens, bro.
Dude, you know how many people are watching Ancient Aliens looking for meaning in their life? It's crazy. Like they're literally replacing aliens with God.
You don't need Ball Earth to have aliens. You can have both. That's what people miss. Like, it just needs to be one or the other. You can still have your Star Wars and live on a level plane. They just, other whatever they are, just come from out there rather than up there. Boom, you've got both.
Yeah. Out of boundaries. There's things coming out of the sea now. There's what's them lights in the sky? Oh, they're doing all kinds of things. What the fuck's going on there, bro? What did Trump say? The government knows what it is, but it's not foreign invaders, and it's not the government, but it's something very different.
It's the government, dude. Come on.
It probably is. Like, aliens could land on the White Horse lawn, right? The White Horse lawn? The White House lawn. I wouldn't be surprised. I would sip my coffee and go, yep. Like, nothing phases me anymore.
I would see that, and you'd think, right on schedule, because that's the technology to kind of bake all that and the implications of that. I know people have talked about it for years, but it's at the point now where you could literally show you a live feed, like you say, ET landing on the White House lawn, and
wow,
here we go. Oh, goodness,
copy.
Believe this shit.
Yeah, what's next, bro?
Do you know what though? What they say would tell me more than the actual event. Like if they came and they said, "We're worried about you because you've been destroying the planet. We want you to take more care of the planet." You know, it's a fucking psyop.
We have to tax you just a little bit more. I'm sorry.
Like imagine aliens come down, right, and it's we're really worried, and we think that you just need to introduce a carbon monitoring app.
You need to pay the alien tax. Alien tax.
Yeah. They come the day before a signing of the new carbon credit treaty or something, and they're like, "We just want to put our support behind this."
Yeah, because it turns out Mars is in full support behind the Paris Agreement.
What if aliens came down to Earth and they were just like, "You guys think the Earth is flat? The fuck is wrong with you people?"
Well, maybe I'd listen. What are they saying? Exactly.
When you say come down to Earth, are you referring to a horizontal plane that they're landing on?
Did they come up?
They'll probably just blow us up at that point. They're just like, "Oh, okay, these people are lost."
Yeah,
they've actually got advanced systems. These little tin cans that they're flying about in, much like the ones we went to the moon in. They're actually so advanced that they can fly after and land on balls that are flying at 66,000 miles an hour, spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and in their little spaceships they can kind of just catch up with them and land on that, which is some incredible piloting skills. To be honest, you kind of have to take your hat off to ET at this point.
You do.
Well, that's why they crash so often, isn't it? Because it's really hard to do. So they travel billions and billions of light years to get here, and we find them crashing everywhere.
Because navigating all of that is easy, but navigating
must be a Tesla.
Navigating those pesky cactuses of New Mexico, that's a real test of a pilot's skill.
A little bit, yeah.
Well, they're tired by the time they get here, right? So makes sense.
Who would be?
You got to think of the time dilation.
The time years,
right?
For them, it's they'll travel faster than the speed of light.
I mean, they probably wouldn't notice it. They're like, "We do this shit all the time."
No, but Brian Cox has already mentioned this. By the time they got here, according to Brian Cox, humanity wouldn't be here. It would be dinosaurs.
Oh, good point. Good point. They're coming from the past, aren't they?
Yep.
Yeah. Or the future.
No, they're experiencing light from the past, but once they reach here, they reach the present.
Yeah. And the present changed from what they would view.
So they overtake
the
light.
See dinosaurs and stuff from
Do you hear how fucking insane we sound?
Oh, well, this is just physics,
So,
this is not physics.
Because you're accepting.
You can see stars that are just forming like billions of years ago, but if you go there now, they're already formed.
Also, not physics.
You guys are accepting very loosely, but you're still accepting paradigm, which is completely false.
No, you're not accepting anything.
You're just accepting all these notions because you have nothing else to.
We're not accepting anything, bro.
No, you accept that.
We're taking the piss, bro.
No, I'm saying one of the guys in here accepts it. I'm talking about him.
He's talking to the Glober, PMac.
Oh, sorry.
He's the Glober. Get him.
Yeah, I'm talking about this guy. He's in all this shit.
I thought we were all flat earthers here, man. Fuck.
Very well said.
No, there's at least one guy in here who thinks that there are galaxies, billions of light years with a light.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that guy. Yeah.
and he believes in dinosaurs, that there are these huge, more than elephant-sized beasts running around like cheetahs, catching other animals and eating them. They believe in some shit.
Fossil fucking fuels? Are you serious? Like old dinosaurs decided to die in one place, and now we're sucking the oil out? What?
That's all he knows, isn't it?
Fossil.
That's all he knows is aliens and planets and dinosaurs and stuff. That's all he knows. So he's just coming here with all that he knows, and he doesn't realise that it's just a belief system.
Exactly, and he doesn't have the critical thinking skills to really take a step back and think, wait a minute, are these stories making sense? Like with the global, hold on, is it making sense with all the scourge and the lack of it, right? Is it the fact that all these other things aren't making sense? With dinosaurs, does it make sense that an animal larger than an elephant would run very fast and be very agile? Do you think that's possible? I mean, just think about it.
Well, worse than that, what we're led to believe is that through the magic of evolution, the T-Rex became a pigeon.
But evolution is clearly false as well. You see,
but imagine like the T-Rex
just against everything. He's like, I don't want to hear it.
A velociraptor became the sparrow or a starling. It's and what people miss is they go, oh, but look, you can see it. You can see it. See what? Where can you see where a lizard became a bird? Please be specific in your answer.
You said it right at the beginning. You said it. Imagine. You just got to imagine.
Yeah, imagine. Yeah, just imagine hard enough. Because never once in scientific history have we observed not just a freak genetic mutation, which means the lizard's got a purple patch rather than a blue patch. We see that all the time. But a completely different genetical makeup, becoming a completely different species altogether. Point to me where the donkey became a fucking dolphin. Show me. Or any other similar example. It's never happened.
Bro, in their paradigm, everything is atomized. So the same way they say, oh, you can just have lots of parallel lines, but eventually they slightly curve, which is retarded. The same way they say, well, you can just have lots of little changes. Oh, like, change the color of the wings, change the length of the beak, and eventually they think through these incremental changes, it just becomes another animal, which is completely retarded. But they're so atomized in their thinking. They think, it must be possible if the scientists are saying it and everyone believes it. All the professionals.
Dude, that's like looking at an apple and saying, this must have been an orange once. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but if everyone believes it,
don't they?
Bro, I'll bet you, if every human on Earth, dude, if every human on Earth and all the TV channels and in all the schools, they were telling people oranges used to be apples, but for some reason you couldn't check, you couldn't grow them yourself, it was impossible to check. People would just be believing that. Oh, there must have been oranges there. There's no other storyline to replace it with, and so they take the majority.
Do you know what that is, though? If you read up what the definitions of a cult is, a cult has to have these kind of things that can only be verified by the very high up in that cult. It's a cult-like trait, basically.
Shunned non-believers. The non-believers have to be shunned, shamed, disgraced. No question.
It can only be verified from the top, yeah. It's ridiculous.
Oh, bro, it's funny mention now, because I posted this in another chat, but funny enough, I'll repost it in this chat. It's so applicable. Oh, man, beautiful. Look on the side chat, boys.
I mean, the Globers do try and claim they've satisfied speciation of the salamander. Have you heard those claims before? That they've got a transition period on them.
Oh, we got to clear out. Fire alarm, bro. Clear out.
Brendan,
you burning your food, Jedi? What's going on?
Fire.
Yeah, put some butter on that toast. Take it out of the toast and put some butter on it, bro.
Yeah, the Globes are trying to claim that they found the transition in a salamander, and that they claim that they have a evidence of speech.
The bit that they all miss is that if this little fish kind of crawled out of the land and these little fishes eventually became donkeys, giraffes, zebras, everything, every animal known to existence, and they say, yeah, but it happened over hundreds of millions of years, genius. So that would mean that at some stage this fish was half fish, half zebra. Some way towards this fish on its hundreds of millions of years journey towards becoming a zebra. It's not like a fish just give birth to a zebra. It happened gradually, retard. So he's like, oh, well, okay. So where are the fossils? Where is the evidence proving this kind of amorphous blob, which became a fish with lungs that just knew it was destined for the land, crawled out onto the land, and 100 million years later became a zebra? Where are the fossils documenting the transitional stages from fish, part zebra, to mostly zebra, bit of fish, to full zebra? Where are the fossils? Where are the records of this process?
A species turned into another species? How the fuck did that happen, man?
Go to the ground.
Well, this guy does.
The fish would obviously have to grow. I'm just saying the fish would obviously have to grow legs if they wanted to get onto the land and eat some food from a tree. I mean, come on, guys.
I swear to God, did you hear this? They actually said the dolphins came out into the land and went back. I swear to God.
What if I told you that there was a fish that can actually climb onto land and then move around and breathe oxygen and then go back into the sea? Would you believe
Yeah, that's one fish, bro.
Yeah, I've seen it, but it's still a fish.
I've seen it. It's still a fish, yeah.
But that tells you that it's possible, and maybe it can lead to adaptations. You know, maybe it'll become a land dwelling.
No,
It doesn't show me that a fish can become a zebra.
Doesn't show you
I can show you a bird. I can show you a bird.
Has it got black and white stripes, this fish?
Doesn't tell you any of the process that's taken place. You just have to imagine that this could happen. You just pointed that out. But here's a specific type of animal that can live in water and on the land. Therefore, things can crawl out of the water and change into anything.
There's also the eternal jellyfish.
So, Jedi, you're telling me if I go swimming for long enough, I can become a dolphin?
That's what they would have you believe, yeah. You would adapt, right, to your new surroundings. And eventually your lungs, your breathing would change to gills, your skin would change. Your reproduction, the way that you did that would change, yeah. Everything would change. You just have to jump off the building for a lot of times and then eventually you'll grow wings and fly away.
There you go, Globers. Go swimming every day, and your grandkids with this fish. Keep going.
Happened to my granddad. He used to swim every day, and then he came home one day, and he was like, "Grandson, check out these sick gills I just grew." What a guy! But that, being as stupid as it is, caricature is actually what that's what's put forward, and there's just no evidence for any of it, frankly. And when we say, well, we would just like some receipts, please. It's like you're the crazy one. You're the crazy one for saying this story, and it is a story, sounds completely mental. I would like to see some kind of receipt, some kind of evidence, some kind of proof for these claims. Then it's, oh God, who invited the nutter? I'm just asking for just some kind of evidence, some kind of receipt, which shouldn't actually be so outrageous and so crazy of a position to take. Not just on this topic, but on any topic.
Do you know what I love, though? I love it when you speak to people who are in business or high-level business, because they understand that you need to be skeptical and that you need to cross all the I's, you know what I mean? Dot all the T's, dot all the I's, cross all the T's. So when you speak to people who hold high-level positions, they kind of get a bit torn on this subject, have you noticed? Because this is how you should operate in a savvy business sort of setting. But you're shunned if you do that if you're not in business. Do you get what I'm saying here? This mentality is the correct way to be efficient. This is how everybody should think. But because they've trained the average person to be a sheep, there's this weird crossover now where high-level functioning people get it. They get it straight away, but then they feel weird because they're like, am I at work?
It's like me. I was watching David Attenborough a few months ago, and he was talking about global sea levels rising. And I was just with my family, and I just started to laugh. And they're saying, "What are you laughing at?" That's why you just said global sea levels. It's a contradiction in terms.
Yeah, like how does a
you can't have a global level?
How does a
they're all just like, look at it.
Asking for a friend.
No, they have to insert global warming into everything. so they can tax us more. Net zero, bro. What the fuck?
Used to be the hole in the ozone layer, then it just never got mentioned ever again.
Oh, that's right. That was back in the 80s. Fuck. Oh, there's a whole nose in there. Don't be using spray can. It's fucking terrible.
Number one of global warming. Don't talk about the ozone layer.
What happened to it? Oh, it's a big hole in the sky. Oh, fuck. What happened to it? Oh, no, it's gone. Sorry, you're right. Take this vaccine. Shut your face, bro.
They found out it wasn't real. They found out they've now reclassified it as a gravity pocket.
Oh, fuck off. Seriously?
Yeah, no, I'm joking. But that's the kind of shit they do, right?
Yeah, but I can believe that. The ozone layer. Oh, we're all gonna fucking die and burn up the ozone. Stop spraying fucking cans. What happened? Nothing.
And then it became global warming. And it's, oh, well, it's when it's warm in July, global warming. When it's raining in December, well, global warming, that is. When it snows, there it is again, global warming. When the weather's mild and doesn't radically shift in any one particular direction for a week or two, there it is, global warming. It's just like weather in any and all forms is all now global warming. Even rain is global warming.
Funny that, like the yearly fucking season cycles.
How much did that cunt make? What do you call him? The politician, the American guy. He ran for president. He failed. He wrote a book, bestseller, and all that shit. How much did he make? What the fuck do you call that guy? He's a multi-millionaire.
You talking about Al Gore? Al Gore.
Thank
the guy who's he's writing books about the rising sea levels, whilst also buying multi-million-pound beachfront properties.
Yep. He said in 1980, baby, in 30 years, we'll all be on the water.
It's global sea levels.
Yeah, we're all on the water, bro.
He's complaining about rising sea levels and buying beachfront properties. And
he made a fucking packet.
It's like, who's he planning on selling the house? Like, I remember there was the thing, when the sea levels rise, they'll just sell it. Like, who are they going to sell it to? The fish? They're going to sell it to Nemo? Like, who's buying that house?
Well, government's buy it because they're his buddies.
If it's going to be underwater.
He needs to make money.
The fish will have legs then, mate. Don't worry about it.
Do you know what makes me laugh, though? Some of these more conspiratorial globalists will be like, that's because Al Gore knows that part of the country will be okay. We should get property by Al Gore.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy black. They'll make excuses for his behaviour.
It's all money. It's all fucking money laundering, bro. It's all a money fucking scheme. That's all they're doing.
It's money on a small level, but then above that, it's power. Because there are people in this world who pathologically hoard stamps, and no matter how many stamps they own, they physically need more. Some people feel that way about money, and that's one rung of the ladder. But then above that, it's power and control. And no matter how much power and control they have, much like the little old lady pathologically collecting cats, she will never have enough cats, and he will never have enough power and control.
To be fair, that's kind of what we see in the world around us at the moment.
It is.
Different events for power grabs and more control. It can go back 25 years, 30 years. For any event that's taken place in recent history that's been world affecting has ended up with some form of more control. Whether it's security, whether it's because of the climate, whether it's because of health and safety and so on. Right? It's always more control.
Yeah.
Even now, right? The changing of the system that we hold currency in, slowly going to be changing.
And it will never be enough. It will never be enough control.
Yeah, because some people are just addicted to fucking power. That's it. Like we're not like that, but they are addicted to power. They want to control everything. Right?
Look at the rise of something that seems really innocuous, right? It's fun for us to have the camera.
Yeah.
Right? How that is we've gone from having CCT everywhere to carrying cameras around on our phones everywhere that we go, recording everything that we do, to having security cameras around our houses. We watch ourselves. We're the ones who take the cameras around. They're very innocuous these days. It's just a simple thing as a camera. CCT everywhere, up and down the motorway or freeway or control.
Yeah, we're policing ourselves. Huh?
Well, we're letting these things into our lives, right?
Yeah.
Because a phone's fun to carry around. It's fun to take photographs and videos and so on. But at the same time, everything is being recorded. I think per capita, Great Britain, England is one of the nations with the most amount of CCT cameras.
London is the most surveilled state in the world per capita.
And who wants to live in fucking London, right?
London's gone. London has fallen. They should just build a wall around it and leave the rest of us alone.
Put the ULEZ around it, sticker. Yeah, ULEZ, so lovely. They're actually hiring out electric cars so people don't have to pay the fucking fines. What the fuck, bro?
You're right when you say, like, information is power. And that's what they get from us, whether it's what we're doing, what we buy, what we look at, what we're entertained by when we use live streaming or watch anything online. We're tracked all of the time. When we make transactions, all of that information, our spending habits, all of that information it's been going on for like 30, 40 years.
Yes, well, that's 20 at least.
Slowly over time, they've taken more control.
Yeah, and people like Bill Gates, right? I would think to myself, right? If you have so much money that money doesn't fucking matter, what is the point of what you're doing? Well, it has to be power. It has to be control. He has to feel
exactly.
Like
he doesn't need money. Yeah. It's not money that he needs. It's not money that he wants. It's not money that drives him.
It's control. It's power and control. Knowing where every individual is at any given time on the fucking plane, and then making them buy stuff and doing and social credits and all this fucking shit, which we're going towards. It does look like it's definitely going towards one world, like one world fucking society, government fucking shit thing, right? It's definitely going towards that. I mean, it's there, bro. If I can't open my phone and make a purchase, I'm fucked, like, huh? It's control. That's the power. They're hungry. It's got fuck all to do with money. It's about control and power. Power is control of information. Information is more. It's worth more than fucking oil. I think, in my humble opinion.
That's why you just stand for your own morals, mate, and don't let outsiders influence you too much.
Yeah, it's not going to matter too much. Like, I've got, like, what, 20, 25 years, 30 years maybe left on this planet. I don't give a fuck, man. But it's not a nice place. I'm not going to worry too much.
I used to care when people disagree with me. I couldn't care less now. I actually love it when people disagree with me, because now I don't have to deal with them, you know?
Yeah, I actually love it when I tell people a really bad joke, and I can see the look of disappointment on their face, and they go like, "Fuck's sake, P-Mac, was that?"
No, I'd have to disagree with that.
I swear to God, that actually makes me happy. I don't know why. I'm fucking sick, bro. I'm sick. I love telling really bad jokes, so people fucking go, "Oh, fuck, I hurt." It makes me happy. It does. It actually does.
All right. So, if it's power and control that they're ultimately after,
yes, sir.
What power and control do they get from lying to us about what the Earth is?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, well, if you don't know where you are, how the fuck are you going to control it? Like,
well, one of them gives them money with the global warming that the taxes that gives them money.
Question, I have to spitball it.
We're
What
past.
is the purpose
We're
of
past.
telling us?
We're past. Hold on, PMAX.
Sorry.
So we're past the money aspect of it, right? We've decided that we're not interested in money, they're interested in power and control. So what power and what control do they get to when they lie about what the Earth is?
Maybe, I don't know, maybe to stop human natural progression.
Religious.
Definitely to restrict travel, right?
Religious.
Yeah, that's a good one. So they restrict our travel. That's good. We don't know everything about our environment. There could be extra land. Yep.
Is it the devil? It must be.
I don't think it's that hard, like, to come up with this stuff. Like, I think if you put yourselves in their shoes and you found a way to justify that human beings, if you genuinely believed that human beings were not, as valuable as other people think, then you could quite easily get to a place where you'd be quite comfortable having these guys in an illusion. And in fact, to keep control, you would need that illusion to be pretty drastic.
Well, we were kind of talking about it earlier, right? When we were talking about evolution, they get to give us a creation story about how this thing that doesn't exist got here, right? The Earth being a ball and how that was created. They get to give us a new creation story. We were talking about it earlier, evolution and
how
we came.
Yeah.
They kind of aren't. They aren't. Go on.
I'm sorry. What would be your answer to why, if money doesn't matter?
I was giving it.
Oh, sorry.
I was giving it.
Sorry, bro. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I brought it up. You're asking, so it's fine. But they get to give us a new creation myth where God or intelligence, for example, isn't needed to create something. Nature creates itself. So one of and control. It's our origins. Roots just pointed out, and these questions about where we are, how it got here, how we got here to experience it that got here before us. Obviously, is a kind of a spiritual game. I think these people, whoever they are, that they get power and control. One of the things, it's not the be all and end all, but one of the things is they get to control the creation narrative.
I said religion.
I totally agree, Jedi. That's what. To stop like human progression, spiritual progression, and knowledge. It's capped, isn't it? With that heliocentric story, it's just it is what it is, and we was created out of nothing. That I mean, they. I don't keep saying they, but us as humans, if we did know the real story, then. And we didn't live in this lie at the moment, and we knew everything for sure. We might be a total different, breed. Not breed, but you know what I mean. We might be we might unleash and unlock, like Jedi said, some natural spiritualism and knowledge of who we really are, and that would give us other things that probably we can't even think of. I'm speculating a bit, and it's not Sunday, but
I agree. I agree with you.
You can't gain true knowledge if your foundation's based on a lie, right? If the very foundation of the thing that you think that you have knowledge about isn't even anywhere true, you don't have knowledge. So we're starting from a false premise anyway, or they've started us from a false premise. What the Earth is and how it got here. So we can't have true knowledge. It's the foundation lie.
So there must be a power gradient. It's like a good and a bad. To me, it sounds like it. I mean, there's a reason why we're here, is to grow, but the power must be between good and evil. Like, it's really dark here sometimes. But, like, I don't think the devil is an actual physical thing, right? An entity. But it just seems like it's good and evil, right?
But it's like when we say they, I mean, I can't imagine, we're all...
What?
You broke up one day.
Shut up, you riddle.
Oh, sorry, I've got a phone call coming in. I'll be back.
Oh, great timing, bro.
I've been meaning to ask him where he's been one deck. I haven't seen him for months.
That was a fucking really good question, though. That was
been away for a while, hasn't he?
Has he been away working? Is that what it is?
I think so.
Fair enough.
Hi guys, I'm back now.
A couple of weeks back.
Yeah, sorry, where you been, mate? Where you been for the last few months?
Yeah, I've had a few things. It's all right, I'm not going to go into it. I've had a few personal things on, and I did feel like I wanted a little bit of a break myself from the subject, just a couple of weeks. And then I've changed jobs. I've got a new sort of job role with a different company. Previously, I'm a lone worker. I'm an engineer in a van. I can pick my own times to do things depending on demand. So I've not been in that situation for a few months. I've been working in a group inside a factory where I'm usually out and about on the road, going to different premises. So that should be getting back to normal after New Year. It was just part of the agreement when I joined this company. So I've been in groups of people and not working alone. So it's been difficult to jump on and on. But for some reason, I did want a little bit of a break from it, because sometimes it can drive you a little bit mad.
You have to, bro.
Definitely drives fucking mental, mate.
Yeah. So it's done me well just to have a break from it and just come back a little bit gradually. And so there you go. That's what's been happening to me.
Very healthy, mate. Yeah, very healthy. Good to take breaks from Discord.
Thanks.
Got a question for you now that you're back and from your break and so on. And I don't mean to interrupt the conversation that was going on, but I'm dying to ask you. Since the 24-hour Antarctic observation of the sun's taken place, what are your thoughts about it and so on?
Well, I've always thought that watching the 24-hour light in the sky is not proof of the shape of the Earth. We all know that. We've been saying that for years. Looking at the lights in the sky isn't a proof of anything. And the so-called experiment was not an experiment. They've not gone through the hypotheses and the dependent and independent variables. They've just made some story up regarding the AE map and Dave Weiss's maps, which we've not really claimed as a model, and done what they've done. But I mean, at this point, Jedi, I mean, I've watched a few. I've been watching. Are we sure they went to Antarctica in the first place?
I mean, yeah.
I think they did.
Everyone's saying the same things you are. I mean, did they go? The shadows don't look quite right on the camera for the position of the sun, and yeah, I've seen this as well.
Did you not see Did you see the Witsit one though, where he was going to pick some snow up with he didn't have gloves on. Then he left to get gloves, and he was talking about that mountain behind him. It looked close enough to touch, but it's actually 2 miles away. Then people were saying, well, pick some snow up. He went, I'll just go and have to get some gloves. So he ran off to somewhere to get some gloves. I don't know why they wasn't in his pocket. And then he came back to the camera and he said, right. And then he walked away about, 40 yards, bent down out of view totally of the camera, and then stood up and come back with some white stuff in his hand and threw it on the floor. And people have been pointing this out. And he just looks so, some of it's very, very odd.
I think you have to give him the benefit of the doubt, mate. There are lots of verification of the 24-hour sun now down south.
Yeah. Well, I think if there is a 24-hour sun, that's amazing. I wonder why that is.
What else is going on?
Yeah. It's nothing to do with latitude measurements, that's for sure.
I tell you what, it's interesting that you specifically bring that up, right? And we're talking about where the sun is and latitude measurements. Yeah, it does. This is how we measure it and where it is. It's interesting to point out some of the things that for flat earthers, the 24-hour confirmation of the sun in Antarctica has done for our side of the argument. It's done a lot of things, man. Seriously, I think it's more fruit to bear upon our side than it is for the global side. They can't.
Hell yeah.
They can't even make a logical syllogism out of this, right? They can't come with premise, and then a conclusion. They can say, first premise, we observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and the best thing that they can say after that is, well, it fits our model. I mean, that's all they can do. They can't win with this. It's an observation of the sun. Where we observe it and measure it to be. It's a really interesting subject, man. I think I figured out how seasons actually work on the flat Earth now. It's really, really cool.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt. I don't want to take you off, but there's a guy in the chat, El Naldo, who had a question, but he's maybe a little bit shy, so he doesn't want to get crazy, so he probably wants to do a one-on-one. I said maybe Jedi or Roots speak to him. He was generally asking, do you think it's possible to have a horizon on a globe? So I don't know if you want to speak to El Naldo if he's here, but carry on otherwise.
Yeah, Jedi, speak to him, mate.
Well, I was going to say, Root, speak to him, mate.
El Naldo, are you there?
Okay, yeah, I'm here.
Hello.
Hello.
You're asking how a horizon works?
All I'm saying is that horizon can work like in a globe Earth.
What do you mean? What do you mean when you say a horizon can work on a globe Earth?
Like you can be able to see a horizon on a globe Earth.
Okay. What would the horizon be on a globe Earth?
Like there's no way. Can you? Okay, guys, I have a mother. I'm 17. Can you wait a second? I'm so sorry. I'm for real.
You're fine. You're fine.
Thank you, man.
Just while we're waiting for him, though, yeah, it is great. If there was a 24-hour sun, I wonder how that is happening. Then,
well,
the sky is very mysterious, my friend.
We know where the sun goes for an observer standing underneath the sun, say the Tropic of Capricorn in Australia.
Okay. Hello.
You're back.
Okay, thank you. So I said, okay, you said, what is the horizon? The horizon is like the apparent horizontal line in which sky meets the earth or the sea.
Okay. Is it a physical curvature for when, say, like a boat goes beyond the horizon, the curvature of the earth, the physical earth, is stopping us from seeing the boat anymore?
Yes, but due to refraction, like you can be able to see like farther away than what you should.
Okay. So, because of refraction, you're saying that it's possible to not be able to see a horizon on the globe Earth, but it's not the geometric one. It's in a refracted position beyond where the geometric one should be. That's
sorry,
your claim.
Can you repeat? Can you repeat? I'm sorry, I'm slow.
That's okay. You're saying that because of refraction, you can have a physical horizon on a globe Earth, though we don't see the physical horizon, see a refracted horizon beyond where the physical horizon should be.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
And you say that you can prove that, or that that's possible.
I'm saying that that's possible.
Okay. How?
Yeah. Well, basically, for 1 second, imagine there's no refraction. Okay, refraction just happens to like make the horizon be a bit farther away than what it should be, but it works basically the same way as if there was no refraction. So it is easier to explain it that way. So basically, the curvature of the Earth like falls to your apparent down, which is not actually down. It's like the center of the Earth, and because it's falling down, you cannot see farther, and then like you just see the sky, and yeah, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I appreciate your explanation by saying that it's possible. Refraction doesn't quite work like that, though. You understand you understand what refraction is, don't you?
I'm pretty sure that, yeah.
Okay. So, are you aware of Snell's law?
No. Can you wait?
Okay.
Snails. Okay. Should I look for it?
You can do if you want to, but it just explains what refraction is.
Oh, for example, see, yeah, I know. Yes.
Yeah. So, for example, I wear glasses, and because of the way that light refracts from passing through the atmosphere, from where it's reflected from, to the medium of my lenses that are made of glass, for example, because of the way that glass is curved, the light deviates its path. You understand that there are two mediums here, right? The light that's passing through the atmosphere, and then as it passes through my lenses. Now, this is what refraction is. You're saying that refraction is possible to curve light when at the moment you've only got one medium, the atmosphere.
No, because the thing is that first of all, the light itself in our model. Okay, I know your model works differently, but like try to think like about how we think. In our model, the sun sends light through space, which like is like a medium, but let's call it a medium. I guess it's like a medium, but it's basically nothing. Then it enters the atmosphere, and not only it enters the atmosphere, but the atmosphere itself gets more dense the farther, the closer to the Earth you get. So it's actually like a medium that is itself like changing progressively the more closer to the Earth you get.
I understand what you mean about the density of the medium with regards to the sun, for example, the refraction model of the sun, and why we see it where it was 8 minutes later because of the refraction of the sun beyond the horizon and so on. So we understand that, but at the moment we're just trying to figure out what the horizon is. You're saying that it's curvature of the Earth, and we see it beyond its geometric position because of refraction. And that's moving it backwards and making it look flat.
No, without refraction, it would also look flat. Like you don't need refraction to make it look flat.
Sorry, without refraction, then the curvature of the Earth would be most apparent because it would be closer than the one that, according to you, is refracted at a further distance.
Yeah, so but because sorry, sir.
So we can figure out the distance to the horizon, can't we? If we know the size of the radius, for example, and the height of the eye of the observer, we can figure out what. Yeah. So that formula, that calculation, that equation is 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. So, for example, if you're a 6-foot observer, your eyes are 6 foot above the water when you go down to the beach, and you look at the horizon. Based on that calculation, given the size of the Earth, the horizon is just under 3 miles away, 2.8 miles for a 6-foot observer. So when we make observations of, and what you're claiming as well is it's possible to see a horizon further than this because of refraction. And if you were to take all the atmosphere out, it wouldn't make a difference. Yeah, it would. We'd see it. That's the point.
Like you would be like with refraction, you're able to make that horizon be farther away from you, and so you will not be able to look away for 3 miles, I think you said, but for more, getting until like 11 or something miles.
Okay.
But yeah, but I don't know if that's 11 or I have no idea what's the maximum that refraction can do. But without refraction, you said that without refraction you wouldn't. I think you said. I'm not sure if you said this. That without refraction you wouldn't see the horizon as flat, and I just said that yes. And with refraction you will also see it as flat. That's my opinion. And like, yeah, what you're saying is, I think, not saying anything against that just yet.
Yeah, I'm not interested in how the horizon appears horizontally. I'm interested in its position and whether it's the point on the surface of a curved object, the surface of the Earth, that is obstructing your ability to see things beyond it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So, do you? Let's try and end this a little bit quicker. Do you think that we can make multiple observations and make better measurements with better equipment of the horizon? Do you think, for example, we could change the wavelength of light that we observe the horizon through? Say, changing from the visible spectrum, greens, blues, and yellows, to, say, the infrared spectrum? Do you think if we mitigated for refraction and changed the wavelength of light, we could see a truer horizon?
I'm not sure. I haven't heard about this topic. Maybe, I don't know. Like, somebody said that just yesterday. I looked at it. I didn't look at it that much, to be fair. It's my first time hearing infrared stuff. And so I did the cringe thing to ask ChatGPT because I had no idea. And it said something, but I forgot. But yeah, I guess it can work. I'm not sure, though.
Okay. So, for example, infrared light doesn't refract as much as the visible spectrum.
Okay. Okay.
So, when we use infrared, do you think that if we lived on a sphere, the horizon would appear in a truer position because there would be less refraction happening because of the wavelength of light?
I mean, if what you're saying is correct, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah. So that's very reasonable to think. So when we use infrared spectrum to measure an apparent distance to the horizon appears much, much, much further away than it should do. It's not closer to the geometric horizon as within the visible spectrum. We've changed the wavelength of light to the infrared, so it should appear closer to the geometric horizon, but it appears further away than it does in visible light because we're cutting out refraction. So we see further through the infrared spectrum. The limiting factor to this in all observations should be the curvature of the Earth, but it's not. It's the wavelength of light, the atmosphere that you're looking through, whether it's dense, whether it's hot, whether it's cold, the technology that you use, the size of the aperture, the height of the aperture above the surface. It's got nothing to do with Earth curvature.
I mean, I don't have an answer, so I give you the point for now. Okay, I'm not saying anything.
I give you the point too.
Yeah, not a question. Statement of fact. It wasn't a question.
Yeah, man, but I have to look for that. I have no idea, bro. So if you let me to literally leave, I will try to come back like in some minutes. And yeah. What?
Yeah. You can do whatever research you need to do in whatever time it's going to take you to do the research. You don't have to go. I'm not expecting you to come up with a rebuttal to this unless you're just going to keep going back to your old position. You're going to have to take this information in and think about it. I mean, I had to when I learned this information as well. It's just we're told that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. When we study it, it's not. That's
okay,
all.
let me look for it. You were cool, man. Like genuinely, first time people don't start yelling at me in a voice chat, in a Flat Earth voice chat. Like, thank you really much. You give me faith in humanity. Okay, but so yeah, let me.
Welcome, bro.
Yeah, thank you for real. See you in like some minutes for real, because I will come back. Okay. I guess.
I hope so, man.
Okay, thank you. See you guys. Wait a second.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
Bye.
But yeah, wait a minute.
It was funny when he first came on though, because he did sort of describe the horizon as an apparent, apparent.
His first.
And then he went, Then he went into geometric nonsense.
Yep.
2 points I want to just mention right quick. One, Jedi brother, well done, patiently walking him through and being very respectful and kind about it. But second, his mention of like being yelled at. Is this something that often happens where people come in and get yelled at? I can understand us making fun of people when they say stupid stuff, but if somebody's approaching it respectfully, are we still yelling at them? I hope not.
No.
All right. Yeah.
No.
I would hope not, but I know that it happens.
Sometimes they feel like you are. They just feel like you are because they're hearing new information and it sounds right and is going against their worldview. So it feels like they're being yelled at sometimes.
Yeah, that happens.
Well, don't forget that Jedi has a way of speaking to people that can diffuse a lot of bullshit. So, other people may have not hit points that he did and, satisfied him as quickly as he did.
That was good, man.
Yeah,
he was good though. He did take on board what Jedi was saying. He wasn't reacting and getting louder himself and in a sort of anti-flat earther attitude. So yeah, it was a good conversation.
What can you say though to what Jedi said? Really, like we're using infrared and we're seeing further. Your horizon is not Earth curve. Bye bye Earth curve. Like literally, he's got nothing.
What I can say is I have to go research it and I'll come back. I'll go research it and find out, okay?
I wonder if he's on McToon's website now.
He probably is. Yeah.
See, that's the scary thing, isn't it? All right, I'm just going to very quickly Google search this. Awesome. McToon. And it's full of it on the first page. You get this.
First page.
Yeah, exactly. So it depends where he goes for the information. Money's down that he comes back with a first page Google search argument.